We're up.
Nice. Awesome.
Perfect. Sorry, took us a while to get this going.
Third time's a charm, man.
We're up. We finally cleaned out all the kinks. So now
Awesome.
we are perfect popping. Sorry, took us a while to get this going. We're up. We finally cleaned out all the kinks. So now we are perfect popping. Sorry, took us a while to get this going. We're up. We finally cleaned out all the kinks. So now we are perfect popping. Sorry, took us a while to get this going. We're up. We finally. So now we are perfect popping. Sorry.
Is it still going? All right. How's that?
Let me
You're
unmute my
still
mic.
going?
Are we
I
getting?
think you need headphones, bud.
No.
No, you need headphones. I promise.
Let me unmute my mic.
Going? Right. Cool. Okay, I think we're getting it worked out here. There we go. Alrighty. Cool. I think we're still up and running here. All right, cool. Like I was saying, sorry, we're working out the technical difficulties. Like I mentioned, we're still getting used to doing these shows live from home. But like I said, my name's Cody. I'm the product specialist here for Novation. Let's just get right into it. So I've got the Launchkey 37 here. Yeah.
Cody, go ahead and get started out without me.
Yeah, I'm just going to run it.
All right, cool.
Word. All right, later. Cool. Yeah, so we're just still running out some kinks here. So Casey's probably going to show up at some point in time. But for now, you got me. All day, you got me. So I've got a little beat we're going to get going here on the circuit. There we go. Awesome. And then let's get into a little bit of the peak and the Launchkey 37 here. So basically, I'm just using the Launchkey. It's just a MIDI controller, essentially. It works really well with Ableton Live as well as other DAWs. We've got a lot of great custom modes that you can use with it now. Previously, it was kind of tied a little bit more to Ableton, but we're really opening it up now to be able to do a lot of different things. So with this guy here, I'm just running a MIDI out into my peak, and the peak is an 8-voice polysynth. So this is really just my workhorse synthesizer lately. I've just been using it for all kinds of things just because it's really versatile. So you can use it, you know, in a variety of different ways. And the thing that really makes this guy stand out from the rest is the FPGA, which is the field programmable gate array, or the essentially the processing unit for it. So that processing unit allows it to sample at 24 megahertz, which is basically a really high sample rate. So essentially, you're just getting really high definition wavetables, and you can load your own custom wavetables with our wavetable editor. We've added in components. So it's really versatile. You can do a lot of different things with it, and really kind of get out there with it. But it also allows you to do a lot of your like bread and butter sounds and things like that. Another really cool thing about these oscillators is they're numerically controlled oscillators. So it gives you, like I was saying, really high definition sound, and then it's not just a digital synth, but it's also analog as well too. So you're digital in the oscillators, but once you hit the mixer section here, you get this VCA gain on the out, and then you hit the filter section, which is analog. So you get a nice analog filter, nice analog overdrive, so you can really drive it there in the filter section and add some beef to your sound. So if you're going for those really like growly low end sounds or something like that, you can do that. But we also get this beautiful digital effects section. So let me just initialize it. Beautiful reverbs, chorus. Just so you can get a really good look at that. That was something that really impressed me with this guy when it came out. I didn't expect the reverb to really sound as beautiful as it does. So it's really easy to just start kind of sculpting a sound with it. This is just an init patch right here. And I've just added a little bit of effects to it. But let's
Hey, Cody.
a little. Hey, Casey, how you doing?
I'm back in the mix.
Nice.
Getting some notes that you need to turn the volume down a little bit.
A little bit? Okay, cool. Same thing with the mic?
I think it's just the audio in general.
Okay, cool. Right. Coming in hot. Okay, how's that sounding over there?
Sounding solid, I believe. Effects on just like we're rocking a square wave right now. I'm gonna go to the more option here, and that automatically takes us to our wavetables here. So we can go through different wavetables with the selector here. It's super easy and really handy. So let me get like an organ sound. Yeah. Good. It's a little hard to hear your voice over, so you can turn the mic up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll turn the mic back up.
Cool.
Yeah, there we go. How's that?
Better.
Better? Awesome. Nice. So the launch key here, I have actually in a scale mode as well, which is really handy for noodling around and trying to find a really good sound, because you can just kind of get the idea of what you want to go for the sound for the song. So if you say you want to do like a G minor scale, I can just hit scale. I'm in C minor right now. Hit shift scale. That will let me set my scale, and then I can just press the key that I want. So I can go G minor right there, and then that will put me in G minor automatically. So it's really sweet for noodling around and kind of getting those different sounds if you want to start to audition different patches. So if we come in here and start to check out some different keyboards, we can search by categories in the Peak, which is pretty handy. I use it all the time when I'm searching for individual sounds. So if I'm just kind of like grooving around on a little beat and I just want to try to find some keyboards, I can very easily come in here and just start to see what I have loaded up. All these patches that I have loaded currently are all from our components banks. So we have like 1,000, 2,000 patches inside of there. A ton of patches that you can download. I just went and got 4 banks that I really dug and just kind of loaded them up for today, basically, that we're going to be playing with.
Cody.
Yep.
Do me a favor and stop the drums real quick.
Yep.
So let's get the levels down a little bit better. Crank the volume down on the drums slightly.
Yeah. I'll just bring it down over here. Okay.
Cool. And in the meantime, just run through a quick demo real quick without the drums so they can get a really good idea of what Peak sounds like and what kind of features the Launchkey can bring to it.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. Right. So yeah, like I was saying there, the Peak 8-voice polysynth, those FPGAs allowing it to have really high definition sound. Just going through the different categories here inside of the Peak, you can sort all of your patches as you're building patches or as you're storing patches by different categories and different banks, which makes it really handy when you're auditioning or going through if you're just looking for something in particular. So if we're just looking for keys, so you can get some really great, like, you know, bread and butter sounds like Wurlitzers. But we also have some really cool, like, organs. We've got really kind of out there sounding pads as well too, and keys. So essentially, the workflow on the Peak here, how you're going to be working on it, is kind of left to right. So you have the 3 oscillators here. All of those 3 oscillators feed into this mixer section. So you're able to control oscillator volume here. You also get a ring mod, and you get some noise here as well too. And then you have the VCA gain, which is the output there from the mixer that goes into the filter section. So that's where you turn from digital to analog, essentially. So once you hit this section here, you're going into the filter. The filter is analog, so you can add an analog overdrive. And you can also add LFOs from the top here to the filter. So alpha 1 depth is right there, and you can adjust rate up here on top. You get a couple different settings for the rate. So you get a high setting, so if you really want to... So yeah, you can really work it up really high. You can also sync it to the clock as well too if you'd like. And then it'll kind of show you what your settings are as you turn the knob on the left-hand side there on the screen, which is really handy. The second LFO can be added in on the oscillators here for LFO 2 depth right here. So you can add it directly to the oscillator. So you can have that on individual oscillators, which is really handy. And you can really create some really weird sounds with that and really get out there. The other really great thing about this is going from the filter section, you get these beautiful effects here. So we have distortion, which is really, really gritty and growly if you want it to be. But we have this beautiful chorus. We have a great delay, and this is just really pretty reverb here. And I love that the delay is digital, so you can create these little glitchy, like, falling over itself as you're adjusting the time. And especially if you have the feedback on that. You can get some kind of weird sounds out of that. So if you're really into sound design and just kind of making odd, weird little sounds, you can get some cool little sounds out of the delay. Just with anything, honestly, just playing around with it and getting weird with it. I like to do it with the initial patch a lot and just kind of get odd with that. Anything else on the Peak you think I should cover there, Casey? That really stands out for you when you work?
For me, what I like with Peak is that everything is really immediate on the faceplate. There's not a whole lot of menu diving unless you really want to get in there and start doing some really in-depth modulations. But I think what might be cool right now is if you went ahead and actually showed what some of the functionality on Launchkey can bring to Peak. For example, the chord modes with your arpeggiator, etc.
Yeah, definitely. So with the new Mark III launch keys here, we've added a lot of different modes. So here on the pads, if I hold shift, I have all these different modes here. So if I'm working in a DAW, we have session mode, but since we're not connected to that right now, we're just using the MIDI out. We have our drum mode here, which we can use with things like circuit or drum machines or things like that. But we also have this great scale chord mode, which gives you, let's see where that's going out. What MIDI channel there? Get our user chords. Okay, it's on a different MIDI channel right now. Let me see what it's on. chords on 2. It should be on 1. There we go. Okay, cool. There we are. And that's another beautiful thing about this MIDI controller is if you have multiple synthesizers that you're controlling at one time, like the other day I was playing with a couple different synths, so my chords were on MIDI channel 2. You can have your chords playing on a separate MIDI channel, so you could be playing like bass on the bottom with your keys, and then playing some chords on the top. So that's really cool. If you've got drums playing already, you could just be playing a different line on the bottom. So it's really handy. And then also you have this great user chord mode too that you can plug in your own chords into if you'd like. And those can save there. So you can have all of your own custom chords set up there as well too. We also have a great scale mode. So if you're just working on the keys here, you can put it in a scale mode to go with your chords. So if you're working a particular scale for a song, all you have to do is hit Shift Scale, and you can set what you would like the root note to be. And then you have a couple of different options for what scale. So if you want to do minor, major, Dorian, there's a lot of different options there for you. So I'm just going to do minor, and then I'm going to set it on maybe like a G minor scale right there. So now if I hit scale, every key I hit is going to be in G minor, which is really handy for when you're just kind of noodling, creating melodies, things like that. So it makes it really easy for everybody to stay in scale. And that scale chord mode is going to follow whatever scale you set the Launchkey to. So that's going to follow around as you adjust those things there. You also get some great transport controls for if you're working other DAWs and things like that. On the top here, you've got a couple custom modes for the knobs. So if you want to, you can have these knobs set up to be controlling things on the peak or controlling things on other synthesizers. You can set those CC messages inside of our Novation component software, which is basically just our editor software for all of these guys. So we have kind of a one-stop shop for editing everybody. Basically, you just pick on which particular product you're going to be editing, whether it's Launchkey or Peak or Base Station 2, and you can just go in there and set up your custom modes. Same thing for the pad custom modes too. I have a couple just like of the basic custom modes set up in here that you can have just set up, individual just MIDI CC messages or just like drum pad modes, that kind of thing. Most of these are just set on drum pad modes for sampling. I do a lot of hip hop stuff inside of Ableton, so that's typically how I use that there. Also, we have this great fixed chord right here. So if you want to, while you're playing and you don't necessarily want to be playing chords, you just want to do one finger chords, you can just hold fixed chord, plug in what chord you want to play. It's great for if you're not really good at chords like myself, then you can just plug in something, start to kind of noodle around and get an idea. And then kind of start to develop a melody, and that'll record right into your DAW or into whatever MIDI sequencer you're working with. So you could totally just line that up really easily and have your chords going, turn that off, work out a melody over the top of it. Everything's in scale working together, and you're never going to be hitting a wrong key, essentially. Nice. Cool. Let's get into the ARP here.
Yeah, so there the comments are going wild. They're like, get to the ARP, but the pads were really fun. You did such a great job demoing. So let's make sure we do a nice deep dive with the ARPs because they're screaming for it in the comments.
Okay, right. So the ARP section's really great. So you get all of your selections for your ARP above the keys here. So all you have to do is hit Shift and then hit the individual key that you'd like to adjust things. So if you hit Shift down, it's going to change our ARP section. And I'm just going to put a key latch on there. So I can continue, like if I want to have it, up and down, I can have it there. Also have a random mode, so I can have it on random. We get our rate sections here. So you get 1/4, 1/8, 1/16. You also have your octave selections here. So if you want to do 4 octaves, you can have it really stretch out. Or if you want to just do 1 octave, you can have it just run 1 octave. And you get the in-between options 2 for 2 and 3. And then you have your different rhythm selections here. So this is really cool because is it just going to play the ARP straight, or is it going to have a different couple
selections there. Let me unlatch that for a second. So we'll hit shift. This is just the regular way it'll play through. But we can have our second one where it's going to skip a few beats for us. And then we're going to get another variation of that, essentially. So it's going to give you a little bit more of a swing to it. It gives you a little bit more of a variation there. We also have random and then deviate. So random's really great because you'll just get, obviously, a bunch of different random options with the rhythm. So you can kind of jam that out for a little while and find something you really like. And then you get deviate. So you also get the controls up here on the top for deviate here. So they give you a physical knob up there on the top once you get that setting that you can adjust with. Same thing with mutate here. So with mutate and deviate together, you can kind of create some really crazy variations with the rhythm. Just give it some of those effects.
Cody, will you do me a favor and pull up a bass patch?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I really like with Peak and the Launchkey combination is, especially the Launchkey in general, with some of the new features that are on it, is it really helps when you run into some creative walls and you like to, you need some inspiration. So for me, one of the really cool things that I like to use the arpeggiator for is to help me write a cool bass line. So normally you think about an arpeggiator like being going at a fairly quick pace. But if you mutate and deviate, allow you to dial, some things that might not be as aggressive that you would think as for an arpeggiator that like work really well for a bass line. So do me a favor, Cody, and see if you can dial in something that might work for a bass line. Yeah, like how you might be able to utilize it.
Okay, so let's do.
And I'm getting one more request to turn the volume down just a little bit.
Okay.
On the Peak.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. There we go. Let's go. That's good.
So turn down mutation a little bit when you hold down the chord. A little bit more. It's a little too wild for a bass line, but
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Even with less changes. So for me, like I dial everything back so even deviate so the pitch doesn't alter so much. It's just you're just getting these random.
Right. I feel you.
I'm getting some requests for you to go through more patches on the Peak. So cool. Maybe if you step through some of the categories on there.
Yeah. Do you want to do some pads for a second?
Sure.
Get something pretty. So you can get these really beautiful, spacey, ambient pads going.
Give them some filter love as you sweep through too, because our filters are a big deal. So
right, especially with that resonance.
So if you've got some major synth heads in the chat, and Cody, you should see the chat. It's blowing up. There's so many.
Oh, is it?
It's really,
wow.
It's kind of hard to like talk to you and type back because I'm not
right. Keep up with everybody.
But what's really great, so for you guys synth heads in the group that might not know this, all of our synths have been designed by Chris Huggett. So if you're familiar with the Wasp, all of our Novation synth filters are based on Wasp architecture. So they sound amazing. Our synths sound amazing across the board, whether you're talking about base station, peak, etc. A little bit of history on peak, and I think Cody, you covered this in the beginning when we first started the chat, but first started streaming live. But it's probably a good idea to go over it again. So what makes peak different to everything else on the market right now is that it's an FPGA. It's a programmable field gate array. So when you're talking about digital synthesizers, most digital synths run anywhere between 44.1 and 192 on the very, very highest end of the sample range. We run at vast multiples of that. It's 2.4 million cycles a second.
Yeah, it's 24 megahertz.
What that means is, even though it's a digital synthesizer, when you actually dial in some analog waveforms, they're almost indistinguishable from a real analog oscillator. So not only do you get the power of an analog synth, quote unquote, because literally you can't tell the difference from the digital waveform of the analog synth, digital waveform of you can't tell the difference between the digital waveform on peak compared to an analog wave shape. You get the power of analog combined with all the cool digital wave shapes that we have on board peak as well. So peak is a hybrid synthesizer. You've got digital waveforms, but you've got an analog filter section, digital effects, and an analog distortion path. So most of the magic happens when you're speaking about analog in the filter section and the distortion paths. And those paths and the filter section on peak are actually analog themselves. So again, we've taken the best of digital, the best of analog, combined it into a desktop synthesizer, peak, and in Summit that you'll see later, with an 8-voice polyphonic desktop synth. And it kind of gives you the possibilities to go wild with whatever you want to create. Very quick history on that. Cody, have back at it while I jump back into this chat and see what's popping.
Right, we'll get back into some magic. Yeah, love it on Sauce. Those, the reference especially. Epic, yeah, epicness, of course, epic.
Huge pads.
Oh yeah.
We spent time in pads for a while. Why don't we
Let's
go to
some
another
bases.
category and show people what time it is in maybe bass.
Right. We get shift. We get F minor. If we're doing basses. Yeah, so distortion really lets you push it real hard there. Yeah, there it is.
Nice. We get a filter on that. There you go.
Yeah. So you'll spend hours just doing this.
Break the distortion down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna read that.
There you go.
Yeah, just funky. like that a lot too. Really crank it with the VCA gauge.
You like things dirty, Cody, don't you?
That's kind of my favorite thing.
Yeah, clearly. So I think we dirted them out a little bit. So let's
Okay,
go
cool.
on
So
to the
let's
next
go back.
category. Let's see what else we got in
Yeah.
there.
We get some bells. So let's see what's up with the bells. Rock the bells.
There you go. That's nice.
Right. Yeah, those are great with the ARP. Try the ARP on the peak. If you're doing like horror films, it is October, Spooktober. If you're doing horror films,
There's a lot of questions in the chat about updates and new products that we have on the channel or that we have coming. You know what the answer is going to be. Clearly, we can't comment on new features that we may be developing or new products that are coming. All we can do is just say that we listen to a lot of the feedback that comes back from you guys. We really take your needs and wants into consideration when we're thinking about how we can make products better or developing new products. Aside from that, all I can say is just stay tuned to what we have going on. And we're always doing something. So keep your eyes out, pretty much.
that's
So clearly, there are some questions in the chat also about effects. So you just added some reverb to that one. Maybe
Totally.
we can show what the delay sounds like.
Yeah, so I'll give you this patch, bypass, so you can bypass all the effects. So this is without the effects. This was that reverb that was just on it. I'll kill the reverb there. Make sure all those are done.
That's super creamy, that reverb.
Right, oh, it's beautiful. We'll do a little bit. We're synced on the time right now for the delay, and then we'll hit the delay. Give us a little bit more feedback. Let it play out a little bit better.
It's got the lullaby vibes going. That's cool.
Right, and there's the reverb. Bring the reverb in. Yeah, no, that's a good vibe there. And then show you the chorus real quick. Ooh, the chorus sounds really good on that.
Yeah.
That's like a lead for sure right there.
So one thing you haven't touched on yet, which might be best to go back to the basis, you really haven't showed, you really haven't touched the envelopes at all very much. So it'd be good to see how snappy you can make stuff, how responsive they are.
Right, totally. So nice. Ooh. Yeah, so you can get that nice like late attack sound to it and give it real drainy if you want it with the opposite. Or you can have it real tight. Do full sustain, whatever it is. Yeah, the ARP's cool. Okay, we'll do some mod 2 envelope 2 oscillator 1
Nice.
on the pitch.
Super responsive envelopes. Almost everything on the keyboard, on the unit can be routed to a variety of other places through the 16 slot mod matrix. So we haven't touched on mod matrix yet, but we will. Let's see, what else haven't we showed? Oh, there's some questions in the chat about, actually some comments about Mr. Jimmy Lavelle is not a keyboard player. He only likes desktop synths, and they're nice to be used with launchpads. And that's an understatement. So we'll be showing some of Peak later on, I believe, with Launchpad Pro, correct?
Yeah, that should be end of the day, basically. We'll wrap up with Peak again with the Launchpad Pro.
Right. So currently we're showing it how most people would be using it. But for someone like Jimmy Lavelle, who is, a Launchpad guy, one of the great things about the Launchpads, especially the MK3s, the Launchpad X, Launchpad Pro, they all have scale mode on it and chromatic keyboard mode. So if you are not a super talented keyboard player, but you still got some really great musical ideas jumping around in your brain, all of our products that have been upgraded to MK3 all have some sort of scale mode on them, except for the mini versions of the Launchkey and the Launchpad and the Launchpads. So from the entry level, from the Launchkey 25 all the way up to the 61, and from the Launchpad X and the Launchpad Pro and the MK3 ranges, we've got what we call scale mode, where you can actually pick a scale, C sharp, C minor, Dorian, Phrygian, and you can actually get rid of any notes that aren't in that key or scale. So you can just go ahead and rip away and not really have to worry about hitting a bad note. So that's just some foreshadowing of what Cody will be showing later on near the end of the day. He showed scale mode on here with the Launchkey already. So you'll see what that looks like again in a grid-based format architecture. So stay tuned, hop in, hop out of the stream, ask as many questions as you want. I'm trying to catch all of you guys because there's a lot going on, but let's see, what else? Yeah, while Cody takes a drink, it's cool.
Right.
It's kind of weird being on
These
camera all
lights
the
get
time.
hot, man.
Yeah, the camera, I can tell you're super bright over there, which is cool. I'm in my normal studio with my average lighting. Back to Peak. What else can we show, Cody, that we haven't jumped into? So we showed the envelopes. You did a little bit of LFOs. We showed the distortion path. We showed what the filter sounds like with the resonance. We showed the effects. How about you give them a taste of what the digital wave shapes sound like?
Oh yeah, definitely. So we can go into, we'll just do it in a knit patch real quick. And then if you click the wave button over to more here, it'll bring you to the wave shapes. And so this is super rad because it automatically takes you there, so you can start using this knob here to start going through the different sounds. So we got a sine wave.
Before you dive in too much, let me preface for what you're about to do. So sure. I previously explained about FPGA technology and what that allows us to do on the Peak. So again, going back to how high resolution our oscillators are, we can have an analog wave shape combined with a digital wave shape to come up with some completely unique sounds, and do some FM modulation as well with shapes that aren't normally available for any other synths on the market. So what Cody's going to do right now is he's actually paged through to our digital wave shapes, and he's actually playing, he has digital waveforms playing on one oscillator. And then what I'd like you to do after you're done with that, Cody, is actually mix and match them with an analog waveform so you can actually show the possibilities of what we can do on Peak.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. Cool. Yeah, so we're just going through some of these waveforms here. These are some of the stock waveforms, and you can have your own wavetables loaded into here as well, too, through the component software, which is really handy. Like I have some of the noisiest stuff in here.
Right, that was a question that just came up, so let me go ahead and answer that real quick. So when initially launched, I believe, how many wave shapes? There's only 20, I believe, 21.
20.
Now we're up to 47 that live locally on the unit. Right. And you can actually load your own wave shapes into the oscillators as well. So incredibly flexible right now. Literally, you can do mind-blowing things with, again, real analog waveforms on board, 47 analog digital wave shapes, and then you can actually grab wave shapes whenever you want, throw them in the oscillators and tweak away. So super robust, easy to use. Really, really flexible. Sorry, Cody, didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, you're fine.
questions in here.
Yeah, no worries. So do an organ with a little sine wave underneath it.
Well, actually, before you do that, step through the wave shape so we can hear what the varieties are. So
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we'll go be back real quick. So we'll go, there's a sine wave there, got random, tube, zing, octaves. So octaves is really cool as you do the shape amount. It's gonna go through the octaves there. So as you do shape amount, these wave shapes, you get the different variety of sound with it. Chords, it's wobbler there. This is didgeridoo. I really like didgeridoo a lot. It gives you a nice little kind of like lo-fi kind of sound. Harsh is great as well too for basses. Organ, bread and butter, your E piano, like classic. Cool little Vox sounds, these kind of oohs and ahs. Yeah. A little bit of a wind sound. So if you want to start to build kind of like the woodwind kind of vibe, it'll look clap. The clap and the wind sound pretty similar. Strings as well too. So if you want to do start to build some string sounds, the bass organ gives you a little bit more of a low end to it. Acid, which of course everyone loves. Fuzzy, carousel, it's choral. Get some really cool sounds out of that one. I like that one a lot. Climbing, coin flip, dub E. Here is flames really nice. I like that. You get this nice high end to it. Glassy, granular, grime, the grimy voice, bro, heavy, hedge, hungry. We got ladders, beat. We have so many wavetables on here now. Modeling's cool. Modem. That's like super lo-fi vibes. Monster's cool too. Kind of reminds me of Modem too. C-Bass, Schmorgan. Spirals.
So, long story short, there's a truckload of
Tons.
digital wave shapes on board.
Tons.
So go ahead and mix that now with a more traditional wave shape that's on the other off list.
Cool. Let me get let's mix modeling with
Nice little growl sound you got going on there.
make it sound super big. Are you ready?
Nice.
Right?
You just naturally gravitate towards grime.
Dude, I just like dark sounds. Keep that kind of like. Yeah, so you can really blow it out if you want to and get really crazy with it. Or if you want, you can do something really pretty. Where's my organ at? There you go. I mean, it's that like you know, we've been saying the whole time. It's really versatile in the sense that you can do really, really out there, like grimy, like in your face basses with it, or you can just really get really pretty and do kind of the bread and butter stuff and do like really nice sounding things, or horror sounds if you want to get into some crazy sounding like sound design and things like that. We're having some crazy stuff coming up over there.
So appreciate you guys hanging out in the chat with us and asking your questions. And I see you guys are actually responding to and actually watching what's going on the screen, which is great. So this is our very first digital type of trade show that we're running through.
Right.
So, you know, we're learning as we're going. We had a couple of technical difficulties at the end. We got started a little bit late. I'm paying so much attention to the chat, I forgot to run some of the tickers that we have lit up. So I see some of you guys are paying attention, and I appreciate that. So keep doing what you're doing. Pay attention to those streams that are going across the bottom. Cody, what else haven't we shown on Peak? What we haven't shown is, I don't think we've shown them the animate buttons and how they can relate to the mod section.
Yeah. So let's see what we got.
So there are 2 buttons on Peak on board that are called the animate buttons, and we can actually assign modulation to those different buttons on board, which is a pretty cool and unique feature that I really enjoy. So let's give a quick demo about that, Cody.
Do you want to do it just something from scratch and just put it on like a
simple.
patch? Yeah, so that way they can hear it really well. Okay, and then we're gonna do that in the mod matrix here. So what do we want to send? Maybe like LFO1. Cool.
You guys woke up in the chat, I see.
Everybody's interested now.
Yeah, everyone's popping up. Awesome.
Right.
Also, guys, we probably have about another 15 guys, ladies, gentlemen, people. Not just guys in there. Shame on me. We have about 10 minutes left for the Launchkey and Peak demo. So if there is anything that we haven't covered that you all would like to see, please go ahead and drop some comments in the chat so I can ask Cody about them.
Cool. So basically what I did here is I clicked the mod button here to get to the mod matrix, and we're just on an init patch right now. And then what I did is I clicked here. That let us navigate around to decide what we're sending to our animate button here. So I'm going to do LFO1 positive, and then where we're going to send it. So basically, what are we sending and where's the destination? So animate button 1, and then our depth. Basically, I just turned it all the way up so that you guys can hear it. So if I hit this note here and then hit animate, you can hear what it's doing pretty extreme. But it doesn't have to be that extreme. It can be more subtle, but just so that way you guys can hear it really well. And you can assign these to do different things here. Like we have the LFOs, we have the mod envelopes, we have velocity, aftertouch wheels, mod wheel. So there's a lot of things you can send from LFO 3 and 4, because there are 2 more LFOs within the menus here as well too, that were added with the firmware update. And then the bin wheel, yes, and then a lot of different destinations that you can send those to as well too, with different velocity or the different anime buttons, or if you want it to be affecting LFOs or things like that.
So a couple of questions popping off in the chat. The Launchkey line is velocity sensitive, but there is no aftertouch on it. However, the pads are velocity and pressure sensitive as well. So there's no aftertouch on the pads. So one of the cool things about Launchkey is that you can designate the keys and the pads to go out on different MIDI channels. So, for example, if you were in chord mode on the pads and you wanted to solo on the keys, you could actually do that as well. So, although the keys don't have aftertouch, the pads do, and the pads are actually polyphonic aftertouch as well, which is really, really great, because when you're in combination with something like Peak that responds to polyphonic aftertouch, you can use the pads to go ahead and send that message. Let's see what other questions are going on in here. So you've got a question on what the assignment destinations are like in the mod matrix. So it's a 16 slot mod matrix, and you can pretty much route everything to everything for the most part. I think all the big players are in there, and other wild things like you can send to the effects as a destination, which is pretty wild. There are 2 free floating LFOs that, for example, on board you've got 2 LFOs on the front of the unit as well, and there's 2 additional envelopes in the LFOs in the menus. So, for example, you can route your LFO to your filter, LFO to destination, and then you can have LFOs 3 and 4 go to something like your reverb and your delay times. So you can come up with these really rich and really in-depth modulation destinations. So flexibility-wise, there isn't a whole lot you can imagine that you can't do on Peak, and Summit for that matter. But we'll talk about Summit later when Cody gets to it. Let's see what else is going on in here. So would you mind to do some time in the event with Circuit? Yes. If you look at the schedule, Circuit will be handled later on all by itself exclusively. Cody's a Circuit master. He will go through and show you exactly how in-depth you can get with Circuit. So stay tuned with that. Is there a sequencer in Peak? There is no sequencer in Peak. However, there is an onboard arpeggiator that's pretty flexible, although it's not programmable. In the step sequencer type way. But Novation has a really great ecosystem that, again, we're actively moving and building out. Launchpad Pro, which Cody will be showing later, is our grid-based controller that's 4-track step sequencer. So pairing something like Launchpad Pro with a Peak is something that we really we're really excited to throw out to users that might want to incorporate a sequencer with Peak, that maybe they want to work outside of the box. Launchpad Pro is a 4-track sequencer that can, so in other words, you can run something like Peak, another one of your favorite synths, your favorite drum machine, and whatever else, all from the Launchpad Pro. So although Peak does not have a sequencer on it, we have a lot of solutions for you if you're looking to sequence outside of the box with Peak. What else? Peak sounds phenomenal. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I would love to see more mod destinations and sources in future from Novation. No one's really asked me for more mod and source destinations in Peak, but I guess that's Mr. Cooperman, Egal Cooperman. If you don't mind dropping in the chat what the destinations are missing that you would like to see from us. Yeah, that'd be really helpful for us. Peak supports polyphonic aftertouch like Summit. Yes, it does. And again, Launchpad Pro and the pads on the launch keys do send out polyphonic aftertouch. So keep that in mind. A standalone based on the Launchpad Pro would be so cool, like your Circuit Pro. Interesting. We'll take that in consideration. Does Peak have an adjustable comb filter like on the Nova series? There is no comb filter. There's a high pass. There's a low pass. There's a band pass, which some people might think is a comb filter. That might help you. Summit, interestingly enough, has 2 separate filters. So you can actually create a comb filter for sure on Summit. So the bandpass filter may solve what you're looking for. But if you're looking to have like really heavy duty control, a filter running into a filter, Summit is your unit for that. What else do we have in here? Great sounding synth. Now on my list to get. That's awesome. I'm glad you love how it sounded. I do wish it had CV patch points. That's come up a bit. Peak can take CV in for mod. It's mod, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So CV can take CV in for mod. But interesting that you would like more CV stuff on Peak. Definitely, yeah. So yeah, that's a good thing, Cody. Why don't you lean up the back so people can see what it looks like?
So you can see a little bit better.
So run down the connectivity in the back for us.
Right. So right here, you've got the headphone out here. You get your outputs right and left, and then you get your CV mod in, which we were just talking about right here next to the outputs. And then you get two pedal slots here. The MIDI through, MIDI out, MIDI in, USB, which does MIDI as well, and then the power supply and power switch.
Thank you for that. I'm just
Yes, sir.
cruising through more questions because they're coming in. It's hard to keep up with them all. On making peak bitimbral. So Summit is bitimbral by design. Again, we don't really comment on things that we're doing firmware wise, and what we're attempting to do and what we can't do. So again, keep throwing those comments in there.
We like to hear them.
We will, yeah, we definitely like to hear them, and you guys might jog, our brains on something that we can do that we hadn't considered before. So it's really great that you guys are dropping those comments in the comment section. I want a mini circuit, my one little peaky and a mini bass. So bring dubstep, kill drug, maybe. Seems like you want a bunch of mini stuff. So we do have a mini Launchkey, which is great. Circuit really isn't that big, so that can very easily get dumped into your bag. And peak is also pretty streamlined for a desktop sequence synth. It can fit into a backpack. I've done it before. I've actually taken to an event peak, Launchpad Pro, and a Launchkey Mini in one backpack. So they're actually not that big. Don't know how much smaller you would like it to be, but again, go ahead and drop that in the chat if you had something more specific you were looking for. Is there any free patch editor so that it would be more easy to understand how to build some existing patches? Well, interesting you say that, because one of the things that we designed Peak for was to have more accessibility to the core components of building synth patches on the face of the unit. So it's our belief that the more that you can reach out and actually grab and reach the encoders that adjust the parameters that help you build your sound, the better off it would be, instead of having to dig through menu diving or even going to an external editor to actually view things. So we've taken sound design into consideration when we came up with both Peak and Summit. So I think if you actually got your hands on a Peak, you would actually understand how powerful having the vast majority of the controls on the front panel that you need to actually design your sounds really, really is. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that, definitely don't underestimate yourself, because I get people that don't ever use synths, and they jump on this and you hit an edit patch and say, start playing, left to right, basically. And they start to build something cool. And so I think it's just the more time you spend with it, you'll learn it very quickly.
Very much so. We are at time for the Launchkey and Peak demo section of this. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back with Base Station 2 and Launchpad Pro at 12:45 PST, and that will be 3:45 EST. So thank you for jumping in the chat. If you have any questions for what's coming up next, which is Base Station 2 on Launchpad Pro, you can get an early start. Drop them in the chat, and we will go ahead and I'll go ahead and read through them, and maybe off the bat we can start with some of them. So thanks. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Very much appreciated, and we'll see you soon.
go. Nice.
And we are back. And as you can see, Cody has changed up his setup. And we now have Launchpad Pro alongside with Bass Station 2.
Yeah.
Let's see, Cody. Why don't you give us a little bit of a rundown on some of the cool things about Bass Station 2? Just a really brief overview. You can talk it out while I go ahead and set some stuff up.
Check out the comments and stuff. Cool. Yeah, so this is the Bass Station 2. This is obviously the second version of the Bass Station, which was around a little bit earlier on. And so we've done some really cool things with Bass Station 2 over the years that have really brought it up to date, basically. But essentially what it is a mono synthesizer that has 2 oscillators and a sub oscillator. You also get a noise generator on there as well, too. You get this lovely filter section over here that has this awesome acid filter on it, which is a really cool effect and gives you a really great sound. And then you also get a low pass, band pass, and high pass over here on this awesome switch. The thing I love about the Bass Station 2 is the knobs and switches on here are all like a nice feel to them, and they give you a nice click, and it's kind of that old school feel that just gives you a really lovely synth feeling. We get a little bit of effects with some distortion and some oscillator filter mod as well too over here. We get 2 LFOs on here, LFO1, LFO2, with your saw wave, a sawtooth, square wave, and get a sample and hold on there as well too, which is pretty cool. And then we get this sweet little arpeggiator section, which also has a way to record what you want to play in your ARP into it, basically, and then it's kind of like a faux sequencer essentially, so you can kind of play out what you want it to play, and then it'll play it for you, basically.
So let's dive back a little bit into the history of Bass Station. So like Cody said, Bass Station 2 is the second iteration of the Bass Station.
Right.
The original Bass Station came out in '93, I believe. It was super popular back when it came out, because it was the return of analog synthesizers, where in the 80s, was the heyday of digital synths, the DX7, all the cool, digital synths that came out at the time. So the Bass Station, the original one, was actually one of the first synths to harken back to the greatness of analog, being warm, fat, and great sounding. A bunch of people used the Bass Station 2 at the time. To me, the one that jumps out the most is William Orbit on the Madonna's Ray of Light album. Bass Station 2, Bass Station was all over that. So Bass Station 2 is the updated, latest, greatest version of, well, actually, it's pretty different. It's the successor to the Bass Station. Sounds great, super fat. It launched as a monophonic synthesizer. Currently now it's a duophonic. Also a pure analog synth path all the way through. So it's a completely analog synthesizer. We've had a pretty cool firmware update that dropped not too long ago. If you guys in the chat are familiar with Aphex Twin, he actually had a pretty hands-on influence on the 414 update, which brought Aphex mode. So in essence, what that means is that on each key, you can have a different patch. So key 1, I can go ahead, I can design a patch, go to key 2, and I can have a completely different patch with completely different settings on each key. So as Cody's demonstrating right now, why don't you go ahead and just walk through that real quick?
Yeah, so basically what I just did is I hit function, hit the swing key twice. That puts us into that overlay, basically, and we can select which overlay we want. I'm just going to put it on number 1, just it has some sounds in there for us. So as you can tell, each of these has a different sound, whether it's a drum sound or a bass sound. So you can kind of sculpt a couple different little kind of drummy sounds. It's a nice little tom. And we've got a couple different overlays too for you that you can start to play with as you're kind of figuring out AFX mode and that type of thing.
So we'll cover that. Cody will cover that in a bit. So yeah, so although Bass Station 2 has been around for a while, the recent firmware has actually added a whole bunch of slew of new features. Probably the most dominant is Aphex mode. Again, having overlays for different sounds on different keys. Cody, I don't know what you want to show us, so go ahead and jump in and do your thing.
Yeah. I'll also kind of explain a little bit of Launchpad Pro here in
Good
standalone mode. Because most people are used to seeing Launchpad with Ableton. We're not using it in that way currently because with the Launchpad Pro here, we have this great new 4-track sequencer on board. So I can control the bass station with our little MIDI adapter to a MIDI cable straight into the bass station here. And if I want, I could go through and sequence out some quick little sequences here with this guy. Super easy, super quick, actually. And that's really cool with AFX mode here because if you have the different sounds, you can figure out what's what.
Cody, can you do me a favor? And so the banging of the keys is something that we're really not going to be able to really do too much about since Cody's mic is hot, as he explains. But what we can do is we can turn up the synth a little bit. So
yeah, I can give you a little bit more.
So you can kind of try to drown out the keys.
Right there.
That's good. If not, they'll tell us.
Right.
Thanks, Gerald.
Yeah, so you can do some like quick little sequencing real quick, with it, that type of thing. We've also got this great note mode here. So this is just like your regular keyboard where this would be your white keys here, and these would be your black keys. And we also have a scale mode for this as well too. So if you're not really good at playing keys necessarily, or you just want to make sure that you're always in the same scale, you can just hit Shift and then Note. That brings you into this menu here. And we have a bunch of different options for scales for you right here. You have your root note here on this little octave key bed here. And then this is the on-off for it right there. You also get some variation and then MIDI channel here on the bottom if you want to change the MIDI channel.
Cody, so very quickly, can you crank up your mic?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm a little bit more tucked that way. So that gives you about 16 different options for scales there on the Launchpad Pro locally. And then whenever you come back into the note mode, you'll be in there. I'm going to switch to a patch that we can actually hear something. Nice. Okay. Yeah, something gritty. Cool. So that way you can actually use this as a controller for this. So that way, if you have a bunch of synths and they're up around, the Launchpad Pro is a really great controller for controlling multiple synths at once. We also have a cool chord mode on here. I'll go over that with Peak later on. It doesn't really do much for the bass station, so we can get into that later. There's also some custom modes inside here. So you can set up some cool key beds if you prefer octaves and you just want to play octaves or something like that. So this is a great little hands-on controller for using with bass station here.
Cody, can you go back to that real quick?
Yeah.
So for people that aren't used to playing keys on a grid-based controller, so what you're looking at in this view, if you imagine the keys on a keyboard, and if we're looking at the bottom 2 rows, right, on the Launchpad, so the bottom rows would be your white notes, and the row directly above it would be your black notes. So you literally have a physical representation of a keyboard, and the view that Cody's showing right now, it's a 4-octave key.
Right. So you can do it. And it shows you what note you're on. If you're going up an octave, it shows you where that note is in relation to the next key.
So now I think your synth might be a little too hot.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's that particular overlay was a little quiet.
Got it. Yeah. So guys, you got to bear with us as we're switching gear in and out and trying to get levels on things. It's going to be a work in progress. So hopefully you guys don't mind too much and you'll work with us. So back to it, Cody. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. So that gives you a lot of different ways to control not only just the bass station too, but a variety of different synthesizers at one time, basically. So let's just go through some different patches here on the bass station. So I think I have the producer pack loaded up. We have a new artist pack and producer pack available in the component software. So if you get the bass station 2 and you want to try some new patches out of the gate, definitely download those and try them out. They're pretty slick. So I'm just going to go through some different. Give you a little vibe of what it sounds like. Use my scale keyboard. So bass station 2 really lives up to its name in the sense that basses are are really just wonderful on this particular synthesizer. But you can get some cool leads out of it too, and some really kind of odd sounding sounds out of it. That's pretty sick. Cool. So it's kind of giving you a vibe. Yeah, that's what bass station's all about, that kind of stuff. So you can get some really just fat bass tones out of it. Switch to the acid filter on here real quick. Some resonance, some overdrive. Cool. Let's see. We've got a little bit of drums from the circuit here. I think we're synced up here at 116. Yeah, cool. Some light drums. Yeah. So.
There you go. That sounds pretty dirty.
Let's go to here. Tap to the filter. So that here, put on the sample hold so you can see the just kind of some weird. There's kind of a rhythm to it, you know? Okay, so let's start playing around with these oscillators and just change some things up. So try some. So you get control over tuning here with coarse and fine. And oscillator select is just this little switch. So we're just switching it back and forth between oscillator 1 and 2 right here. So if you want to add alpha 1 to the oscillator 1. Yeah, so you can get really crazy with it if you want. Or you can just have that super fat glidey vibe. I really like the glide on this. I really like to use it for those like West Coast synths too. If I can get like, let me see if I got an empty pattern here. So it's just kind of like classic bread and butter. Like I use that all the time in my hip hop stuff.
So why don't we do this? Why don't you go ahead and get to a knit patch? And so one of the new features that I believe in the chat, his name was Vimana, actually mentioned in there was that initially when Bass Station 2 launched, it was a 2 oscillator synth and the sub oscillator was actually attached to oscillator 2, detached by an octave. In the new firmware 4.14, we've actually made the sub oscillator freely assignable, which is pretty cool. So now you can do things like three note chords. Mind running through that real quick, Cody?
Let's see. Just remind me the function stroke for that.
I believe it's shift and turn the sub, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Let me get it. There you go. So you can hear it really well.
I thought it was oscillator 2 that it was attached to, but you might have been right. It
Right.
might not attach to oscillator 1. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I responded to Vimana in the chat.
Okay.
Another question in there is how would you attach Base Station 2 to Launchpad Pro? So currently he has it set up right now via MIDI. So on the back of Launchpad Pro, you've got MIDI inputs and outputs. So he's going from the out of the Launchpad Pro into the in on the Base Station 2. Let's see, what else can we show on Base Station 2? How about, so do you have an overlay in there, that an Aphex overlay that you can sequence real quick with Launchpad Pro?
Yeah, I think number 3 is the one I like. I'll turn it up for this. Cool. So we don't need you now. All right, nice. So now we got. So I can do drums here. Get a little snare action right there. And let's turn our tempo down. Cool. Go back to our sequencer.
So hit pause here, hit stop on that real quick. So in the
Yep.
chat, people are asking exactly how this is happening. So basically,
Totally.
yes, what Cody has selected right now is an overlay, and he's using the Launchpad Pro to sequence the overlay. So in essence, even though this is a monophonic / paraphonic synthesizer, the overlay allows us to have different patches per key. So Cody has actually gone ahead and done some pre-production work, and he's got one key that's a kick drum, one key that's a snare drum, one key that's a hi-hat noise, and one key that might have a bass sound, etc. So
Right.
he's getting a wide assortment of sounds out of a monophonic, paraphonic synthesizer because it has an overlay from Aphex mode that allows us to have a sound per key, right?
Right.
So go ahead and hit play again so people can understand what we're talking about.
And I switched it here for the 2 octaves, so you can see 2 octaves, so you can see basically kind of what key it's hitting as it's going through the sequencer. So this
So
would be
even
like our
though
C note here.
he has an overlay going on, so if we were to reach up and tweak the filter now, so you get a wide variety of sound design options again with the Aphex mode overlay.
Totally. And the beautiful thing too is if there's like a sound that you're like kind of dialed in, but you're like not quite there. If you hold it, you can adjust that individual sound. So if you got like you want that more open, or maybe more closed, or plucky, you just hold that key down, and then you adjust whatever parameter you want to change on that particular sound. So as you're going through and building, you're just holding the keys down, building the sound real quick, letting it go, and that just saves it to that key basically.
Right. So someone's saying Alexandre and Crelly is saying that he didn't realize that this was called an overlay. So Aphex mode is the mode that's in, but the collection of sounds per note is the overlay. The Base Station 2 can store 8 overlays. So in each overlay, each key can have a different sound. So for example, this collection of sounds per key is one overlay. So that's how we relate to them.
And the overlay exists at the center octave. So you hit both of these, it resets your octave to center octave, and that gives us the overlay. So if I octave twice down, we're back to playing bass. You know what I mean? So if I hit those both together, it brings us back to that center octave. That's where the overlay lives, basically. So it's kind of cool in the sense that you could be sequencing both drums and bass from the same patch, essentially. Just using a lower octave, basically. It's pretty cool.
So the question came in is, what if I wanted to add another sequence on top of that? So because Base Station 2 is acting as a sound source for all of that, and it's only responding to one MIDI channel, you could theoretically send MIDI out from the Launchpad Pro on a separate MIDI channel to another synthesizer and add another sequence on top of that on the
Right.
Launchpad Pro. So
Totally.
all the drums you were hearing right now would still be coming from the Bass Station 2. However, on MIDI channel 2, feeding the other synthesizer, you'd be able to add another sequence on one of the 4 tracks on the Launchpad Pro. So again, to reiterate, Launchpad Pro has 4 tracks. So
Totally.
track number 1 right now is being used by the Bass Station 2. So on track 2, you could sequence whatever else you wanted via the MIDI out from whatever synthesizer you wanted.
Definitely.
Hope
Which is
that answered your question. Can the Launchpad switch overlay per sequence? Not yet. Stay tuned. So we'll just say that for now. It's definitely something that's been requested. We're definitely looking really, really hard at that. So if we can make it happen, believe that we can. No promises, but we're working on it. Let's see. What else can we talk about Bass Station 2, Cody?
Let's see. What else can we talk about here?
We haven't really showed off the envelope section, so
Right.
let's
True.
again show how responsive the envelope section can be, and the distortion too. I know you like making noise. You can probably make some noise on that too.
I can make some growls and stuff. Yeah, totally. So we can get the amp envelope going real quick. We can get a little bit of sustain. Show that attack. Make it super choppy. A little decay on there. Release.
Alexandria, don't call me out. I no rumors, no alerts. Yes, we're looking at it.
Right. Yeah, totally. And then so we got mono. This is another one of those synthesizers like we were talking about with Peak last time that people worry about how intuitive things are when they're working on them. But I mean, everything's what you need on the front. This is actually one that when I first started working at Novation, I spent a lot of time with to work on synthesis with because it's just so easy to use with everything on front. As you can see, I'm just kind of moving through it as I go, building this patch. Let's record. Yeah, so the harp on here is really handy. I just basically just hit it over to record on this knob right here. It just played in what notes I wanted it to harp and switched over to play, turned it on. And it's just playing that out in harp. Yeah, so you can really easily get some cool, funky stuff going. Like the arp's really great to just kind of start to develop some like rhythms and like you got this great little rhythm knob you can adjust and get some different varieties of rhythms out of it. So I just really love that. I think it's probably one of my favorite parts of this particular synth. Let's check out the acid filter real quick. Get some resonance. It's just a classic sound. Some overdrive. Nice. Okay. Nice. What else are you thinking here? What else we got in the chat?
Let's see. Vimana wants you to put some mod envelope depth on that.
Word.
Wolf City, Wolf Fry says it sounds like an analog saxophone, which is pretty cool.
That's what's up.
Were you just doing loop envelopes, Cody?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about loop envelopes. You want to explain that since you're the one demoing it? So
Yeah, so essentially over here you have these
so
different
wait,
options.
before I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but we should probably preference this. That's again one of the new features that we've included into 4.14 update is looping envelopes. So Cody, go ahead and explain that.
Right. So over here in the envelope section, you have your selection for on the left side on which envelope you want to be controlling, amp or mod. I'm just in the mod envelope to set it to the oscillators here. And then on the right side, you have how you want it to trigger, basically. So you have single, multi, and then auto glide. And the auto glide was what I was on to getting it to loop, essentially. And so then once you're getting there, so it's just going to loop that envelope.
So when we say looping, what a looping envelope does is it goes from the beginning of the ADSR, the attack, decay, sustain, release. And when it gets to the release, it loops back to the beginning of the attack. So you can just have an endless loop of it going through the envelope stage of the ADSR and then restarting over again. And so you can adjust the speed of how fast you want that to happen, how slow you want that to happen, etc. So again, it opens up endless possibilities for sound creation.
A lot of crazy sounds.
A lot of wildness that can happen when you introduce the looping envelopes. Again, and when you add that on top of something like Aphex mode, then great. Awesome. Let's see. So we did looping envelopes. What else on top of your brain can you show from the new stuff, Cody?
Let's see. What else we got? I'm not sure off the top of my brain. We covered quite a bit on that.
No, we didn't really show a decent amount of. Portamento is always fun. Glide.
Right. Super easy. I love when synths have a portamento or a glide knob. It just makes it super easy to plug it in. Just make those little diagrams. Really great for those recipe synths. Yeah, a little bit of reverb in your DAW or in your mixer, wherever you're adding it on. Juicy.
So why don't you knit a patch? And did we cover distortion yet?
A little bit.
So knit a patch and just add distortion at each of.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Add distortion at the distortion point, and then you can overdrive also the filter, so you can actually show how dirty and grimy you can get.
So there you get the distortion, and you also get overdrive up here. So there's no overdrive, just distortion, overdrive. Then you mix that with a little resonance. then you also get the oscillator filter mod here. Gives you a little bit of that gritty top end. Where's my gray? Nice shit. Let's go back to my scale. Nice. That's why I love Launchpad Pro. I can just start to noodle and come up with cool stuff, and it just sounds good. So yeah, it gives you just this delicious distortion on. I wish we would just do a box by itself. That would just be too much. So there's no overdrive, filter wide open, all distortion, a little bit of the oscillator filter mod. And then you can really push it there. And then let's add just a little bit of motion on oscillator one. And like a little bit of reverb, cut the low end out of the reverb, sounds really juicy on this guy. Like I always love doing that with basses that are super fat like this. Gives you a little bit more space to it.
So Vimana's in the chat asking a bunch of really good questions. So he brought up something really interesting. So he is asking if it's possible in a future firmware update if we can have something similar to what we have on Peak, which is on Peak you have the ability to init a patch based on what the settings on the knobs and the faders are on the Peak front panel, which is really, really useful. So instead of you having your standard init patch that comes up, you get this like really wild jump off point that you never would have thought of on your own based on what the faders and the sliders on the front of Peak are set to. Vimana is asking if that's something that's possible as a future firmware update in Base Station 2. All I can say is that that's really interesting idea. I have personally never thought about it. Consider it noted since it's documented here in video and in the chat clearly. Who knows what we may or may not be able to do in the future, but that's a really interesting request, one that I really like. So who knows? We'll see. But thank you for bringing it up.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
It's a really great idea. And since we do it on Peak, and that's something that I really, really enjoy on Peak.
Yeah, it's definitely saved my butt a few times.
The thing about initting from what the settings on the front panel are is that sometimes you just jump into the studio and you're not quite sure of what you want to do or how you want to come up with an idea. So
especially lately.
Yeah, exactly. So utilizing that feature on Peak's front panel has been a lot of fun for me and a good jumping off point. So again, it would be pretty interesting if that's something we could slide into Base Station 2. But I'm not an engineer. I don't know what we can and can't do. Again, all I can say is that it's something that I find interesting myself, and it's a cool idea. And thank you for dropping in the chat for us. And thank you for dialing in. All of you guys that are actually in the chat right now.
Yeah, really we appreciate
cool, you. That you guys are responding as much as you are and sticking with us for as long as you are. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be to fill this amount of time. And I'm not the one doing the demoing. It's Cody the one doing the demoing. So again, it's our first event of this type. I'm already learning a lot, taking a lot of notes of what we can do better for the next time we do something like this. Normally how this works, if you've ever been to a synth event, we would have a bunch of stuff set up on a table. There'd be myself and 3 of my team set up around the table. And as you came up, you'd have the time and the chance to go ahead and play with the gear, ask us some questions about how you do this, that, pair of headphones, tweaking around. So we'd be there for in-person tech support of, can this do this? If so, show me. And great. Clearly, the state of the world isn't allowing us to do that right now. So this is our first crack at something like this. And you guys being in the chat is actually helping this go a lot more smoothly. So
we appreciate it.
Really, really appreciate it, because this would be brutal to do without you guys
Right.
in there kind of giving us some ideas of how to direct it. So thank you a million. Base Station 2, the first Novation synth, cause it's massive. I don't know what you mean to say by that, Mr. Wolfcry. Try that again. Hey guys, it's amazing how you evolved the Base Station 2 instead of discontinuing it. Thank you for that.
Appreciate that.
I find it really amazing that we were able to like add a bunch of new features to it as well. Maybe we should run down a couple of them. So Base Station 2 initially was a monophonic synthesizer with 2 oscillators, sub-oscillator attached to, again, I believe it was oscillator 2 by an octave. Vimana says it's 1. Regardless, at this time, doesn't really matter because now a sub-oscillator is detached completely. So you now have a 3 oscillator synthesizer when you previously only had a 2 oscillator synthesizer. Pretty big deal. Also, Base Station 2 has gone from being monophonic to paraphonic. Paraphonic means that you can have more than 1 note, 2 notes for the most part, going at the same time. So previously, before, when you could only play 1 note on the Base Station 2, now you can play 2 notes. They go through the same VCA, the voltage control oscillator, and you can play them at the same time, which means you can now have a 2-note chord on Base Station 2. You've also got some cool things like a glide divergence. So normally you can play a note and the next note above it would glide to that note depending on how much of the amount you dial in. Well, now since it's a paraphonic synthesizer, now you can hold 2 notes and your glide times can be different. So you can glide at different times, which is actually pretty cool. Aphex mode, which we spoke about now quite a bit. Again, different sound per key instead of overlays, a total of 8 overlays on the Base Station 2. So I think it's pretty amazing what we'd be able to squeeze out of Base Station 2 and actually revitalize it and refresh it and make it, to me, since I came on board with the company, a completely new synthesizer, which is pretty wild. Let's see. There once was an amazing video of some guy playing an MJ song on the Base Station 2. I wasn't able to find that video anymore. It was really, really good. Well,
Nice.
now you piqued my curiosity, and now I want to see it. So if you do happen to find it, throw it in the chat so we can all take a look at what it looks like. I really like the Base Station 2, but I already own a Peak. What would the Base Station 2 add that the Peak can't do? It's a good question. So you should probably look at Peak as one of the more classic, even though it's paraphonic. Even though it's paraphonic, you should look at it as more of the monophonic synthesizer in the classic sense of the word, of the term.
Right.
So where you would look at Peak, and then this is all my opinion, where you look at Peak as a really deep and robust sound design tool, where you want to like layer things and make things really rich or do a bunch of wild modulation type of deals. Base Station 2 for me is a straight get to the funk baseline box, in my opinion.
Right.
It really, really excels at a nice low end because, again, it's complete analog circuitry. Now, that's not to say that Peak can't do that because, again, it does, based on what we were speaking about with Peak before. Because Peak, number one, has an analog filter section and the distortions section is analog as well. And the high resolution of the FPGA Oxford oscillators, the analog waveforms are actually indistinguishable from a real analog oscillator. So you can come up with that deep, grumbly row on Peak as well.
Totally.
For me, I find that Base Station 2 is a little bit more immediate because that's really what it's made for, right? Again, you can do whatever you want on Peak. Peak can do
Definitely
anything as far as I'm concerned. But if I know that I want some really nasty low end and a really funky bass line, I automatically reach for Base Station 2. I don't know if that answered your question, but hopefully you got something out of it.
Some things to consider too, if you're, I know everybody's not out touring right now, but if you're going to be doing some shows in the future and maybe you want to have a synth on stage, I would much rather take a Base Station 2 than my Peak with me, just for the sense that, having that immediate, response like Casey was just saying. But also, too, this is a really great synth in the sense that you can power this over the USB. You can use it as a MIDI controller. All these send MIDI CC messages as well too. Because I've DJ'd in Serato with a bass station too. So I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with it. So it's a great little synthesizer if you're looking for something that can do a lot of those things. If you're going to be in the studio a lot, definitely Peak's that go-to. But this is a great synthesizer to have on the road as well too.
So ALM, since the #1 selling point for Bass Station 2 is the fun factor, period, and I would totally agree with that. Totally. I mean, I've spent hours in front of Bass Station 2 just noodling around and just coming up with super wild sounds and just saving patches and saving patches and saving patches because it's just fun. You just get lost in it and you just dial away and you just have a blast. So yeah, I agree, ALM. Thank you for that.
Totally.
Vimana, so you're asking some really good questions about firmware related stuff. I got to be upfront and honest with you. I'm not an engineer, I'm not on the firmware team. So I really don't know what exactly is possible. What I can tell you, though, is that things like this, venues like this, where you guys are able to throw these questions out there and like have someone like Cody and myself either demo it or talk about it is really, really useful and really helpful. And clearly, when this event is done, we'll have a data sheet in the chat that you guys are throwing out there that, myself and the firmware guys can go and run through and see what you guys are asking about, what you like, what you don't like. And then maybe we can take a look at stuff and see what's possible and what's not. Again, as a general rule, we don't really comment on future updates or future products. But I can tell you again that feedback from you guys has been really, really, really helpful in where we go with products and what we do. So even though sometimes, you might not get a direct response back from somebody within the company or me or somebody in the chats, for example, don't think that what you're saying about what you'd like to see and throwing possibilities out there, don't think they aren't noted, because they definitely are, at least within Novation. If you are familiar with our Facebook groups, so we've got this synth owner group on Facebook, which is really, really great. There's a lot of ideas thrown around there, and I can tell you that a lot of the team spends time in those chats, in those forums, and seeing what you guys are saying about the product. And there's no better way to get unfiltered feedback than directly from the people that own the product and wish for things, or wish a workflow was different, or wish that one thing worked differently, or sometimes you guys find bugs for us that really help us go ahead and make the product even that much better than the previous iterations were. So it's really, really great that you guys are engaged. And I'm picking out Vimana particularly because he's thrown up a lot of really cool stuff in the chat that's been really got my brain going, which is super great. So even though I might not have direct answers for you on some of the stuff that you're asking about, please don't deter that from throwing these things in the chat.
Totally. Yeah, we always appreciate questions and suggestions.
Totally. Let's see what else is going on in here. Hey guys, share your app on Instagram. I don't know that's for us, but I guess everyone in here can do that if they'd like, so everyone can see what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, share each other's Instagram. That's what I really love about the synth group that you mentioned earlier, is that everybody shares ideas, they share their content, they share all kinds of things in those groups. So it's really cool. One time you might see a cool idea, and the next day you might see a cool circuit video or bass station video, or there's all kinds of good content in there.
So a desktop Bass Station 2 at the same price. Bass Station 2 is actually pretty small.
Yeah, it's pretty snug.
But I understand what you're going for. Again, we don't really speak about upcoming products or things that may be possible. But again, awesome that you threw it in there, ALM. Appreciate that. What else is in here? How the Samite and Peak have the Summit, I assume. How the Summit and Peak have different sounds. Far as I know, they have the same engine almost. So even though this isn't the Summit and Peak section, I don't mind answering that question. So Peak and Summit do have the same architecture. They do have the same Oxford oscillators that are FPGA based. So the difference between Peak and Summit is that Peak is a desktop synthesizer, 8-voice polyphonic, and it's only got one timbre. So Summit is a 16-voice bitimbral, meaning two parts, polyphonic synthesizer, right? So Peak basically has, Summit basically has double the power of Peak, and you can divide those into two separate parts. So you can play.
Right.
We don't like to say this, but it's almost like having two Peaks together with a keyboard. But you can also stack those on top of each other as well. So, if, for example, if you wanted to use 8 voices on one part and 8 voices on another on Summit, you could totally do that. Or you can stack them all on top of each other at one time and just get crazy and have 16 voices rocking the whole time. You could do that too. Great feeling keybed. You can also route audio from external sources through Summit, which you cannot do on Peak.
Right.
So you can actually use the filter section, the envelope section, to actually design external sounds coming into it. Peak's filter and Summit's filter sound amazing. The effects sound amazing as well. So another great thing is you can use Summit's external effects for external sources as well. So one of the things that really stood out to me when I got my Peak is that the effects on board are studio grade. They really, really sound great. And it would have been awesome if you could route audio through it. We answered that on Summit. So you can actually route external audio sources through Summit's effects section.
Like we were talking earlier about adding reverb to the bass station. You could do that with the Summit, essentially.
Exactly. Let's see. What else is in here? Am I right in thinking Bass Station 2 has a librarian software? This beast is on my list, but couldn't remember if there's software. There is software. So currently we are in the process of migrating all of our, in the beginning, a few years back, we had different librarians and different editors for different synthesizers. Currently now, our librarian/editor is called Components, and Components handles all of the librarian and editing possibilities for all of our products in one central place. So essentially what you'll do is you open Components, and depending on what product you have plugged into your computer at the time, you can select from Components, and it brings you to a user panel that relates to the product that's plugged in. So yes, there is a librarian for Bass Station 2 in Components, along with Summit and Peak and all of our other stuff as well. Right. Man, lots of stuff coming in right now.
Yeah. That software also will check for updates for firmware as well too, so it keeps you up to date with all of your synths.
So question, any chance of a Summit desktop in the future? Love everything about it, but don't have room for another keyboard. Well, that's essentially what Peak is for the most part. It's just 8 voices instead of 16. So we already have a desktop Summit, quote unquote. That's the Peak.
Totally.
Okay, again, one of the most helpful things with the firmware updates was also the ability to see the way the keyboard follows the filter. You can set it to various values between 0 and full. Viemana coming through with the clutch stuff that we're forgetting to mention. So filter tracking on Bass Station 2 is also something that was added in 4.14. So what filter tracking is that depending on what keys you're hitting, the filter will open and close depending on what octave you're in. So you can set and adjust filter tracking based on, like I said, what note you're playing. So if you're playing up the keyboard, the filter can open. The lower down on the range you play, the more the filter is closed. So yes, that is a very useful feature in 4.4 update on Bass Station 2. It's awesome. So thank you, Vimana, for throwing that out there to make me talk about it. You can download presets and upgrade the firmware and components. Yes, you can. You can sample presets in real time via components. Pretty useful. Exactly. That's another really great feature in components. Who said that? That is Jimmy Lavelle. Thank you, Jimmy Lavelle. So in components with Bass Station 2 and all of our synths that have been updated recently, Bass Station 2, Peak, and Summit, it's really, really, really useful because we've been going back and getting artists to create preset packs for Summit, Peak, etc. So it's really cool to be able to hear what the preset sounds like before having to send it to the unit. And in components, you can do that. So you can actually click on in components without sending the preset to the unit. You can actually hear what it sounds like in components, which is awesome. So thank you, Jimmy Lavelle, for asking me to mention that, which I just did. What else? You can download presets and upgrade the firmware. Yes, we can do that. And you can design your own patch banks to load into your synths. Full keyboard tracking by default is great. Of course, you can play the filter when the resonance is very high. Keyboard filter tracking, wolf cry. You asked me a question before, but I didn't understand. So maybe this one fixes it. How many MIDI inputs does a breakout cable support on the Launchpad? So it's general MIDI. So it's whatever you can daisy chain through it. So you would have 16 MIDI channels, and then you can go through four banks, A, B, C, D.
Right.
That
makes sense.
Sound right to you, Cody? I believe that's correct. So,
and I mean, you can split these you can split out. They have splitters now for the mini jacks as well too. So you can split that out to a multitude of different little adapters as well.
So basically, you can send out. Launchpad Pro has 16 MIDI channels, so it can whatever you have daisy chained from the breakout cable on the Launchpad Pro, going to whatever unit to whatever unit to whatever unit, responding to channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, channel 4,
right,
up to 16.
Exactly.
I had to think about that one for a second. What else do we have here? So let me go back to this. Please MIDI through on the next firmware. MIDI through on what unit are you speaking about? Base Station 2? I love bleeps and bloops. I like bleeps and bloops too. Are you going to update components for the Ultranova? Again, I can't really comment on things that we will do or haven't done yet. All I can do is just tell you to stay tuned and appreciate you asking that question. It'll live here in this data stream that we have going on here. So what you're saying and what you're asking for will be reviewed. So as much as I can tell you for now. Let's see what else we have going on. Full keyboard tracking by default. Yeah, we already said that. Peak is not multi-timbral. So Summit is multi-timbral, bitimbral, so 2 parts. So there's clearly multi-timbral synths are great. They're awesome to have. But when you've got a unit as complex as Peak and Summit, having multi-timbral capability in products like that get very expensive. So not to say it's not something we've looked at or not saying something we're thinking about. I couldn't tell you whether we were or not. But a multi-timbral synth in the future is definitely something that we're looking at. Just like we're looking at making all the products that we have as good or better than they are right now.
Definitely.
Let's see. What else? Base Station 2 sound pad by Machiner. So there are Base Station 2 sound packs on components. There's a good amount in components last time I checked. So jump in there and take a look.
We're actually using some of those today on this guy.
Any chance of getting an update where SLMK3 can be taken off MIDI channel 16? I have other gear that is also hardwired to MIDI channel 16. Any chance of getting an update where SLMK3 can be taken off of MIDI channel 16? You can set any of our controllers or any of our synthesizers to whatever MIDI channel you want. So I'm not quite sure about that question, Mr. Ben Katz. What else? Gutter God. I'm imagining a Launch Control XL MK3 with native MIDI and matching aesthetics with the Launchpad Pro MK3. Should I stay tuned or just give up on it? I can't tell you whether you can stay tuned or just give up on it. Because again,
like your style,
on future products, I know you guys are going to ask, and the answer is going to be the same all the way across the board. Can't really answer any of that stuff. Can't confirm or deny or even say that we're doing anything. All I can say is we do listen to all the feedback that we get. We'll continue to listen to you guys and try to make products that you guys are really stoked about and really happy when you buy them. So I think we have, how much time do we have? This segment is done at 2:15. Wow, this is a long segment, right? So So it's 4:40 my time, which is what time for you, Cody?
It's about
1:40?
140 here. Yep.
Okay. Let's hear some more Bay Station.
Yeah,
Cody.
let's jam a little bit more.
You can get.
Right. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's do some more sequencing with the AFX mode there and play with that a little bit more because I was enjoying that. That was really satisfying to me.
So Michael Hogan asked, I would love to know what DAWs are compatible with it. So with any of our products, any DAW can run any of our products. So anything that takes MIDI and sends MIDI can be utilized with any of our synthesizers. What else?
Let's do some fun. Okay, switch this over here. Back to it.
So do you have a synth sound you can add to that?
Yeah, I think there's some.
There you go.
Just record it over the top. Make it easy. That's what I love about the sequencer too. Is you can, excuse me, you can record into the sequencer just by hitting this little capture menu button here. Or you can just sequence it out if you want. But if you already have a sequence going, it's real easy to just hit that, record something in.
So you know what we haven't done, Cody? We haven't really spent a lot of time on Launchpad Pro.
That's
We've been
true.
talking about Bay Station 2 the whole time. And this whole slew of stuff to talk about Launchpad Pro. So
Definitely.
Why don't you go through mutation and probability on Launchpad Pro?
Right. Awesome. So let me scoot over here just a little bit.
And I'll be back in 1 second. So you go through that, and I will be back in a minute.
Cool. No worries. Cool. So we've got these awesome settings for your patterns over here on the right-hand side. So we have pattern settings, we have velocity, we have probability, mutation, as well as micro steps. So like if we want this to hit a couple different times there, we can have a micro step there. So it gives us a little triplet real quick. It's really nice for hi-hats, things like that. You also get the pattern settings here. Basically, how do you want the pattern to play? How quickly do you want it to play? It can play really fast. It can play slower. You can also have it play forward, backwards. Have it ping pong, so it'll play forward, and then it should bounce back the other way. And then we have a random one, which will just give you some random variation of what's going on here, which is pretty slick. So those are all really great ways so you can get some variation to what you're doing there. You can adjust velocities for individual notes as well. And then we've got probability here. So I'm going to pause that for just a second. So say this hi-hat. Right now we've got full probability, so it's definitely going to hit whenever we get to that note. But we can adjust this on the slider here. So how probable is it going to be to play whenever it comes around, basically? So we can set it about here. So it skipped it that time. And it might play it the next time it comes around. Now it skips it that time. So maybe third or fourth time around, we'll add it in there. And you can do that for different sounds here throughout. So maybe if we want the option for that to play at some point, maybe we'll skip a snare every now and then.
Hey, Cody, it might be easier if you clear out that sequence, as dope as it was, and just maybe go through, like maybe just do 16ths of hi-hats and then use probability so they can show like how it hits differently. Yeah. Or notes, it doesn't matter. Just play whatever you want and just.
There we go. Yeah, it's super easy. Yeah, that makes it really easy to hear. So,
Yeah, so like say this one here, we're gonna do this row here. We're gonna adjust all of the same probability here. So it'll have about half on the probability. So whether or not it's gonna play these notes here. So it's skipping every so often. Basically, it skip that note. It'll skip that note. So this whole row here has the same probability on whether or not it's gonna play. It'll play it so many times basically, and you can adjust that on this slider here. So we can turn this down a lot. And then we can start to kind of just duplicate around and create something kind of cool.
Okay, so hold up. Lots of questions coming in here now. So let's see. So the Launchpad has the sequencer borrowed from the circuit. So yes, Launchpad Pro has a circuit-based sequencer. Yes, 4 tracks with some cool tips and tricks on it. But yeah, it's very similar to circuit. Yes, let's see what else we
really
have
similar.
there. I just know
really easy transition as well.
I'm impressed by how fast the bass station is, the way it can switch between sounds. It's actually really, really great. Overlays, pretty amazing what the engineering team was able to do with that. Definitely. Will you ever release a bass station 2 with more octaves and maybe polyphonic? I believe is one of the best synths out there, speaking about how user-friendly encoder and knob design. It's a great idea. Again, can't comment on what's coming in the future, but just know that you've been acknowledged and noted here in the chat, Mr. Tom Broom. Cody, your vocals can be higher. Okay. Srikala says. Let's see.
Getting over to this side of the desk, getting away from the mic. I gotta get closer. Let's set this up for mutation real quick.
Yeah, pick something that you can mutate real quick.
Yeah, I'll get some notes going. All right, let me just get it. Pretty basic, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to mutation. And basically what we're going to do is set how much we want these to mutate. So we're going to do it on these 2 notes here. So I'm going to just turn it way up. So it's basically how far is it going to vary from the original note, basically. So it's going up pretty high. Whereas if I set it on something a little bit lower here, so it's not going to go as far away from the original note as it would with the full setting. So that way, if you have like kind of a melody going, but you want to add maybe some variation at the end of the melody, or like maybe go up an octave or something like that, or just have it kind of change on you as it goes along, we could add some more kind of notes here and just kind of like mutate them, make them sound really weird. Okay. So it's kind of more of a crazier, out there, so you can hear it a little bit better. But it definitely gives you ability to kind of vary and give you some more variation to your melodies as you're sequencing, basically.
So Hugh McPeaks wants to see more Aphex mode action again. So Aphex again for Hugh McPeaks.
Word, cool. Yeah, so let's hit that. Let's see, let's check out number 2. Overlay number 2 sounds pretty cool.
Cody. So it's kind of like, I guess when you're facing away from the mic and focusing on the gear, it's kind of hard for them to hear you.
Yeah.
So is there a way for you to crank up
bring it in
a little bit more?
Let me just bring the mic a little closer.
Yeah, that might help a bit.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gutter God. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, work in progress. You're going to have hits and misses. We're trying.
Yeah.
I feel it. All right, cool. So yeah, so here we've got the second overlay going. We're in our AFX mode. So each of these notes will be a different sound for us. And remember that the overlay lives in that center octave. So if I go a couple octaves down, I'm just playing bass tones. I go back to that center octave by hitting both of these. That gives us the effects mode here. So let me clear this out real quick. And then we'll get out of mutation so I get control of some things here. And then we're cool. So there's our kick drum.
So again, in step sequencing, you step sequencer in a view where you're seeing on the bottom half, instead of yellow, are a 2-octave keyboard. Again, so the bottom row are your white notes. The row above that, the bottom row, are going to be your black notes. And then the 2 rows above that are an octave of the exact same thing up.
Right.
And the step sequencer section is the top part that's in blue.
Definitely. Cool. Let me duplicate this out a little bit. And we'll see if we can play with some drums and stuff with it. Adjust our tempo here. You just hit shift, and then this device button has tempo underneath it, and you can adjust tempo. Go back to our sequence there.
So again, because Launchpad Pro is a standalone step sequencer that you actually don't need to utilize a computer with at all, it's got its own dedicated tempo. So again, Launchpad Pro can be used as a Launchpad with Ableton Live. If you're an Ableton user, you know what that is for. Right. But it's also a 4-track standalone sequencer. So you have everything that you would like to have on a standalone sequencer. You've got swing, you've got tempo, you've got 4 tracks, you've got your keyboards to play, you've got everything that you need. Probability and mutation actually are really, really great creative functions. You've got velocity, everything you need for a sequencer to be a good, solid sequencer. Launchpad Pro is that.
Definitely. And a lot of times I'll be slaving my DAW to Launchpad Pro just because I like how the sequencer works. Yeah.
Yeah, all this is from Launchpad Pro. Ableton has not been in the mix at all.
Right.
Terry Cook, yes, Launchpad Pro does have the same scale mode in there.
Definitely. Yeah, so right now I'm in the octaves, but if I hit shift and then sequencer, I can select if I want it to have the scale mode on the bottom or if I want to have it in the drum mode so I can control drum racks or drum sequencers or drum machines, that kind of thing. So I can go back to my octaves there. Here's what it looks like with the scale. And then we can switch it back to our octaves here. And then that'll give us that 2-octave look. So that way we get access to all those drum sounds as we're kind of going through. Let's do some mutation with this. So you can get really weird with it with the mutation. You hear it starting to get outside of the overlay and play some of the sounds that are outside with just the init bass patch.
All right, Cody, let's not bore the guys. Let's go to something else.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. Some questions in there. Liking the Launchpad, so creative. Thank you.
Thank you.
DJs, we appreciate that. Michael Hogan, wow, this product would fill a real hole in my music production. That's awesome. That's why we're here showing you what it can do. Appreciate you letting us know that. What else? Good content. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Laser pad. Let's see. Gutter God, are you on the latest LP Pro firmware? I'm curious about the new features. Did you upgrade that, Cody?
Yeah, I'm on the latest one. So basically, we added the legacy mode for light shows and that kind of thing. We also added the off-grid quantization for recording. So when you're recording into it, like I was doing earlier, it'll just set it up for basically it's giving you a micro step there in between, but it doesn't have to be on for the entire time. So as you're kind of sequencing there, if you want to have something more funky, more Dilla style, it's kind of like its own thing. You can have it record that way.
Cool. What else? I have a Launchpad Mini.
Nice.
There's somebody else talking to. There's lots of people saying that they have good stuff. Oh, cool. Legacy mode. Carrie Olson. Yeah, a lot of people asked for legacy mode.
Definitely.
It was definitely something that we, again, one of those things that you guys out there said, hey, we really want this. And so we brought it back for you guys. So it's a good example of us really trying to listen to what you guys need and want. And if it's something we can supply, then we'll try our best to do it.
Definitely.
Let's see.
Yeah, the Launchpad has really grown over the years. That was the first piece of like music production gear I really purchased back in the day, and it's really just grown into what everyone's really wanted from it and more. So it's been really great.
Greg Hayner says, thanks for dialing in. The online tech sounding much better, Cody. So
awesome. We're getting there.
Yeah, again, like you guys are being real nice to us.
We appreciate it. We really do.
We started off super rocky. It's been a crazy morning, but
Yeah.
I think we're getting dialed in here as we go. I think we found a nice little flow with me reading the chat, having Cody do the demo stuff. So yeah, if there's anything we can do to make it better for you all to kind of get what we're saying and what we're doing, we're more than happy to do what we can. So thank you for letting us know that we're doing an okay job, something that's passable. How do we find out who won the contest for the Launchpad? That's a great question. I believe I have the directions on how that's going to be. I think that
sure it'll be probably like an email.
Winner will be contacted via your YouTube channel. So if you're a user here already and you have like a name, and so we will pick out of the chat and you'll be contacted from us via your YouTube handle. A couple of questions on Launchpad. So yes, there is a ping pong mode and reverse on Launchpad Pro, same as on Circuit Monostation. Can you record motion sequencing with the Launchpad Pro? That's a good question. I don't remember, to be honest. I believe on the new update you can, that when you're recording MIDI data into it, encoder changes, I want to say yes.
I think so.
But to be honest, I haven't tried it.
Now I got to try that.
Let me actually dig in and find out. An A for effort from your former teacher from MI. So Greg Hayner.
Hey,
Greg Hayner.
Greg. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, the MI guys are great. I love that school. It was great. It was a good time.
Just a bit off topic. Oh, so that's real Dax. You guys are having your own conversation in the chat. Cool. Have you talked about Circuit already? No. Sporadically, we've touched on Circuit a little bit, but we'll be doing actually a full-on Circuit centric section of the event, starting at 4:45 to 6 p.m. Cody will be rocking on that. That's PST. So EST, that's that plus 3 hours. So 7:45 p.m. and 9 to 9 p.m. So again, that wasn't as clear. So let me try that again. 4:45 p.m. to 6 p.m. PST. EST would be 7:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. That was a little bit more clear. Hi guys, coming from work, back at home.
Nice.
What'd you miss? Man, you missed a lot. But
there's still more to come though. Don't worry.
It's all good. More to come. I think is this a new sequencer? Launchpad Pro has been around for a few months now, but it is a 4-track standalone sequencer that also functions as a traditional Launchpad with some really, really great features for Ableton Live. But if you don't care about making music in the box, it is an awesome 4-track standalone step sequencer. It's really, really great. Some creative functionality like mutation, probability. Let's see. What else do we have? Carrie Olsen, are you in Finland? Carrie is checking us out in Finland. So he's going to be checking your Circuit demo out at 12 midnight. So thank you, Carrie in Finland.
Hey.
Appreciate that. 3D Foxen is in Sweden. Ace 3D Foxen. Thank you for dialing in and checking us out. Much appreciated. DJ, I saw some guy linking 4 or more Launchpads together. Can you link the new Launchpad Pros? Probably for light shows and other probabilities. Yes, you can. You can do that.
Especially with the new legacy mode.
So can this unit control other MIDI devices? Yes, it can control other MIDI devices, specifically because it is a 4-track standalone sequencer with MIDI outs on the back of it. So whether you can also utilize this in another DAW if you're not an Ableton user and you're a Logic user, for example. Anything that can receive MIDI information either over USB or over a 5-pin DIN MIDI connection, the Launchpad Pro can control or send data to. So think outside the box of how you might want to use it. If you're not an external hardware user and you're not an Ableton Live user, Launchpad Pro still has a lot of functionality for you guys. So please keep that in mind.
This is really great for those modular guys too that don't like to use computers, because you can save projects here. So you can save these MIDI sequences, these melodies and things here locally, and then come back to it later whenever you're playing with your rig. And once you start to like things, then you can just track it into your DAW.
Tom Broom is watching from Milan, Italy. So ciao, my friends.
Hey, what's
You're
up,
from
Italy?
Milan, for Milan. Real Dax is in Russia. Hey, Real Dax being in Russia.
Hey.
And that's super cool that you're over there checking us out.
Right.
So we very much appreciate it. Real Dax, I'm curious. So in Russia, since you're in Russia, what's the scene like over there? Are you familiar with Novation product? Do you own any Novation product yourself? I think you mentioned that you did in the chat, but there's a lot of stuff going on in there. So just drop me a new line in there so I can get a better understanding of what the scene like in Russia is when it comes to Novation products.
Yeah.
Be cool to know. What else is going on from here? Thomas Jesk is 11 p.m. in Germany right now. Hello from the U.S. Germany. Thank you for dialing in. Very much appreciated. A lot of you guys love bleeps and bloops, so I appreciate that. We all love bleeps and bloops too.
We do.
Thank you for the reminder that stream might be a little annoying. So let me switch it to something else. How about that? Let's see. Launchpad Mini MK3. That's what Real Dax has in Russia. Awesome.
Nice.
Very big. Oh, and he has both circuits. Mono station and circuit. That's really, really great to hear. Wow, he's got a bunch of stuff. And Launch Control XL. So he's all on board. So again, thank you for dialing in.
Gotta have the XL for the circuits.
Awesome. The only sound that Michael Hogan dislikes is the moaning alarm. Yeah, it's pretty bad myself, but no one likes that. Hey, folks, a bit late to the party here. My favorite feature in the Launchpad Pro is the scene sequencing. We didn't talk about scene sequencing, Cody. You want to go ahead and show what a scene is?
Yeah.
So, that's another really, really cool feature on Launchpad Pro.
Oh, man.
So
how could I forget that?
Yeah, it's hard to think about while we're doing a million different things. I remember all the stuff we need to talk about, which is why you guys are so useful in the chat. So thank you very much for dialing in and
I'm gonna go ahead and premise this with saying if we had thought of this with circuit, it would have saved me a lot of headache back in the day, because it's such a clever little trick. So basically, here in the pattern section of the sequencer, you get your 4 tracks. Basically, we have 8 patterns here that you can choose from, and then on the bottom we have these scenes.
And yes, the Launchpad Pro does have sessions. Sorry, go ahead. You can save them into a group.
64 different ones.
There you go. 64 different slots you can save your whole session into. So there you go, Tom.
Color code as well, too, if you want purple, green, blue, whatever tickles your fancy. And so basically here on the bottom are our scenes. And we can tag these scenes together as many as we like, basically, and have them play in succession, and they'll just loop around, basically. And so what I can do is if I hold on to an individual scene, it'll let me know what is in that scene. So say this is our intro here for our song, we can set that up there. Say this is like our verse, we could set up our verse right there. Say this is our outro, we could do that. We could have it come back and play like one little part of the verse and then loop back around, set all that together, and it's just going to go through and play those patterns for us as we go. I don't have a lot of crazy stuff programmed at the moment, but you'll see it kind of flashes through, lights change as it goes, letting you know it's going through those different patterns, basically. And this is super duper handy whenever you're like coming up with some melodies, coming up with your track, especially with how I like to work with circuit a lot, because sometimes I'll come up with the chorus like later on and like it's not in the right place, that kind of thing. So if you want things to, play in weird orders so that everything's not necessarily linear, you can do that with these scenes here.
Gutter God says there are 0 not cool features on the Launchpad Pro, just so you know.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
So this particular feature here is really, really clutch. It really gives you the ability to actually build out your song in a really concise and effective way by triggering scenes that actually contain various sequences from your different tracks. It makes performing that song, quote unquote, really, really, really easy and effective. So thank you for that question, because that was probably something I never was about to talk about. So thank you.
And also like live remixing, like we were saying, there's projects, you can save all these projects, you can have it set up a certain way and then go back and live remix it live while you're playing it live, and just have it play in a different, order or that type of thing. So it opens up a ton of possibilities.
So Kelly Howlett asks, can I use Circuit in the same way as a Launchpad within Ableton?
Sure.
So the way I like to think about it is this, like this. So the same way that you can sequence, that you can utilize the Launchpad Pro sequencer and other DAWs is the same way that you can utilize Circuit in Ableton Live. So although there aren't any specific Ableton Live features on Circuits, you can still use all the features. The keyboards, the scale modes, the sequencer as well can actually record MIDI data into Ableton Live. However, there are no clip launching or any specific Ableton Live functions on Circuit itself, right? So again, so coming back to something like Launchpad Pro, yes, there's a bunch of like Ableton specific features on it. Launching clips, controlling the mixer in Ableton Live, quantizing, duplicating, et cetera, et cetera. But when you get into other DAWs, even those extra Ableton sauce features on the Launchpad Pro don't necessarily relate to those other DAWs. The functionality of the sequencer, of actually the scale mode, of the probability and mutation, those features still work just fine in DAWs and in external gear as well. So keep that in mind. It's a really useful product.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you want to use Circuit in Ableton, it's super easy to just pull up a couple MIDI tracks with, you put synthesizers on them, you could put samples on them, and then just a drum rack for your drum sounds, basically, and you can just control it how you would on a Circuit, basically.
So Mr. Monk says, oh, great. So Launchpad Pro has much better pattern chaining than upgraded Circuits. I really like the Launchpad Pro's pattern chaining.
Yeah.
It's
really great. It works well.
It's awesome. Bobby Parts asks, so I get the push to experience and other DAWs. I don't know if I would go that far to say that. What I would say is that it would be really great if you think about Launchpad Pro's sequencer functionality, how it relates to external gear.
Right.
What that you can use Launchpad Pro in the same way in a DAW. So direct one-to-one functionality in something like Logic or Reason, not so much. But with the sequencer functionality, the scale modes, the probability and mutation, recording what you're doing on the Launchpad Pro sequencer into another DAW, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you think about DAWs like Pro Tools that aren't as, easy to manipulate MIDI with. Something like this opens that up a lot. It gives you a lot more that you can control inside of there. Yeah.
Keep going, Cody. I'm just having.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, like, you also get these custom modes on Launchpad Pro as well too. I don't know how much we went into custom modes, but we'll go into it a little bit. So, here I have, this is my little rack custom mode for Ableton. I have it for my drum racks, and I have selectors here next to it. This is just a little mode I've built with some faders. This was built inside of components. So basically you just open up components, connect your Launchpad Pro, and you get these little widgets basically that you can just drag and drop onto your control surface for controlling MIDI, controlling different things like your faders. These are velocity sensitive faders. So depending on how hard you hit them, is how quickly they're going to move to where they want to be. So really handy for things like pans. You get the cool drum rack mode for controlling things with your MPCs and things like that. Some keys. We got some faders over here too. So you can really see how that works. And Ableton's really great for controlling volumes and things like that. If something's too loud, slam it down real quick. Or if you want to do some filter sweeping, I love these for filter sweeping because you can just lightly tap. Things will come open. And you can assign these to different MIDI CC messages. So you can use them outside of the DAW as well too. So if you want to have them controlling certain CCs on your synthesizers, whether it's Peak or other synthesizers, it really doesn't matter. You can just set up the CC messages. It's going to send that information out.
Keep going, Cody.
Yeah, let me see what else we got on here. So a lovely thing, you can adjust your LEDs as well as your velocity on here. So if you're wanting to get like I'm kind of light with my fingers on these guys sometimes, so sometimes I'll adjust that setting here in velocity. You can also adjust your aftertouch as well too, how MIDI coming in, coming out, that kind of thing, which is really great for if you're using this with multiple different synthesizers, like we were mentioning earlier. If you're just breaking that out into different MIDI adapters, you can do that from there. We also have the chord mode here. It's not really going to sound too crazy here on the bass station since we're monophonic at the moment, but basically you have a whole series of chords here on the left hand side, and then you also have some user chords you can plug in here on the right hand side, similar to the Launchkey that we were using earlier with those different chord modes that we were using there on the Launchkey. So we've been kind of dabbling different features from different, like taking the sequencer from Circuit, improving different things, adding it to different things. We've seen that with SL and now, Launchpad Pro and the launch keys are getting the, scale modes and chord modes and things like that. So it's making it easier for you to stay in key while you're using all these devices with your synthesizers, basically. Let's see what else we got on here. Yeah, we got the note mode there. I was showing you guys a little bit of this earlier. Back into it though, this is if you hit shift in note mode, it brings you into the editor for note mode so that you can switch it between scale mode and just the regular note mode. So if I turn this off, this is how note mode regularly looks. These are basically your C or root note. And then these would be like your white keys here. And then the dark keys that aren't lit would be like your black keys on the keyboard. And then if you hit shift note, we can turn it into a scale mode. So we got about 16 different scales, and it'll show you on this little octave key bed what notes are in the scale. So if we want to do minor, F minor, that'll put us there. And then we can come back out to note, and then so it makes it super easy to go up and down octaves in the scale and just kind of play around and noodle and create some different things. So it's super handy for that type of thing. Let's see what else we got on here. We got our projects. You can color code your projects if you want. Let's see where we at on the bottom here. Yellow, red, blue, love it, save. Same thing for these sequencers. So if you want to get in here and say you're sequencing drum on the first sequencer, you can just hit shift sequencer, and we can set it up with this 3 selectors here for the drum sequencer. So you can have it on a little drum pad here for doing drums, and then you can have the next one on your scale keyboard. You can also set up all the MIDI channels here on the bottom. So you can see as I click the individual track, it'll let me know what MIDI channel it's on, 1 through 4. I could send all of these on 1 if I wanted to. Not that I wouldn't do that normally, but you can do that here. So that way, if I come here, that's playing notes, it's playing notes. So I can access all 4 tracks of the sequencer there to the same MIDI channel. And this can be assigned to individual MIDI channels and broken out into your different synthesizers as well too. So it's super easy to use from there. Let's see. Went over microsteps a little bit there. Oh, you can also mute the MIDI coming from these tracks as well too. So if you're in a live instance and you just need to kill a sequence going out to a specific synthesizer, you can do that from here. It's pretty clever. I like that. Just an extra way, a fail-safe. If something needs to stop, you can just do it right there. Let's see what we got on here.
I'm just doing some housekeeping in the back end here.
No worries. I figure we'll go back
and
get
all the winners per second. So.
Nice. Figured we go back into some patches again. That's what I love about Bass Station. You can get some really weird patches out of it, some really weird sounds. If you're trying to get those alien sounds. Nice. So we're just syncing off of Launchpad Pro right here. So if I want to speed up the arpeggiator, I can speed it up from there. We're just syncing over MIDI. It's basically just following our Launchpad Pro here. Just 160. Cool. No hi-hats. Cool. Nice. Yeah, so it makes it really easy to sync up your other synthesizers and things to Launchpad Pro. If you're going to be using that as your main clock source, if you're using a different clock source, you can always have that syncing off of your clock. Sometimes people will have a particular, whether it's in PC or that kind of thing, you want to have it as the main clock. It's totally doable. Let's see what else we got here. Get in some more gritty bass sounds. Get my scale keyboard back. So.
Actually, Cody, I think our time segment is up for this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
All
so.
right.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. It's 2:15. Yep.
15? Yeah, so we made it.
Awesome.
Ooh, that was a long one, but
Yeah.
appreciate you guys being in the chat with us. We will be back in 15 minutes or so, or is it lunchtime?
I think it's the lunch.
It's lunchtime. So
I get to eat.
we will be back at 3 o'clock PST, Pacific Standard Time, which is 6 o'clock EST, Eastern Standard Time. So when we come back, we'll be showing Summit. Cody will be going through that. I will be gone, I believe. Next up, taking over the chat would be Evan, I believe. Actually, John D. Nicola.
Yeah, I think John's coming through.
We'll be jumping in the chat and talking to you guys and going back and forth. So it's been awesome. I really appreciate speaking to you guys. Thank you for dialing in and checking us out. You've been great. I hope to see some of you back in the chat, even though I won't be in it. I'll be watching to see if anything else is popping in there, and I'll be jumping in the chat and answering some questions if I can. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it. Again, we will be back on at 3 p.m. PST and 6 p.m. EST. So thanks again. See you guys soon.
See you in a bit.
What's up, Cody? How are you?
Good. How you doing, Casey?
I'm good. We are back in the mix. Turns out I'm sticking around with you for a little bit longer.
Word. Sounds good.
So let me go ahead and make sure all this is set up properly and that we're ready to rock. That sounds nice already. But let's make you on the big screen, actually. So let's move that.
Let's get this moved around.
There you go.
This is just a knit with some reverb and delay. We got circuit hooked up for a little continuous melody chords going on, so we can play with some different sounds.
Yeah, just jam out a little bit while I go ahead and get all this stuff tightened up.
Word. Down a little bit on the volume. So we're kind of tweaking that.
How you sequencing that?
Circuit.
Oh, you said that. I wasn't paying attention while I was doing it.
Okay.
Awesome. That sounds great, Cody. Let me ask a couple of questions. So, oh, by the way, guys, just kidding. I'm back. I decided to stick around for a little bit with Cody. I had so much fun interacting with you guys in the chat, but I decided to hang around for a little bit. Very quickly, if you guys can drop in the chat, I'm curious how you all got here. How did you all get into this whole Synthesthesia page? Did you find it by us from our marketing and our webpage, or did you find it from the Synthesthesia event? How did you log in? Did you log in from the Synthesthesia live page, or did you just log in from our Novation homepage? I'm curious to know. So go ahead and drop it in the chat and let me know a little bit while Cody continues to do his thing a little bit longer. Get some drums to go with that?
I can get some drums.
David, I see Novation newsletter. Cool. Saw an ad for the Syntesthesia event. Awesome. Thank you, Michael Schwartz. I think there was a Facebook ad for the event itself. Cool. Appreciate that. Rodolfo found it on Novation Insta page, and that's awesome. Derek found it via Syntesthesia.
Nice.
Just appeared on YouTube. Tony help. It's cool. Temperpoto from another stream. Steve Careful from the newsletter. Awesome. Newsletter from Greg. Facebook app from Charlemagne. Novation newsletter. Just saw the YouTube live stream. Creative name. Awesome. Cool. All right, Cody, let's give a little intro real quick. So if you're just joining us, hi, I'm Casey. The handsome gentleman up there with the peace sign who's playing on all the cool stuff is Cody.
What's up, everybody?
We are field trainers and product specialists for Novation. Welcome to Synthesthesia 2020, the Novation live feed. We've been going through some of the products that we have to offer for you guys. We started off with Peak and Launchkey 37.
Right.
Took a break, then jumped into Base Station 2 on Launchpad Pro. Took a break, and now we are rocking Summit for you. Since we talked about Peak at the very beginning, I'm going to touch on that a little bit, and then we can jump into Summit. So Peak came first. Peak is an FPGA-based Oxford oscillator synthesizer. It's a desktop module. It's 8-voice polyphonic. FPGA runs at super high resolution, meaning that even though it's a digital synthesizer, we can get analog waveforms that are almost identical to real analog oscillators combined with other digital waveforms. So you can actually come up with some really creative and unique tones, right? So Peak is let's see, odd. I think Cody had a power bobble in his house, so I think we're gonna have to have him go ahead and reset his stuff while I continue to talk to you guys. So Peak, desktop module, 8-voice polyphonic, no keyboard on Peak, but great onboard effects, super flexible, really, really, really strong synthesizer. So after Peak dropped, we went ahead and we released Summit. Summit is a 16-voice polyphonic synthesizer, 61-key keyboard attached to it. It's also bitimbral, where Peak only has a single timbre. Bitimbral means there's 2 parts. So that means you can have 8 voices of Summit assigned to one part, then the other 8 voices of the 16 combined assigned to another part. Or you can just have a super stack of 16 voices on top of one at a time, at the same time. Let's see where Cody's at. Yeah, so again, this is our first time doing one of these live virtual synth events. If you've been with us from the beginning, we've had some hiccups and bobbles and problems across the whole stream, but it's been great. A nice learning experience. You guys have been awesome rocking with us the whole time. Cody's in California. Apparently there's a heat wave out there. So his power went out just now. So we're going to wait till he goes ahead and gets back online so he can continue demoing Summit. might take him a while for him to go ahead and get his computer back up and running and the stream properly over there. So in the meantime, I will continue with my Summit overview. So again, a 16 voice bitimbre on a 61 key bed. Super strong synth. Some of the great things about Summit is that it's the onboard effects that you also do find on Peak. With Summit, you can actually route external sound sources into Summit through the effects and back out of the unit, which is pretty awesome. Cody's writing me right now to tell me what he's happening. Uh-oh. Internet's down. So you're going to have to hear me blab for a while. So I'll keep you guys busy until Cody gets back. So back to Summit. Again, also, you can also route external audio sources as well into Summit, utilizing the filter section and the great sounding filter and envelope section. Doing some really cool stuff with that. So Peak and Summit are our return to our synth heritage. Novation was founded as a synthesizer company. Base Station, the original Base Station, was one of our flagship synths when it started. Along the way, we had the Nova technology, the Ultra Nova, the Mini Nova, the Supernova. Nova synth heritage sounded great, awesome, really great to use. But we kind of rested on our laurels when it came to the synth heritage of the Novation engine. So Peak is our return to really embracing our synthesizer knowledge and heritage, like I said. So Summit is currently the flagship product in the range. Again, 61 keyboard, 16 voices, bitimbre polyphonic. And I'm filling in the gaps until Cody's internet comes back. So in the chat, go ahead and drop me some questions that hopefully I can answer for you guys while we wait for Cody to get back here. It's live TV here, people, so doing the best that we can. Oh, interesting shot overhead over there. I'll talk about that stuff a little bit. So some things that we aren't showing today, but that we do have. Somebody earlier was talking about the SL MK3. Currently, that's a 49 that we have. I have up there on my shelf. That is a great piece to pair with something like Peak that doesn't have a keyboard with it. So a little bit about the SL MK3. It's an 8-track sequencer, standalone, which means that you don't need a computer to run it. Similar to what how Launchpad works. Except instead of having 4-track sequencer like the Launchpad, SL has an 8-track sequencer. Super strong, really robust. There's been some CV talk in the chat as well. So there is CV outs on the SLMK3 as well. It's a really jack of all trades controller synth, controller keyboard, sorry. So no matter what your workflow is, whether you work in DAWs, whether you work with external gear, or your rack modular CV stuff, the SL is a wonderful, wonderful solution for that. One of the things that we didn't show today was the Launchkey Mini. So if you are looking for something super small and portable that still has Launchkey functionality, the Launchkey Mini is perfect for that. Can throw this in a backpack anywhere and be creative wherever you go. Same drum pads and encoders as you saw on the Launchkey 37, I believe Cody was showing. Transport control, dedicated pitch and modulation on here as well, and a ribbon form factor, which is great. What else? Onboard arpeggiator that Cody demonstrated as well is on this guy also. And then dedicated control functions for Ableton Live. Launching clips, stop, mute, and solo. You've got your record button on here. If you're an Ableton Live user, you can also utilize the capture MIDI function that you find on Ableton Live. That's the Launchkey Mini MK3. That's the base station, which you guys saw Cody demo earlier, and he was demoing the Launchpad Pro with that as well. So I am continuing to fill some time until Cody gets in here. I see one shot popping in there, so he's almost here. Let's see what we got in the chats. Nice record collection. Thank you, DJ. I appreciate that. Yeah, 1210 there, 1210 behind me as well. I DJ and produce and do other fun stuff that this Twitter's not about. So, hey, there he is. Yeah, I've been juggling a bunch of balls. Wait till you got back, but you're back.
It all kicked on me at once. So
okay, I explained what was going on, and they were cool. So
awesome.
I'm just filling some questions in the chat. Let's see. Summit looks insane. The peak is enough, but this thing is amazing. Do wish they had included a step sequencer though. Fair feedback. Peak for me in my everyday use is I love it. It's sitting on my desk right behind my computer right now. And that's what I love about it. Small footprint, form factor, fits on the desk. Summit is a beast. It's a behemoth, and it's made to be the center sound designing piece of hardware in your setup, and it's built that way. It's 61 keys, like I said, huge, massive, but it sounds so good. Peak sounds is good, just no keyboard and less voices. Let's see what else is going on here. The sound is so full and it's great. Thank you, Michael Hogan. Appreciate that. Summit looks like the new Supernova. Interesting. Never thought about it that way, but definitely more powerful than the Supernova. Sounds, in my personal opinion, way better than the Supernova. And it can do a lot of things the Supernova couldn't do, but it is a worthy successor in the way we're going. Let's see. Will Summit be upgradable to support MIDI 2 in the future? I honestly don't know. That's an engineer question, and even if I did know, I wouldn't be able to tell you. So I'm going to say this now again, just in case it comes up, which I'm sure it will. Any new features, firmware updates, product things I won't be able to tell you guys about. We don't comment on those things. All I can tell you is that stay tuned. We always keep going. We're always striving to make our products better and to come up with really great products that are unique and new and interesting. So stay tuned is all I can tell you. What else? 12 voice bi-timbrel version of Peak, please. 12 voice. Well, 16 voice is Summit. So you want a 12 voice bi-timbrel version of Peak, which means you want a desktop version. Interesting. Appreciate it. Thank you for dropping it in the chat. Who knows? Thanks, Ben Katz. Can you polychain Summit and Peak? You cannot polychain Summit and Peak, although you can MIDI them together and stack them that way. But polychaining, no, you cannot do that. The Apex or the Pinnacle. Yeah, I'll take that. Apex or Pinnacle sounds good. We need Launchpad with CV. Okay. That's interesting feedback. Appreciate that. Bobby Paris. Okay, I think I've danced enough. Hopefully your power will stay on, and
I hope so.
Everything will be cool. So let me move you.
It's been kind of warm here in SoCal the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here, but again, hopefully you stay on, and we can give these guys a little taste of what Summit can do. So go ahead, Cody. Give us a nice little overview.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I'm sure he's probably talked about it a little bit, but like he was saying, 16 voice polysynth. Tons of great features here that you get from the Peak, and then a bunch of other things that we've added onto it as well. So, I mean, I guess we'll just go from left to right. So in the first section here, you get all of your options for menu diving. You don't really have to do too much menu diving on this guy, but if you want to do any menu diving for the effects, changing how they're routed, for the mod matrix like we were playing with on Peak earlier today, all of that's right here in this section, as well as selecting your patches, whether it's single or multi, for the bi-timbral part. To the right, we're going to move right into it. It's got the voice selection, so whether you want to be running it mono, poly, and then you get a couple of different variations of those. And then we're going to go right over here to the ARP section here. So you get a couple of different options with the ARP. You get tempo, rhythm, and gate, as well as getting these different types. And like I was playing with on the Bass Station 2 last time, it has that play and random and on the ARP as well too on here. So that's some things you see kind of cross between the two synthesizers there. Moving on over, we get our 3 oscillator section, very similar to our Peak from earlier. But then as you move to the right, we have these awesome FM knobs, which I really like to do FM basses and things like that. So this was just like one of those things was like awesome. I'm so glad they added it. You have a couple different sources that you can use with the FM here. You have a manual. You also have the mod envelope 2. So if you want to use the mod envelopes or LFO2, which is over there on the right as we get to it. Moving on over. So from the FM knobs for FMing the different oscillators into each other, we're going to move into the mixer. So the mixer, you can actually control your oscillator volumes. You also get the noise generator here, as well as a ring mod for 1 and 2. And then the VCA gain, which is where we're turning the digital sound into analog, essentially, as it goes into the filter section. So you've basically been digital up to this point. Once you hit the VCA gain in the filter section, you're moving to the analog realm. So you get that nice analog overdrive in the filter section, as well as this filter is a little bit more robust than the peak what we were playing with earlier, because it has the dual filter here. So you can really get in and do some more fun things. Like I know somebody was asking about the comb filter earlier about the peak, whereas this you can kind of set something like that up a little bit easier, whereas you can't necessarily do that on the peak. So yeah, it's a really, really sweet little filter section, and you can stack those if you want and that type of thing. To the right of that, we've got the envelopes. So we've got our amp envelope and our mod envelope. We have loop buttons for both of those, like we were doing the looping earlier on Base Station 2 with the mod envelope. So we have a physical button on the front for these, which is really nice and handy. Makes less menu diving, like we were mentioning earlier. And then once we get into my favorite little section here, is the LFOs. So we get LFO 1 and 2 right here, and then the global LFO 3 and 4, which you can select this one knob between the two, and then you have your type and sync and that kind of thing right there. And then we have our distortion, our delay, our chorus, and reverb from the peak. We still have all of those great effects here on the Summit as well. So that gives you kind of a good look at the face, what we're seeing when you look directly at it here. Yeah, let's just go through some patches, I guess, get into it a little bit. Got a little sequence going here. Let me kill those drums. And then let's go through a couple different patches. So what do we got for, let me see, keyboards. So another thing that I was using on the peak earlier that you can use on the Summit here is you can sort your patches by category, and you can assign those categories as you save your patches. So if you're building patches and you know this is a bass patch or a lead patch, you can assign that category as well as the bank as you're going through. Nice. Cool. Let's play a little bit with this guy. It's real pretty. Nice. Little ARP section there. Maybe some pads.
Turn up peak a little bit, Cody, just a slight touch.
Yeah, let me get you a little bit in. Oh, wow, that's cool. Just adding that alpha 1 to the filter section here with the alpha 1 depth. Yeah, it's a cool pad there. So yeah, you can get some really cool spacey out there pads. Let's do some more. Check out the bass stuff. Let's see what's in our bass category here. Cool. Oh yeah, that's just classic. There's my distortion. It's your classic 808s.
Oh, that sounds great.
Oh yeah, nice and blown out on the top end too. So if you bring the filter up, oh yeah, what patch is this one? Right? You start playing, you're like, bassy McBass face. So bassy McBass face whenever you're downloading your patches is absolutely delicious. Yeah, get that wonderful noise in the low end. You can take it away there if you want, but just a little bit. So awesome on these basses. Kind of flutter it a little bit. So that's it without the distortion. that distortion, you can really like beef it up for you there. You can also get overdrive, so there's no overdrive there, and that's with the overdrive. Yeah, that's quality. I'd be using that all the time. Nice. Yeah, these are all my vibes for sure on the basses. So you can get really gritty with it. Again, pump distortion a little bit to give it some more vibe. You can kind of hear the aftertouch there as it makes it a little bit harder. Yeah, so some really quality bass tones in there as well too. I mean, we've got all kinds of good stuff, and these are just different packs I've actually downloaded from the component software. So these aren't necessarily the stock patches, but we have, I think it's like 1,000 or 2,000 patches in the component software now, Casey, something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild with the amount of sound designers we have in there. It's pretty much a who's who of anybody's doing sound design for synths. They're in there.
It's a candy store for patches.
So there's all free content for you guys. So if you guys own a Peak or a Summit, please log into Components and check it out. It's great free content that adds, even more value to the product.
Definitely. Yeah, we get some classic stuff here.
So Chic Cicada would like to hear some effects on something. So maybe pick a bass line and kind of go through the effects section.
Yeah. We get. Let's go ahead and hit. Let's give you some reverb. Cycle through the reverbs. I love that they're digital effects too, because I do like those little, as it's the reverb's adjusting time. Those little things, because you can make effect sounds out of those, and it's like just your reverb tails basically. Turn the time down. And then, okay, so we'll give you some delay. And those kind of follow over themselves too. So if you kind of adjust it really quickly, you can get some cool digital effects out of that. We'll kick that feedback back real quick. And then we'll kick the reverb off. Here's the chorus. And so we have a couple of options on this here. You probably can't see as well with the peak right there. But so we have the 2-tap, 4-tap, and then ensemble. Yeah, so it makes it super easy. Like we're in an event hatch right now. Just add a little reverb, a little chorus, and you can get some really pretty, a little filter action, a little overdrive. Yeah, so it's really easy to add those effects there. You also get distortion as well too. So if you want to push it hard with the distortion, kind of clip it a little bit there, but with that overdrive from the filter. So let's
wait before you do anything. There's a request to hear some ARP action. So let's drop an ARP and then maybe show the rhythmic variation of the swings.
Yeah. Cool. So we'll go through the different types. So we got up, we got down. Up and down 2, and then you get a play, and then a random, and a chord. And then here we got the tempo select for that, so you can adjust tempo. And then the rhythms here are what he was talking about a moment there. So as you adjust this rhythm knob, it gives you a couple different rhythms you can use with the arpeggiator. And you can kind of adjust tempo to get it to fit how you like it to play. And you can use that gate to make it real staccato if you want. Just let it hold out. Cool. Sounds like some when you're at the horse races.
Yeah, actually.
Right. Yeah, so it's super easy to use. A lot of great like variations in rhythm there.
So they're complaining about. I'm not complaining. They're asking for more audio on the summit. Can you give us a little bit more?
Yeah, I can give you some more juice.
I'll let you know if you're peaking. So,
Right.
I think what they're mixing up is that they're seeing you hit the key bed, and your mic is picking up when your desk is shaking. So I think they're like, "Oh, you're micing it. It's the audio to the mic, but it's not. It's actually into an interface." But
Oh yeah, it's just kind of ducking it a little
bear
bit.
with us. It's not perfect, but we're working on it.
Also, some of these will have a little bit more distortion on them, so they'll be a little bit louder, some patches, than the others.
There's a request for some more ambient sound, so I assume they want some washy chords.
Okay,
I mean, washy sit pads.
like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Something like that. Literally just went to a sine wave here using our wavetables. That's that first sine wave that you get in the wavetables. Sounds awesome.
So why don't you go back? Yeah. So go back to that sine wave. Add a little attack. Add a little attack to it, so it's got a nice little swell.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Drop a little reverb on it so it gets big and.
Yeah, there we go. Pretty.
That works.
Yeah. Maybe just a little slow movement.
Is that one oscillator?
Yeah, one oscillator.
Okay, so
think
let's
so.
dial in another one. Let's stick it up. Dial in another oscillator. See what we got.
Beef it up a little bit.
There you go. Now you get lush. You're making my eyes water over here, bud.
What's up?
You're making my eyes water with all these lush pads.
All right, and maybe something a little bright on the top end.
Nice.
Let's see, that's the sine wave. What else we got in here? Tubes, maybe. Waller sounds cool. Just playing with the different wavetables.
Move one of those oscillators up an octave. Pick one.
Yeah.
I don't care. There you go. All right. So now dial in some LFO filter movement.
Yeah, like we got a little bit, but not much. So
Okay, just a little bit. Ben Katz says detune. So take an oscillator and detune it slightly. There you go.
there we go. Ooh.
Come
Yeah.
on. Where else do you get patch building callouts?
Yes, at your
Besides
request.
Synthesthesia 2020. It's pretty
Exactly.
fun. Cool. What else can we
Super
talk
slow
about?
filter.
Cody?
Best filter coming back around. Okay, what else we got in here? Yeah, I want to play with some of the. I have some of the Noisia wavetables in here. I kind of want to play with them a little bit. If I can make something loud.
Go ahead, do that. So just so you know, there's been some complaints in the comments about a little too rowdy and distortion noisy. So, but
Yeah.
if you've got the noisiest stuff in there, go ahead and let's get that out of your system.
We won't
now.
push it too hard. Yeah.
I know you like it. So let's get rowdy.
Everybody wants the pretty stuff.
and then we can get back to the ambient stuff that they may
okay.
not ask for.
Cool. So let's just. So I was gonna play with these earlier, but I wanted to make sure they were on here.
So for those of you who don't know, Via Components, the app that we were talking about, that acts as a librarian for all of our products on the Novation side. For some products, it acts as an editor as well. However, for Peak and Summit, one of the great things about it is that you can load in wavetables, your own wavetables. You can make them yourself in the wavetable editor, or you can grab some wavetables from somewhere else and just drop them in to come up with even much more unique sounds. So that's what Cody's going to do now. He pulled up some of his Who's the sound designer?
I actually don't have them on here earlier. I guess I didn't load them
ooh.
properly. Yeah, but Noisia has some really great wavetables in here that I was playing with earlier on the summit, I guess, last night. Yeah, there's some really great ones that you can download. I think he's got about like 20 of them in there, something like that. Some really good stuff in there. So definitely download those. They're awesome for bass patches. So if you wanted to do some bass patches with the summit or the peak, definitely check those out.
So Zach Levins is asking, how would you compare ease of use as compared to the Ultranova? I'll let you answer this because I answered it before, so you can go ahead and say this because I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Right. These are way easier to use for me than the Nova synths. I mean, I really liked the VST editors, but I mean, you don't need one with this. You know what I mean? You just have the face has basically everything you need on it for just your core synth design or sound design. So I think honestly, I mean, not hating on the Ultranova at all. I really love the Ultranova, but I think just as far as sound design, you know, and ease of use and intuitiveness, I think these are a little bit more intuitive, a little bit easier to use. Just having all the one-to-one control at your fingertips just makes it easier to use.
That's really the key right there. So both on Peak and Summit is you can get, I mean, no matter how drastic you want to get with your sound design, you're going to end up doing 80 to 90% of it from the control panel directly before you need to get into the menu diving or slot modulation. All the controls that you want to have easy access to are directly in front of you, which makes it a fantastic synth for me. You know, there's been a lot of talk about Access TIs. I own a TI myself. It was still one of my favorite synths, but since I've gotten the Peak, I find myself doing almost everything on it simply because all of the controls that I want are on the face. I'm not a fantastic sound designer. I don't do movie scores, so I don't do a lot of heavy motion stuff. So I find myself not really getting into the slot matrix too much, although a little bit when I want to get wonky. But for me, almost every time I go to Peak, I can design what I want to design on the front panel. And the same thing can be said for Summit as well. So Ultranova was a really flexible synthesizer. Awesome. It sounded great. For me, it's night and day between ease of use for me personally. And I think Cody feels the same way about it.
Definitely.
Let's see.
Ultranova is great though if you're on the road because it does have the built-in audio interface that's pretty handy when you're on the road. So I think those smaller format synths like that that's where they shine, is when you're out and about.
True. So Ultranova, for those of you in the chat that don't know the Ultranova, again, it was the second to last iteration of the Nova synth engine besides the circuits. Circuit, the digital version, has Nova synth engine in it. The mono station is actually base station synth engine. So the Ultranova is really, it still is a pretty amazing synth. Uniquely, it had I think it's 2x4 audio interface built in, which was awesome.
With SPDIF.
With SPDIF as well. So it's a really great synthesizer, really flexible. But as far as like sound designing synth wise, you really can't go wrong with Peak and Summit. It's very, very, very immediate on these units. Can you demo some vintage sounds, please, along the lines of CS or Moog? So probably the easiest thing for that, Cody, come up with like a bass sound based on like a sine wave, and then build on top of it. Something like you're pretty G-funk, so something G-funky, unless you know what patch already in there for you to go to.
I mean, I can just build something real quick. Where did
So you probably need to throw the sign, add some res to the sign, and then maybe on offs 2 and 3, some triangle-y.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe some like saw like stuff.
Yeah, low down. I mean, Bobby Paris is asking if Summit can do Moog. We don't really try to do anybody else. And that's kind of a canned stock answer to that question. I mean, Moog is Moog. Moog is awesome. They're known for that. We do our thing, and we think our low end is actually pretty good. He spent some time designing it. Tom Broom is challenging you. Says, we'll see what Cody will cook for us. So what will you cook for us, Cody?
I actually just started going through the patches here, just checking out what I have for the old school kind of sounds.
Yeah.
Let's see. I thought I had a Moog.
That's not bad.
I have a couple like the funky like bass vibes.
Zach Levin said that's rude. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that, Zach. But it's okay. We're all friends here. You can ask what you want. I'm not offended by that question. Neither is Cody. Neither is the company.
No.
Moog's a dope company. They make dope synths. I love Moog synths, and I'm pretty sure that they love us. So.
Yeah.
So Michael Schwartz said, that's it. So I think the patch we were talking about, that was a little G-Funky, was kind of the one here.
Right. There's some really good, you can get some good old school, like kind of FM bass sounds. You can get some old school, like G-Funky sounds out of it. And you can Moogs do those kind of weird stuff. You can kind of use the delay and kind of get some of the faux weirdness that you can get with some of the odd ends of Moog when you kind of start to spread out on it.
So Bobby Paris says, 12 dB filter and saw. Let's go. Dial it in if you want.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
A little lower.
A little sharper of a tooth to it.
But again, we do our own thing, so it might not be exactly like it, but we're not supposed to be. So there's a question in there on oscillator drift. So in the menu, oscillator menu, you can dial in some drifting. So pick one, and let's hear some diverge. So crank it up so it's pretty obvious.
Pretty noticeable. Yeah.
There you go. Nice. That's where you can dial it in.
It's just more movement there.
So, oscillator drift. Is there a unison button? Is there a unison button? I don't have mine on front. I don't believe there is.
I think there is on the face.
So one thing you can do, Cody, is one thing we should probably show them is the bitemporality. Mm-hmm. So show how you can have the keyboard split into two different parts.
Right. So I just switched from single mode to multi mode here on the top, and so now you can. I think these are playing the same thing. So it's playing both parts at the same time with that one. And then I can split them up. And get something that sounds like something pretty.
So creative names asking what sounds is hard for someone to create. That's an awesome. Nice.
Right. This is a great multi-patch.
Killer multi-patch.
Yeah, that's a good one. Got to keep that one for sure.
Yeah, so creative name was asking what sound is hard for someone to create. I don't think there's anything really hard for it to create. It's who's really programming it, really. It's how big your synthesis is.
Well, it's like what we were talking about earlier. You know, when I get behind it, I'm doing gritty basses. I'm doing what I like. You know what I mean? So that's where things end up because that's what I like to do. Whereas
Sure.
where like you or Evan uses it, then you know you're in housey ranges. You're getting into different sounds and things like that.
Totally. That's a fantastic point. It's really who you're, who's on the unit, their knowledge and what they kind of lean towards. Let's see. What else can you show, Cody? What'd we miss? We didn't talk about what's on the back.
That's true.
Can you lean that up and show? Is you got enough feedback on it?
I don't know if I'm gonna. It's kind of heavy.
It is pretty beefy.
Yeah, I don't want to like pull anything out. We already had a power drop, but
we've had enough problems.
Right?
So on the back,
Yeah.
So you've got inputs to actually route external audio into the unit, so you can utilize the filter section and the effects section as well. You've got 2 sets of stereo outputs for both parts of the bitembrality. I don't even know if that's a real word. Bitembrality?
Somebody Google that for us.
You guys know what I mean. MIDI I/O, clearly. USB MIDI as well. So I thought we just split the keyboard. Didn't you guys just see that? Tom Broom was asking for the keyboard split, but we just did that. But Cody, show that again real quick.
Yeah. Cool. So I've got it in the multi-mode right here. I just selected split, which is this middle button. So you get layer, which puts them together, split, splits them up, and then dual. So we got our cool little ARP on the bottom end. We got a lead up here on top. Yeah, so it just splits up the keyboard for you, so you can play a couple different things at the same time. This is just such a great patch too. We've got a ton of these, right? A ton of these really great multi-patches on our components.
Some interaction.
Yeah, totally.
What else? I'm trying to read the chat as I'm talking to you. It's very tricky doing this. It's been an interesting.
Our master of ceremonies there.
Yeah, totally. Let's see. So Tom is appreciative of us showing that patch again. So you're welcome, Tom. Appreciate that.
No,
I think I'm saying your name right. Tom, Thom. Believe it's right. Same here. Peak is go-to now. That's awesome, Terry. So nice. Terry is saying how his Peak is a go-to synth for him. I feel the same way. I think we've done something really amazing with the Oxford oscillators and the form factor that we're putting them in. Flexibility is key. And I think that there isn't, at least, I mean, every synth and keyboard has its limitations, but sky is really almost the limit on Summit and Peak, especially for my uses and for the vast majority of people out there. I believe that Summit and Peak will satisfy pretty much what you're looking for.
Definitely.
What is the update capability of this particular synth? Not quite sure what you mean by that question, Michael Hogan, but Novation as a whole does a really good job at adding new features and making sure we have the best workflows possible. So we strive to be vigilant in having the best firmware on our units. So we're pretty aggressive with firmware updates and trying to get the most out of our products. I think that's what you meant. Let's see. This message is so Ricardo Balgoria is having some tech support problems. So he's got a ticket in. Let's talk about tech support real quick.
Yeah, definitely.
We haven't talked about our stuff.
Right.
So all Novation products have a 3-year warranty, which is pretty much that's front to back.
Rad.
If anything breaks on it in 3 years, we will fix it. Or if we can't fix it, we will replace it, which is huge when it comes to electronics. I don't know what other synth company warranties are, but I'm willing to bet they're not 3 years. That's how much we stand behind our product. Aside from that, I got to take a minute to talk about our tech support as well. Tech support, we've got award-winning tech support, literally.
Definitely.
We all know as users that tech support can be a headache. No one likes to have to go to tech support. It's always a pain in the neck when your product isn't working the way that it happens, but it's electronics. Things happen.
Right.
Things go bad. Maybe, you got a bum unit. Things do happen. Internally in the company, we're users, and we understand what it's like when your product's not working. So we are going to try our very best to make sure that the product that has a Novation logo and a Novation name on it is working. And if you're not satisfied with it in a technical aspect, as far as something being broken or not working the way that it should be, we're going to try our best to get it to the point where it needs to be. And that's for 3 years, from the day you purchase it to a 3-year time period, which is unheard of in electronics. So keep that in mind when you're talking about Novation and thinking about investing in the products that we provide. For me, even, yes, I work with a company, but even, for somebody who was a user themselves, that's really, really comforting as a user to know that that our product are backed by 3-year warranty. It's big. So keep that in mind, everybody. Ben Katz was saying Novation has the best tech support. Thank you for that.
Nice. Thank you.
You're right. I agree. Friendly people, usually 1 year, Ben Katz says. So we changed it to 3 years. When did we change that, Cody?
Well, we did 2 years not too long ago, and then we bumped it to 3 because, they work so well. Why not? But yeah, I think that was within the last year that we went to 3 years, I think. Maybe the year and a half or so by now.
Yeah. So
seems like it's been forever.
So Terry Hunt was asking, second the question from creative name, but for peak future updates. So again, back to updates. Again, we don't really talk about new features that are coming or things we're working on, or if new features are coming. Just know that we're always working to make the product better and to again make the best products that we have, and if we've got power underneath the hood to do things, we're going to strive to do them. So can't really talk about what we're working on or what we're planning to do. But what I can say is that we are always striving to make our products the best.
I think Circuit's just a great example of that. Circuit, from start to now, it's almost a completely different product almost, just how much you can do with it now.
Totally. So Cody's going to show Circuit in the next section, I believe.
Right. That'll be after
Circuit's a great example of the support we've had for our product. So I think Circuit's on 1.8, I believe, firmware-wise. And
I think 7 or 8 at this point.
It went from it literally is a completely different product. If there's any Circuit users out there in the chat, hopefully they'll drop some comments in there, and you won't have to take my word for it. You can listen to them.
Definitely.
Let's see. Michael Hogan, the ARP is awesome. Thank you, Michael Hogan. We appreciate that.
Nice.
Vimana says Base Station 2 has had absolutely amazing firmware updates. Much appreciated for that. Thank you. What else in here can we talk about? Yoshi Moore says, "What up, Cody, my dude?"
Hey, what's up, Yoshi?
Let's see. What else? SLMK32, adding the art per part was huge. Thank you for that, Ben Katz. So just to relate to Ben Katz on that, since we're not showing the SLMK2 here today, the SLMK3, sorry, I said 2. SLMK3 launched. Initially, it had a single ARP where you couldn't have different ARPs per part. Now you can. So on each track of the circuits of the sequencer on the SLMK3, you can have a different ARP setting, which is massive. Very, very great for creative possibilities.
Yeah, there's been some great updates on that SL. If you're into what we were doing earlier with the Launchpad Pro when we were working with Base Station or into Circuit, definitely check out SL as well too, because that's a very similar workflow.
Absolutely. Cody, what time do you got over there?
It's about 3:55 here on the coast.
Tired of doing the math in my head. 3:55. Why don't you just go ahead and go do some more patches?
Yeah, definitely.
So I know people were on the hunt for some classic stuff. So if you can, come across some classic stuff, page do some stuff, see what you got going on there. I think we might be able to satisfy some of the requests in there.
Sounds good. Yeah, I just got that those chords just sitting to it right now. ARP sounds so good. It's a knit patch filter. Okay, cool. So let's go to our bank.
Oh, you know what you can show? Show the I forget what the function is called. The knit patch to the settings on the board are.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Where are we at on that? Settings.
It's a knit, but then you select standard knit or.
Where are we at there? Yeah,
My brain's
it's in the settings mode, right?
Let me turn on my peak and see if we can find it.
Right. Or is it on oscillator?
Actually, Cody, you keep tweaking and I'll find it here and then I can tell you. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll go back to those patches real quick. Cool. Awesome. All right. Atmosphere. Or asymmetric rings. Ooh, that's nice. More ARP fun. That's that bassy bass we were messing with earlier. Quality.
yeah, it's in settings. It's under miscellaneous settings. On peak, it's page 10. It's initialize and then it's initialize live, or what it's called, live initializing. So this is a really cool feature. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on Peak before. So basically what it does is instead of you having a knit patch that goes to your basic average knit patch, it resets your patch based on what the settings on the keyboard are.
Right. So yeah, we got it right there for live. Cool.
That's
out there.
crazy.
So
go ahead and move. Get wild. Go ahead and move some encoders around, and then re-knit.
Yeah, we'll just go crazy with it. Yeah, we'll just get a little wild. And then... Oh, filters are waiting.
Okay. Go one more time.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do that back up.
So this is if you walk into your studio or to your setup and you don't really know where you want to start, this is a really fun way of getting some ideas going. Might be too wild for you, maybe not. Or maybe it's halfway there and you can start peeling stuff back or adding more stuff. What do you got there? Let's see. A lot of noise.
Good for effects.
Yeah, nice. Great job, guys.
Yeah, and that's just turning knobs and seeing what you come up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really liked that when we added that.
It's a great.
I think we added that at 1.2 for peak, and it helped. It was really useful and helpful for me. Like when I went to the studio with no ideas, just kind of want to fool around a little bit. It was pretty fun.
Definitely. Oh wow, that's just a patch on here. Hey, it's cool for some industrial vibes.
So Tom Broom is asking, can you really use the SLMK3 without computer DALL-us making 8-track sequencer? Yes, you absolutely can. And not only can you do that on the SLMK3, but you can also do that on the Launchpad Pro, which is a 4-track sequencer instead of 8. So we have standalone sequencers aside from Circuit, which Cody will be showing later. That was our first standalone sequencer with Circuit. A lot of that DNA was extracted from it and started to be parsed into other products like the Launchpad Pro and the SLMK3. So I believe, let's see. I saw another. Vimana was saying, yeah, we talked about it a little bit, but we'll mention it again. So Summit and Peak can both take external wavetables. So you can create your own wavetables in the components editor. You can actually draw what you want your wavetable to look like. Or if you have some standard wavetables around from somewhere, you can actually throw those into the buffer and drop them into Summit or Peak. I believe there's 10 slots for wavetables.
Yeah, there's 10 slots on the unit itself.
Right. So there you have it. So that is how wavetables work. Cody, do you have an expression pedal? I don't think you do there. Do you?
Yeah. I'm not very expressive with pedals.
Yeah. So he doesn't have a pedal with him, unfortunately. Although can confirm there's 2 pedals on the back. 2.
Yeah, 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's 2 pedal inputs on the back of that. So you know, depending on what your favorite pedal is, you can get wild with it and get some pretty good stuff happening. Let's see. What else do we have?
Reminder, though. I need to get one of those.
Yeah, I need a pedal too myself, to be honest.
Right.
Terry Hunt says customer service is the best experience that it's
Awesome.
the best experience, which is awesome. Thank you for telling us that. Appreciate it.
Shout out to customer service as well. Those guys are awesome, guys and girls.
Steve Carufel says, this is a good thing we haven't talked about either. Plus the bi-monthly freebies from the Sound Collective.
Yes.
That's super clutch. You want to explain that?
Yeah, so basically, essentially bi-monthly, we're giving you different value adds from different companies through our Sound Collective, basically. So these will be different things, whether it's sound generators like, VST plugins and things like that, or drum machines, things like that. You also get different cool audio processors for like different cool effects and things like that. It comes through every couple months. You'll get an email. It goes right into your account. All you have to do is download it real quick, and authorize it real quick, and then you're good to go. And there's always cool stuff that's coming through there. I use a lot of it. Honestly, it comes through, and I'm like excited because I'm gonna get mine as well too. So I mean, there's definitely great stuff in there that you're gonna use.
So let's talk about the software package, which is something we haven't really spoken about. So I will run it down for you. Let me get to it because my brain is fried right now and I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, it's all good.
Let's see. You can keep demoing while I find it. See. Yeah. Keep
I like that one a lot. Huge.
I'm trying to find some Sound Collective examples of what we've had. And what's the current Sound Collective?
Love laser sounds. That's Harry Potter right there. I'm like, I think I've heard that on the Harry Potter before. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, these are great for if you're getting into scoring and stuff like that. I have some friends that do scoring. They really love it for that kind of thing because you can just really sound design like crazy.
So Bill Odin would love to hear more about wavetables sounds. Cody, dial in some wavetables that you have on the oscillators. So to rehash, Summit is a digital synthesizer with an analog filter section and analog distortion paths. High resolution oscillators, we call them oscillators. They are capable of running at 2.1 million cycles a second, which means that 2.4 million cycles a second.
2.4, yep.
Which means where most digital synths run anywhere between 44.1 and 192K sample rate a second, we exponentially multiple times over run at higher rates based on the field programmable gate array chip that's inside the Summits. So in essence, that means that we can have the best of both worlds, really. We can have an analog waveform that is running at such high resolution that they're indistinguishable from a real analog oscillator, from a real analog waveform generated by an analog oscillator. However, you also have the power of digital, so you can combine those oscillators along with some digital waveforms as well, or just have a completely digital sound that you go ahead and create where each oscillator is running a digital waveform. You can mix and match them with, analog wave shapes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. On board, I believe it's 47, Cody. I don't remember off the top of my head. You have 47 wave shapes that are actually come on board Peak and Summit themselves. However, you can also import your own wavetables into the units as well. Not only can you do that, you can design your own wavetables in our Components app, which is basically our librarian/editor for all Novation products. So again, not only do you have wavetables on board in conjunction with, for all intents and purposes, real analog wave shapes that are indistinguishable from an analog oscillator generated waveform, but you can also create your own and import your own into both Peak and Summit. So things get pretty crazy. Walk through some wavetables there, Cody.
Yeah, definitely. And then also on components, you don't necessarily need to have the keyboard hooked up. There will be a keyboard that you can audition those sounds as well too from there. Cool. So this is our. I'm gonna get just a little distortion to bring it up a little bit on the volume. Cool. So that's just the sine wave there. I'm gonna go through. We have our selector right here. Whenever you go to the more option, it's gonna bring up those wavetables, and then I can just use this as my selector. To me, so octaves is really cool because you can use the shape, kind of go through some different octaves there. The chords, didgeridoo is pretty cool for kind of a wonky sound. I love harsh for that top end. Really great for the low end sounds. Organ, bread and butter, electric piano as well. The classics. That's some kind of vocal ease and yas. Some strings, some wind sounds. The bass organ, I really like the bass organ. It's great for doing like dub and like dub stuff.
Cody,
Mm-hmm.
so you're getting a request for a big, massive chord. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's stack up all the voices at one time and give him a big, massive chord.
Just the biggest,
right. Most juicy chord you can think of.
Cool.
Jimmy Lavelle is asking that. Thank you for that, Jimmy. Appreciate it. And your wish is our command, hopefully.
Let's do something worthwhile. Let's do that. You're at the bottom end over here. Okay, so that's we'll do you there. And then let's see where we're at here. Let's do something more.
Both parts stacked on top of each other?
What was that?
Is that both parts stacked on top of each other?
Yeah. This is actually, we're gonna add to layer. Let's go to there we go.
Make it a string, Cody.
What's up?
String? Make it a string. They have very specific requests in there.
Very specific requests. I said I want it this way. It's like some Backstreet Boys. What's up?
It's still super organ.
Still super organ, right?
We'll go to a pre if you want. Go to a preset.
Yeah.
Just jump into the group.
Let's go.
Pick pad.
Yeah.
Make sure both parts are stacked. And hold everything down with both hands.
Right. Just like, right. Yeah. Let me find a good pad real quick. All super dark pads.
Why don't you sequence it from, well, could sequence it from circuit, but that's only 8. So
Right.
add some reverb to it.
Cool. Let's see what else we got.
More hands. Why do you always want to kill somebody?
What's up?
Why do you always want to kill somebody?
Dude, I just love minor and dark things and
Everything you do is dark and loud and noisy, and
it's dark and in your face and yeah, no, it's it's just kind of how I get down, man.
that's fun though. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Let's see, where are we at? It's got a little bit longer. What else can you show, Cody? You know what we haven't showed yet? Can you dial in LFO to effects?
Yeah, what do you want to send it to?
Send it to whatever, just so they can show that the LFOs can control the effects. Dial into delay or whatever. It's fine.
What's up?
Dial into delay.
Delay? Okay, cool. So we'll go track. Let's see. Using that through our mod matrix, right? LFO to
Yeah, you can say LFO, whichever you want. Probably 3 and 4 to like delay.
yeah. 2, 3. Oh, that's lovely. Sirens in the background.
Let's see what's going on in the chat. Let's get spooky. We've been spooky.
Right, we've been spooky.
Chic Sakata. Let's see what else is in here. Sounds good. New Oxfords. Ben Katz. What else? Happy Halloween from Michael Hogan. Happy Halloween to you guys too.
Yeah. When you have a ton of destinations. Okay, so all my mixers there.
So Eric asked if we can zoom in. It's really, trust me, we want to be able to move the cameras up and down, but that will throw everything else off of getting the focus in, and it's brutal trying to do that. So this, unfortunately, is as good as you're going to get on the zoom in for the panel. However, if what you guys are getting from this, what we're doing right here, right now, isn't enough, or you would actually like to get zoomed in on some things and a little bit more in depth, I'm going to drop in the chat. I'm going to drop in one of our videos from our UK product specialist, Chris Calcutt, who is a Summit master, and he has a master class on a really in-depth dive on Summit. So while Cody's dialing in his stuff, I will go ahead and do that. Cody, you can stand around there whatever you want. It's fine.
Word.
So let me go ahead and find some of that stuff for you guys.
We're just selling the LFO 3. I want to put it on the animated button better. Yeah, more feedback for you guys so you can hear it a little bit. There it is. So I just have it on the animate button here. So chilling normally, and then I can turn it on.
Yeah. Talk about animate a little bit.
Yeah, so animate are just basically momentary modulation options for you. So you can assign them here in the mod menu or the effects mod menu. I'm in the effects mod menu to send things to the effects, basically. So I'm just sending our LFO3 on the animate 1 button to the delay level. So that way, whenever I hit note, if I hit 1, it'll be full delay. I have it at plus 63 on the depth, so it's full depth. So it's just giving us a full delay. We could do something similar on 2 with like the reverb as well too. So we could be like LFO, I think it was 3, yeah, to our we'll do animate 2, cool, and then we'll do reverb level, cool. Turn it all the way up so we'll get both of those guys. Yeah, and that gives you a little bit of that there, and then here's our LFO 3, so we can see how much that's gonna. That gives you a little bit of LFO on the effects as well too, so you can get a little bit of LFO on the reverb or the delay. And I can hit hold, and those will stay down. And when I let off hold, then they're good to go. So it gives you some nice momentary. It's really great for if you're playing live. You can be like rocking the pitch wheel, hit the animate buttons. They're right there for you.
So I just dropped in the chat. Oops, remove any web addresses and try again. Okay. Trying to drop in a chat a really in-depth dive specifically for Summit by Chris. And I lost it. Won't let me type it, but if you guys just follow, click on the Novation TV icon on this page, it'll take you to our Novation TV playlist of stuff in there, and anything you want to see more specifically or more in depth, it will be hosted there. So you can go ahead and take a look to spend as much time diving deeply into any of the products that we have on this page, in case there's something you want to see that you didn't see here. Let's see. It is 7:19. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Man, there's some of you guys that have been here all day.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Let's see. So coming up next after this, oh, you know what I haven't done? I've been so engaged. I've been neglecting my duties.
The banners.
Oh, the banners. That's right. So if you guys will direct your attention to
The lower part of the screen.
Oh, something like that.
There it is. Hey, I like this one.
Hey, look what we have there. So we have some competitions going on. not competitions, just some random drawings of some stuff that we are giving away. So take a look down there on the bottom of that streamer there. Might see something that might be cool.
This is rad. Just to recap, we're giving away Base Station 2, and then also was it Launchpad Pro for the other one as well?
Launchpad Pro for the other one.
Super
I've
rad.
already submitted the winner for that one, so I'm not going to announce it here. So you will get reached out to on your email channel on your YouTube channel. Sorry, if you are a winner. Well, you're all winners. So thank you for being here, because if you're in here, you're a winner. But if you win any of our giveaways, you will be contacted through your YouTube handle that you're using here. So keep your eyes open. Good luck to all of you. And I'm going to stop talking about it because I'm not really supposed to direct your attention to it, just for the people that are paying attention. Let's talk about some of the stuff that we have coming up. So next up after this, at 4:30 my time Eastern, so about 10 minutes from now, PST, we are going to take another break. And then the next thing that Cody's going to be demoing is going to be Circuit.
Nice.
So we've had a couple of Circuit questions in here. Circuit's been using he's been using some drums off Circuit as a sound bed on some of this stuff in here. So you will get a more up close and personal walkthrough on Circuit. So stick around, jump in, jump out. If you got some questions on Circuit, hang on to them until we get to that portion. But we will be demoing that. Cody will be demoing that, and I believe my another one of my team, Evan, will be blobbing over it and doing the same thing I've been doing. You guys are probably sick of hearing me yap. It's been a couple hours now, so hopefully you guys have been enjoying this. It's been pretty cool hearing what you guys have to say. Really, really appreciate the engagements that's been going on in here. Let's see. Let me jump back in here. Any more plans for streaming in future, guys? Yeah, you know what? This is a test run. Synth Expo, Synthesthesia has been, a great partner for us throughout the years. It's always been really cool to get together at their events, set up a product, let you guys come in and touch it, play around, ask questions in person. But since we can't do that right now, this is the next best way to get to you guys, put some stuff in front of you, and kind of field some questions this way. So I would guess that there'll be a lot more live streams coming up in the future. If you guys, not guys, gentlemen, ladies, everybody, if any of you follow our socials, it would be, we do some pretty cool stuff randomly. So if you guys, you people are fans of the brand, you probably know Enrique Martinez, who is our Novation brand ambassador. So if you follow Novation, we are Novation on IG, Instagram. Enrique pops on all the time and does some really cool bite-sized tips and tricks on all of our products. Enrique's the cool guy with the glasses and the hat. So if I would suggest that if you're enjoying this live stream format, we have been doing a lot of live streaming these past few months in various forms. Again, on IG, on Facebook, on YouTube as well. There's some other stuff that's been cataloged as well. So I was saying before, go back and check the Novation TV, which is where you guys are right now on YouTube, and the playlist. We've got a bunch of stuff in there. That's a lot of content for you guys to go back and check out. Do that. Let's check out the chat. Panel view blocked by hand due to crazy placement of encoder unless you reach across with right hand, not ergonomic. Solid feedback. Again, logged here. We appreciate your feedback. Strobe Cypher. Lots of Cody rocks in here. Let's see. Chord's wavetable is great. and Octave, thank you. I'm glad you like the quarter wavetable. Base Station 2 is so awesome. Thank you for that. Lots of Cody rocks. Cody rocks. Cody rocks. What else? Cody rocks. So does Casey. Thank you, Fright Club. I appreciate that. But to be perfectly honest with you, Cody's doing the heavy lifting, so he's definitely rocking way more than me. But I appreciate the love. Vimana says there are some good demos of Novation synths on the YouTube, but the best thing is to try one yourself. Only you can make the sounds in the set, the options the way you like it. That's absolutely true. There's a lot of shout outs in the chat for us to do certain things, and sure, we may not get exactly the sound that you're looking for, and we all have our certain palettes that we all like to kind of gravitate towards sound design wise. So Vimana's absolutely right. If you get a chance to get your hands on one, on a Summit or a Peak, I highly advise you to do so. Sure, doing a stream like we're doing right now is a great way to kind of see what the product looks like, to kind of get a rough idea of the layout, how easy it is to do certain things, and some of the thought process behind doing certain things. But you're really going to be the best judge of whether or not it fits your style or not. So I would definitely advise you to get your hands on one, or if you're not around somewhere that you can easily access one. There's a slew of content out there on all of our products, things like this. Again, the Novation TV YouTube page has quite a bit of content on it as well. So please take a deep dive, jump in, do your thing. What else do we have? Oh, for the Base Station 2, can one purchase the rubber knob covers for it?
Actually, hit us up, tech support, and we can get you situated with like knob covers, things like that. We can get you sorted.
There you go. So Cody answered that question for Scott Vincent. So you can actually jump on a Novation page and actually jump into our chat. We've got a live chat on the Novation page and support page. That may be the quickest way to get the answer to that question if you're looking for replacement caps for the Base Station 2. Where is the best place to go test a Peak? That's a great question. So Peak is readily available right now in all dealers. So any dealer that's a Novation dealer has access to a Peak. If they currently don't have one in your local dealer where you actually go and buy your product from, request them to bring one in so you can put your hands on it. But they are out in the field. They're widely available in. I don't want to just go out and start yelling out any dealer specific names because that's a little bit unfair. But they are out there.
They're out there.
They're easy to find. So just dig in. And again, if your local synth store doesn't have one, ask them to transfer one in. They can get them. What else is in here? Calc is the man. Calc is absolutely the man. I will freely say that Calc is way more of a ninja on Peak and Summit than Cody or myself are.
Oh, yeah.
Just keeping it real. So do yourself a favor. Jump on the exact page you're on right now and check out the playlist that Calc has. Probably a half-hour super deep dive on Summit that he touches on a lot of stuff that we didn't because we're fielding questions back and forth in the chat. So please do yourself a favor. If you weren't satisfied with how Cody and myself walked through Summit, it's all good. Jump on a playlist for Summit on the YouTube page and please take a look because it's definitely there.
It's worth a watch for sure.
Definitely worth a watch for sure.
If you run out of Netflix, hop up on YouTube, check out that Summit video.
Cool. I think we're right about time for the Summit section of today. Thank you guys again for being with us. Really, really appreciate it. So we are going to sign off right now for another 15 minutes. Coming back at Cody, your time. What time?
So it'll be 4:45. Yes.
And my time, East Coast, will be 7:45. Actually, it's 7:45 now. No, it's 7:30 now. So 7:45, Cody will be back Eastern time and jamming circuit. Again, that was clear as mud. So let me say it again. 7:45 Eastern time, Cody will be back with circuit. 4:45 PST will be circuit demo time. So thank you guys again, you people again. We really appreciate you guys hanging out and sticking around and making this interactive as possible. Alex Diamantis says, "You mean circuit?" Yeah, I mean circuit.
Yep.
4:45 PST, 7:45 EST. Thank you again, everybody. Much appreciated. And we'll see you in 15 or so.
See you in just a little bit.
Thanks, everybody.
unmute myself there. There we are. Hey, Evan.
Hey, Cody. How are you?
Good to see you. Good, man. How you doing?
Doing great. Doing great. Let's see. We should be up and running.
Nice. Well, what's up, everybody? We're back here with the circuit. Got my boy Evan here, who does the Midwest for us. He's the field trainer product specialist for the Midwest. So if you're in the Chicago area, he's out and about in that area. Well, not lately, but
But yeah, no, I've been watching the stream on and off all day, and
Nice.
you've been doing an awesome job. So hopefully I can keep the streak going. Thank you
definitely.
so much, everybody in the chat. Hopefully I will be a suitable replacement for Casey.
Definitely. Cool. So I guess, do we have any chat questions before we jump into it, or?
Let me look here.
All right, cool. Get a empty session there.
What's up, Fright Club? What's up, Michael Hogan? No major questions, I don't think. So I guess let's just jam out a bit.
Let's rock out. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is the Novation circuit. It is a standalone groove box. You can load your own samples into it if you like. It also comes preloaded with samples. We have a variety of different packs on our component software, which we've been talking about all day, which is our all-in-one software for connecting all of our synthesizers and groove boxes and things and loading your samples and all that fun stuff. So that's where I loaded all of my cool samples up here. So I'm just going to take you through what the circuit is basically, and then we'll get into doing some jamming. So basically it's 2 synthesizers and a 4-part drum machine in one box basically. So you get 4 drum parts, you get 2 of the Nova synths. So we were talking about Ultra Nova and Mini Nova earlier, about how they compare with Peak and Summit. If you like those sounds, you get that Nova engine in the circuit here, which is why I really love it, because I have a Nova synth, but I also have a sampler all in one. So this is kind of my favorite little piece that we have right now, just because it's so easy to use and it being standalone. It does have the 2/4 inch outputs. You do get MIDI in and out. It has some cool little MIDI adapters, which we were using earlier with, I think, the Summit, to send some sequences to the Summit. So you can send MIDI in and out. You also get a power adapter with it, but it can run off battery power, which I absolutely love. I would rock when it first came out, I was running around doing demos with this thing. I could get a solid 2 weeks doing demos almost every day out of a set of batteries. So I was really impressed by that. There's also a speaker on this guy as well as a headphone output, which is really rad. If you have maybe a younger person that's wanting to get into doing music, but they're not quite ready to get into maybe Ableton or something like that, this is a great place to start, because they can just load it up with batteries, run around, be jamming out, having fun with it, that kind of thing. And really, it's a great tool for learning music, because it's a very intuitive sequencer. It's cool. So we're in synth 1 here. On the top half of our little pad section here, we have our key bed, which is in a scale mode. If I hit scales right here, it lets me know what mode we're in. So if I want, I can just go through them. Or if I want in this bottom right corner, I can put it on the chromatic keyboard. And then you can kind of see that octave like we were using the Launchpad Pro earlier. It looks just like that. It's a very similar setup to that. So I'm going to go back to minor, put in F minor, something like that. Cool. And then so you get the bottom half here is for sequencing. So if I hit play, you'll see the playhead going across, and I can just kind of hit notes on the key bed here and just lay them down at different parts of the sequencer here. So it's really easy way to just plug some things in. I can clear those as well too. If I want, I can hit record and record like that. That's actually really cool. Okay, so we got a little bass line going on our synth 1. We're going to move over to the drum section now. So this is drum 1 and 2 in one page. So top half drum 1, bottom half drum 2. So we're going to hit shift, and then we can change the sounds of these drums. So if we hit shift drum 1, we can change the kick sound. If we hit shift drum 2, we can get a snare going. So it's super easy to just kind of get a little bass line going, get a little bit of drums going. It's real kick snare, real easy. We'll flip over to drum 3 and 4 real quick. So again, we got the 2 playheads going. So drum 3 is the top 2 rows here. Drum 4 is the bottom 2 rows. I'm gonna hit Shift and Drum 3 to go through our different samples here. And when I hit Shift and Drum, this is taking us to our sample library, I guess so to say, our sample bank basically. And we have 2 pages on here of samples. So if you hit octave up, you get the first page. Octave down, you get the second page. And then I have all kinds of cool samples that I've loaded in here. But on my first page, I usually have my drums, so we'll keep working with the drums for now. Put a hi-hat on 3. Reminds me of like some old like 90s skateboard game stuff. Yeah, so that's super easy, super basic way to kind of just get a bass line and a drum beat going. From there, we're gonna go to the mixer so we can do a little mixing. So if you hit the mixer button, each of these knobs correspond to their individual part. So drum 3, our hi-hats right there. We got our snare right here, we got our kick right here, and then our bass on synth 1 is over here. So you can do a little bit of pre-mixing inside of the circuit itself. Cool. So we'll add a little chord there. And then to get this chord to hold out, since I just put it on this one note, we're gonna use the gate. If I hit pause, hit gate, you can tap any note that's on this sequence here, and it's gonna give you this gate option on the top half. So basically, you're just picking out how many steps do I want it to hold out, 1 through 16, basically. So we can have that hold out 8, go back to note, and then we'll just do another right there. It'll be really quick, but it's all good. So it'll do 8 steps on each chord. It's pretty simplistic, but kind of gives the idea. We can use sidechain here on both of these synthesizers, and that's just going to sidechain our synthesizer to our first drum part. If you don't know what sidechaining is, that's no worries. I'll just explain it real quick. Basically, what you're doing is it's a form of compression. And so you're just taking your whatever sound that you're using, like our synth sound, and you're causing it to lower volume whenever the triggered sound goes or initializes. So like with drum 1, which is the sound that triggers our sidechain, is our kick. So when our kick hits, the synth is going to duck underneath the kick, so that way you can hear the kick better than the synth. It's going to be louder, and you can hear it doing there. I'll put it on pretty extreme. So you hear it kind of choking the synth, which is great for if you're doing those kind of like housey pumping basses. That's a really cool little feature for that. But yeah, so that gives us a little way that we can kind of make those chords kind of not sound so, monotonous. Cool. We also have a filter or effects section here. So we have reverb on this bottom half, or this bottom row here, I guess. And then the top 2 rows here are our delay options. So all we have to do is select the reverb here, and then we get a couple different options. So let's just mute that, and then we can hear just the drums. We'll come back here, and then we're going to add some reverb to our snare. So that's like a ton of reverb. So that sounds better. And the cool thing about these effects too are also digital. So as you kind of adjust the reverb sound, you'll get those cool like digital effects of it kind of falling. And then if you want to adjust delay, all we have to do is come in here and then tap where we want the delay setting to be at. And if you notice, the top knobs will change colors as I select the 2 different ones. So if it's on reverb, there'll be that nice like kind of yellowish white color. On here, you get them on the pink, and then I can add that to our drum, our snare drum. And then you get the delay there. This is really cool because you get those kind of building delays. So you can do cool little builds with that little trick, and then it comes back to that. Or you can have it kind of deconstruct, and then it'll slowly, the delays will get slower and longer and that kind of thing. It's a cool little effect when you're playing it live. You also get an on-off for the effects here. So if you want to kill those at any point in time, you can do that really quickly. I like if you're doing that little effect with the build, doing the build effect, you can kill the delay, and that will drop you down into whatever your track is. Let's see, what else have we got on here? So we talked about our note mode. We also have a selection for velocity. So like on our bass notes here on synth 1, we can pick individual notes and adjust velocity so that they play harder or softer. We unmute it. Give you a little bit more humanality to it. We also have nudge and length. So nudge, if you want to adjust the sequence, how it plays. You can just do it from there. It's just left and right. We also have length. So if you just want a shorter pattern, you can play only maybe like 4 or 5 beats or 6 beats of a particular pattern. So that really gets you into doing like polyrhythms and things like that. So you can do some really cool like polyrhythms using lengths on different length settings for different patterns, whether it be, you know, synths or drums or that kind of thing. Any questions in the chat as we're kind of going through here?
Yeah, I saw one. I was answering. So I'm Uber Vice, by the way. So I've been trying to answer the questions as they come up. There's one though. Can we do a drum fill? Can we show off like pattern chaining and doing one bar and then another bar of a like a drum fill?
Yeah, definitely. So we have this kind of let me mute those synths again. So we kind of have this drum pattern rolling here just on this first drum pattern. So I'm just gonna duplicate that over. Mute our hi-hats for now, and then switch over to that second pattern that we just duplicated over. And then maybe we'll just do like a little, make it like a little, like that. Give you a little variation at the end. And basically you're just going in here and editing these individual patterns as you go, and then it's just linking these patterns together. So I can link up to 4 or 8 of those patterns together if I want, or I could take a smaller section, maybe the end section, kind of like how we were doing earlier on Launchpad Pro with the scenes. And so you can link individual patterns together to kind of give you some variation at the end there real quick. Cool.
Can we show off some sample flipping? I think that's probably my favorite part of the circuit.
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Sample flipping.
Cool. All right, cool. So we'll do let me get a little hi-hat just so I can hear a little metronome. That's a really easy way to get started with these things. So basically with sample flip, each of these steps on a particular drum part can be a different sound. So you can have kick and snare on one drum part rather than doing kick on drum part 1 and snare on drum part 2. So it allows you to kind of move some of those tracks in and get them into one individual pattern, and then you can do more things with the other samples that you have in the different parts here. So let me get that going. Let me slow it down. It's like a 95. Get a little more. All right. And then I'm just going to record into this first pattern here on drum 1. So I'll hit shift drum 1, hit record here, and then anything I play, once I hit record, it'll record into drum 1. Then I can just duplicate this over if my snare is a little off. Cool. So that gives us our kick and snare on drum 1 right there. We got our hi-hat on drum 3. So let's get into drum 2. And then we're going to go to our second page that has all of our samples in it. And then we got a lot of cool samples in here. So like what I like to do with these samples is I come in here and I will first chop them up in my DAW. So I use Ableton particularly, but most any DAW you could probably do this with. But basically what I do is I warp my samples and speed them up by tempo. So if it's, you know, say it's like a 60 BPM sample, I'll double time it to 120 or maybe even, you know, go to 240 or something like that to make it shorter and a higher pitch. And so you'll hear things like that. That doesn't really sound like anything, but when you go in here and you pitch it down, so it gives you a little bit more to work with. It takes those samples, transposes them down, elongates them out, so you can have longer samples inside of your circuit without taking up more of that 60-second sample time, because you're essentially limited to about 60 seconds with the sampler. But there's a lot of different ways you can manipulate that using the old school MPC workflows, where you're just basically, like I was saying, shortening things, making them quicker, so you can have these different sounds. So let's record it in. let me get 2 of these going. So we're gonna go back to our patterns real quick, and we're gonna delete those. I'm gonna turn our record off so we're not just recording things, and then we're gonna duplicate that first pattern and chain those 2 together, so that way I can get a longer loop with my drums. And then I'll go back to this. All right, and then let me get rid of this guy here. Yeah, so basically you kind of just, as you're working, you're building up some different spaces here, figuring out how much length you need for things. And then we can reprogram that.
You shown off any of the micro steps yet?
Not yet. We can do that with the hi-hats real quick. Cool. So we've got the hi-hats here that are just kind of on the downbeats here. And so we can go into our gate and select drum 4. It's record, was it record gate? Where are we at for micro steps? What's our? No, that's it. Just gate. That's right. Because we're in drums, because gate elongates. Yeah. So cool. You just go to your gate there in the drums. And so I can pick these individual hi-hats here. And then what I can do is rattle them or have them do triplets. So say this third one, we want to have that do triplets. And maybe this one will have it kind of rattle real quick. So now if I hit play, so you can really hear it rattle, and I'll mute those so you can hear it a little bit better. Yeah, so you can get a little bit of a rattle to it. And if you want it to kind of play a little bit different, you can adjust how those will hit. Cool. So yeah, so it's really great for doing those like triplets on hi-hats, things like that. Or if you want to have like the snare hit like twice at the end or whatever. You can add those little micro steps in between there. And you can always have, like, you don't necessarily have to have it hit like at the beginning. You can have it hit a little late. But yeah, so that gives you a couple different options there for whenever you're plugging different sounds into the drum sequencer. You can have them play a couple different ways like that. Let's see, what else are we going over here?
So
the
we can talk a little bit about the fact it's come up a couple times in the chat that the circuit doesn't have a screen, and that's by design. So the circuit it doesn't have a screen, and it kind of forces you to use the knobs to use your hands to make music, because I found myself coming up with ideas on the circuit that I wouldn't necessarily come up with on the computer with a display. So you could say it's let's see, who is it that asked this question specifically? I think it was Michael. But yeah, no, it doesn't have a display, but if you're switching the tempo, switching the swing, things like that, the LEDs on the circuit will actually display a numerical value. So I guess you could say that the pads are kind of a display, but it doesn't have a fully fledged like LED kind of screen. Now, if you do want to edit your synth patches and things like that, you can connect your circuit to your computer, and you can use Novation components to edit your synth patches, to load your samples into there. So when you do want to get in depth with the circuit and you want to start editing your synth patches, just hook it up to your computer, and Novation components kind of acts as a screen in that way. But that was a great question. Thanks for asking. That.
No, definitely. That also reminds me too, like as far as components, different things you can do inside of there. You can load up a lot of different patches inside of there, different samples. Basically, what we have inside of components we call a pack. So a pack is basically it's your samples that are in the sampler here. It's your patches that are in the synth engine. So it saves all those patches, but it's also your sessions too. So when you go to sessions, you have about 32 different sessions here that you can save. So that saves all of your sessions, all of your patches, all of your samples, all as one pack. And then you can share that with other people if you like, or you can save it. So if you're like pre-setting up your circuits to do like live shows, you can, save the date. This is the pack for that, that DJ set or that live performance. And then you could have multiple circuits onloading, offloading these packs, and you can mix and match different patches and different samples and things like that in the packs, so that you can have your own custom packs that you're sending to your circuit and saving there locally.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone in the chat was around the last couple months on our YouTube channel, but we actually did these circuit jams where one of the field trainers would come up with a pack, and then we would send it to the other field trainers, and we would all come up with our own version of a song using the same pack. So that's also a really handy feature. And if you're not part of the Novation Circuit Facebook group, I would highly advise that you join. It's a great group on Facebook where people trade packs and sounds and patches, and it's actually moderated by some of the UK Novation people. So it's a semi-official Facebook group. It's called the Circuit Users Group on Facebook.
Definitely. It's a great place to not only find out new things about Circuit, but to share your content with Circuit too. We always love when people share content on there. I always see awesome performances, especially lately. Everybody's inside, so why not have something you can jam on that's standalone? You don't need the computer up. So a lot of people have been posting some really great videos lately on there. It's a great spot. It's a good thing, Evan. But yeah, definitely. I mean, you can have all of that available to you there. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's just jam out. Let's do a new vibe. Maybe like some house vibes, maybe. There you go.
Down for that.
Right. Oh, there is a clap in here. I do kind of like the snare better though. Cool, and then we'll use that sidechain that we were using earlier. So let me just drop this on here. Look at this. And just lay another note down on that pattern. And then we're gonna go. Wait, let's see what I put in that pattern. Cool. And then we'll just rock it up like that. Put this over. Cool. We got a little bass line going. I'm going to change that sound for sure. But just to show you really quickly how easy it is to just kind of lay down some whole notes and then just like chain those patterns together. And then you can come in here and start to audition different things to see what they sound like. Right. And so like Evan was saying earlier, there's no screen. These 8 macro knobs here are not labeled, and the reason for that is that you want to play and kind of explore and really kind of find that sound with your ears rather than your eyes kind of thing. And so like as soon as you come into one of these patches, I just start turning knobs just to see what it sounds like. That one was like sounding really good a second ago, and so I'll start to just kind of play with them and see what I can get. These are also, you can also record automation to these knobs. So and then as that comes back around, so yeah, you can record automation on those knobs there. You can also record automation to the mixer as well too. Same things with the effects too. So if you want to like, yeah, so you can add that automation there. It's super easy to clear automation. You just hit clear, turn to the right, it'll delete your automation. If you turn it to the left, it'll, on some of these knobs, it'll reset the knob to the previous setting. So we can get rid of that pitch mod real quick. We'll get into that sidechain. Cool, so let's see what else we got in here. Oh wait, I know I have some hand drums in here. Cool. You can also tune here. So instead of the drum parts here that we have, so you have essentially your tuning knob here for pitch. Here's a release knob. So for these longer samples, when it's all the way open, it's going to play the whole sample, but you can back it off a little bit and it'll play less of the sample essentially. This third knob in the row will be your distortion. And then the fourth knob is kind of like a high pass, low pass. So you can kind of hear it there really well with that hand drum. You can even record it on machine. Cool. Yeah, so super easy to just kind of start to get a beat together, get a vibe together.
But you add a little bit of swing in there, Cody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a little bit more on the... So what I can do is just, if I want to take that same line I was just playing, duplicate it over. I can duplicate it over here. And then I can shift octave and bring it up an octave each time I hit shift octave. So I can find it there. Yeah, that bass is much better. And I'll do the same thing as I go through the different patterns. So I'll go to the next pattern, shift octave it up, shift down. There it is. All right, cool. One of my favorite things about this circuit is just how quickly, with those little shift octaves and the scales, you can change up the sound. Cool. So if we wanted to, we could come in here to scales. And so right now it's on the C minor. We put it on F. We want it. It's going to transpose everything for us. And then we could also change what scale we're in. Yeah, so it makes it really easy to kind of noodle around and see what you like. You know, like maybe I want it in a different scale, or, you know, maybe just a different key. Nice. How's the chat looking there? Any other?
Pretty good. I'm trying to get to everybody in the chat. Let me go back and see
Any good ones?
if there's anything. Somebody did ask if there was a something like sample flipping, but for synths, for presets. And I recommended the Circuit Mono Station. So the Circuit Mono Station is kind of like the brother to the OG circuit, which is what we have here, which Cody's showing off. But it's an analog synthesizer with the same kind of sequencer on it. And the Circuit Mono Station can do something called patch flipping, which, Cody, can you show what sample flipping is real quick again?
Right, yeah. So like sample flipping, if we come in here, let me just hit this and hit record. So you can see it's changing the sample for that one drum part, basically kind of like a patch would be patch flipping. It's sample flipping, basically, just changing the sample for that one part, basically.
Right. So yeah, if you're looking for a synthesizer that can do that, definitely look into the Circuit Mono Station. What else do we have here? Cody, can you trap out on it? I know Cody can trap out on it.
Yeah, we could probably get some trap going on it. Yeah, let me see what we got here. Let me get some trap sounds. I tried to get more kind of like hip hoppy kind of stuff. Just getting a vibe for what we got. Okay. So those are my bells. These are my opens. Cool. Okay, so let me get like, what are we doing? Like what, 145 for trap? Yeah, something like that?
Yeah, like 140, 145 halftime.
Right. Yeah, so I guess we could do like 72 or something.
Microsteps in there.
Right. So let's see. Let's do that with. Okay, cool. Let me get a gate. Cool. I think there's. Okay, cool. Oh, we're on 2. Okay, so.
Yeah, real quick, everyone. You can definitely make feature requests in the chat. We love hearing back from you. However, we cannot talk about any sort of future products or future firmware updates.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's just something that we can't really talk about. But I would love to hear from you guys, from everyone here, about what features you'd love to see, because it is something that we do take to heart. So.
Yeah, definitely drop those comments. Yeah, exactly. We'll definitely pass them along, and like we were saying earlier, we definitely go back and review all the comments in the chat there. So if you do have questions or suggestions, definitely drop them there. But yeah, like Evan was saying, we can't really comment on upcoming products necessarily. Maybe some like laser stuff. Let's see. I'm just gonna make some weird kind of. That's a cool little line. So it's like a cool way you can use the shift octave with the glide on the synth to kind of give you a little like West Coast synthy vibe. Ooh, there it is.
This is very you, Cody.
Right.
This is a very Cody style beat.
Yeah, so you can use Link to do fun little tricks, and there's a lot of cool, like as you play with it, you learn little tricks, little ways that you can do it, do cool little things that are unique to you. I feel like everybody that uses Circuit kind of starts in the same way, and then as they get to know it, people treat it very differently. I've seen people just abuse these things and like get the craziest sounding set out of it, and I'm just like, I don't even understand what they just did with it, but it was amazing. So if you really spend time with it, it seems kind of on the surface it may seem a little daunting without a screen and that type of thing, but you spend a little bit of time with it, you'll get to know the basics. And once you really get the basics down, that's when you can start to dive in and start doing more sample flipping and cool like little live tricks and things like that. And then also how you set up your sessions too. So we'll save that. and then we'll save like a variation. So we could have like a version of this that is just getting crazy. We can mess it all up. And then you can just drop it back into the original. And that's really cool for the DJ filtering. So that's, you know, really handy, easy way to just be like, let me mess everything up. That's really
So Michael Hogan is asking, can I load my own samples into the circuit? And
Certainly.
yeah, of course you can. You get 60 seconds total sample time on the circuit spread across 64 pads. So you can absolutely load your own samples into the circuit, and you would do that via Novation components, which I'm sure
Totally.
we probably talked about components earlier on the stream here. But just to reiterate, Novation components is our software librarian editor type thing where you can back up your sessions, you can load your samples in, you can edit your synth patches in circuit, and so that's where you load in your own custom samples into the circuit.
Totally. And like I was mentioning earlier, in case you weren't, let me don't save that, jump over in this one. In case you weren't checking out earlier, you just weren't here, no worries. The trick that I use for a lot of these longer samples like these is that I will pitch them up to shorten them basically, so that I can get these longer sample chops out of it basically. So when you first like kick it on, it sounds really goofy and high pitched, but whenever you pitch it down, it goes back to its normal pitch and normal length. So it's a quick little trick to like be able to stuff more things inside of your circuit as far as samples go, similar to how people used to work on like the old MPCs back in the day. It's just the same concept. You're just applying it to new gear basically. Yeah. Let's see. What else we got? What other genre flavors are we feeling?
There was a question a while back from Kelly who wanted us to explain a little bit more about the MIDI capabilities of circuit.
Certainly.
Kind of I guess a broad question, but the circuit can output MIDI. So what that means is you can use the circuit obviously makes sound within itself, but you can use the MIDI output on the circuit to sequence external synthesizers, external drum machines, things like that. So you can use the really fast, quick, easy, powerful sequencer on circuit and connect it to anything that accepts MIDI. So you can use the micro steps, the scale mode, things like that, and use that with any sort of synthesizer that accepts MIDI, which is virtually all of them these days.
Totally. Also, you can with these synth parts, they're going to be synth 1 is usually on channel 1 for MIDI channel. Synth 2 is usually on MIDI channel 2, and then the drum parts are usually on MIDI channel 10, where most drum machines and stuff will put their MIDI information on that channel. So out of the gate, you could essentially just run MIDI out of this to 2 synthesizers and be controlling 4 synths from one unit, all in one sequencing, and then just adjusting volumes and things like that on like a small mixer or something.
Let's see. Can you use circuit to control Ableton? So you can send MIDI to Ableton. You can map any of the knobs to control the functions in Ableton Live. But primarily, I guess personally, I would use the circuit to control instruments within Ableton Live. So virtual instruments, external instruments, things like that. So in a way, yes, it can.
Totally. Like if I'm going to use just the circuit in Ableton, a lot of times I'll just pull up like 2 MIDI channels. 2 MIDI tracks, and then a drum rack, and then I'll just MIDI map these knobs up here to your first 8 parameters on the device. And then it kind of gives you a device control a little bit there in Ableton. So that way, because these will be different messages from synth 1 to synth 2, so they won't overlap. Same thing with the drums. So that you can get some cool hands-on control with that as well too. But like honestly, when I'm using Ableton with the circuit, I'm using it usually with like a Launchpad, and I'm just basically feeding loops into the Launchpad, recording the loops on the Launchpad, and just building out. So that way I can build more things. If I'm just going to be using it by itself, I'm going to just try to stuff as much as I can into the track on the circuit. But when you're using it with a DAW, it really allows you to kind of keep layering it and keep expanding. It's really great with those little loop stations as well, too. I think that's really popular right now with the loop stations. I think Boss makes those or somebody. But this is great with something like that, where you can just record a loop in, do something else. Or the 404s, you just turn the delay feedback, forever, and just kind of use the loop there. So it's a great piece standalone by itself, but it's also an awesome piece to be used with other devices. I think that's really where you start to really enjoy Circuit, is playing with it with another device, basically. Cool.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. There's a lot of people in the chat. So yeah, thanks a lot for everybody that's tuning in. Really appreciate
definitely.
everyone.
Love it.
If I missed your question, I'm really sorry. I'm doing my best here. There's a there's a lot going on in the chat. So if I missed you, just ask it again. I'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. How could I know what notes are on each pad? So if you go to scale mode and you pick your scale, you can kind of see that certain pads are lit up brighter than the other pads. And so that's how you would know what notes are in that scale. Now you can turn scale mode off completely and just have it be like an octave on a keyboard. That's called chromatic mode.
Right. Totally. Yeah.
Cody rocks. Yes, he does.
Thank you. Evan rocks as well.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. Exactly. That's kind of how you know. And that's the other thing too that goes back to the Circuit's roots, is that a lot of it's kind of just, playing it and seeing if it sounds right. You know what I mean? I know everybody likes to be very on top of it when you're playing live, but I think just having, especially with the scale mode, when you're in scales and stuff, there's really no wrong notes. So it's kind of one of those things that you just kind of play and just feel it out. Okay, let's do something up tempo. 160. Ooh. See what kind of bases we got. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, so if you're into D&B or like up-tempo stuff, house music, Goa, Psytrance, thing. So let's duplicate. Let's get some variation going on these drums. Right, let's duplicate that one over. And that kick down just a little bit. Really gritty, so you can get really rough with the distortion. It's like not the same necessarily as Base Station 2, but it pulls some of those things from Base Station 2 of the distortion being able to be very gritty and very in your face. And you can do some like industrial stuff. And then you can half time it really quickly with the tempo. We also have tap tempo too, so if you're like, so you can kind of get hype with it. Gotta go crazy live. It just opens up tons of possibilities live.
I personally use the circuit as kind of like a sketch pad because it is so portable.
Nice.
And it can run off of batteries, and it has the built-in speaker, the headphone output, all that. So
Totally.
I can take it with me, especially pre-COVID. I would travel a lot for work. We were usually on the road, and I would take my circuit with me anywhere and just bust out a bunch of different ideas. And then when I get home, I can take those ideas and import them into Ableton Live. So I can import that MIDI and work on it further from there. So that's one way to use it. It's great for beginners as well. If you're a little wary about maybe stepping into something like Ableton Live, something like the circuit would be great for you because it has everything you need. It has the synthesizers, it has the drums, and it's right there, and you can learn that and use that as a stepping stone into the digital audio workstation realm. But then also pros use it as well as like a sketch pad. So there's a lot of different uses for the circuit.
Definitely. And this is an easy transition to things like Launchpad Pro. We'll break that out here in a little bit with Peak once we, as we kind of finish off the day. But Launchpad Pro or SL Mark III, that's another great transition product with this. So if you get used to how this works, you might not even necessarily have to learn too much about a DAW straight away. If you just move into a product that's got a similar workflow, you can kind of learn as you go because you already know the workflow of your particular controller. So it's cool. It's, you learn this, you get an idea of what you're doing with the sequencing and how all of that works, and you'll be able to take that into other arenas and other DAWs and things.
Bruce Sumner is asking, can I use a key step to record MIDI into the circuit sequencer? Yeah. So the circuit has a MIDI input as well. So it has a MIDI input and output. So you can definitely hook a keyboard up to that and record to the circuit that way.
Right. It's nice to have some keys to go with the synthesizer parts because the pads are great. But for those keys players, that's always great to have a little connection there for that. You do get the MIDI breakout cables too with this in the box. So if you're curious about how they're connecting, it's just these little. Sorry, it's kind of loud. These little 3.5 milli or whatever 1/8 inch MIDI jacks here. You'll get 2 of those in the box, along with the batteries and the cables and all of that fun stuff. Yes, we do give you batteries out of the box as well too. So if you just need to get working, you can do that definitely. Yeah, and so you'll get those as well too. And like we were saying earlier, those since it only has 1 MIDI out, and if you're wanting to maybe use this with maybe 2 or 3 different products, you can just there's different of those little adapters that'll break out those adapters into multiple different outputs. You can even use little headphone breakouts. Even nowadays, there's a lot of different ways you can kind of hack it to get that broken out to a multitude of different outs, and then you can just plug your different MIDI adapters into the little breakout there. So you can have it controlling a lot of different synths at once and just be doing volumes on a mixer or something like that.
Lance Cox is asking those Type A MIDI cables. So this is definitely something that can get a little bit confusing because the circuit and the circuit monostation use MIDI Type B. And this was before MIDI Type A was kind of the standard for the 1/8 inch output here. So circuit monostation are Type B. But it comes with the proper adapters. So as long as you adapt it to your standard 5-pin MIDI, it doesn't really matter. But just be aware if you are trying to hook the circuit up with one of our newer products like the Launchpad Pro, which is MIDI Type A, you will need to use the 5-pin MIDI adapters in order to get that to work.
Totally. And like we were talking about earlier with the circuit owners group, there's a lot of great little hacks that people have for cables for using with different products if they have the different type MIDI type A versus B that you can use with your cables. So you might have something that you can have it swap over between the two if you don't necessarily have those adapters. So definitely check out those groups, because there's all kinds of great like little life hacks and information in there for using these products with other products too. Because not everybody has just Novation stuff. You might be using some Korg stuff or some Moog stuff. We got some of those Moog questions earlier today. Totally. We want you to be able to work with those other things. And there's a lot of great hacks for that kind of stuff in there. So definitely check those out.
Is Novation Team USB-C or not so much? It varies on the products. So
Right.
A lot of our newer products like the Launchpad Pro, Launchpad X, Launchpad Mini are USB-C. And those are some of the thinner products. So it makes sense to have USB-C on there. Circuit came out a couple of years ago, so it's still USB type B, which is like the printer cable type thing.
Right.
But you don't need to worry about it because all of our products come with USB cables.
Right, exactly. And I think honestly on this guy, I kind of like that old school part type B connector. It's a little bit thicker. I don't have to worry about, because I mean this is definitely something you'd want to take out live more often. So you can definitely feel secure with that high retention USB port.
So Asan Gelsi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, is asking how would you recommend using patterns in sessions to build songs and live sets? So I guess, Cody, can we make like a quick sort of like a drum part A, drum part B, synth part A,
totally.
part B, and then maybe can we show the pattern chaining feature?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let's do it. So we'll just start something fresh real quick, just so we can get it going real quickly. So maybe the first section. So we're just gonna pattern these guys together for the first section here. So we'll have this first row will be our intro, and then we'll do a kind of second section with a nice little 4 pattern loop on the next part. So we'll just set this up real quick with. Let me just get some little hi-hat intro vibe. And then just duplicate that over. And then we get yeah, let's do that. We get a little chord action going here. And then let me duplicate that over. And then, okay, so we got that going there. And then we'll just use that as our intro section. Won't do anything bass-wise. So we have that there. Duplicate this over there. And so this will be our actual main section that we're going to do. We'll just kind of keep it basic, do kind of just like a house vibe. I know it's very 4 on the floor and basic. We'll put some swing in there. And then we'll get. Let's actually take a look at that real quick. Okay. Yeah, no, I was right. Cool. Duplicate that over. Clear this guy, and then we'll go straight to there. Okay. A little bass. And this is just really basic quick examples.
Right, so he's chaining those 2 patterns together because each of those pads that are blinking is a pad that's playing. So we can kind of see, if you pay attention to the purple column there, you can see the blinking light is starting to change. And so he chained those 4 patterns together. So instead of having one 16 bar or 16 step bar that repeats over and over again, you can have up to 8 of those chaining. So that's kind of what Cody's going on here. And that applies for all the columns there. So you can see that We color coded the different parts of the circuit. So purple is synth part 1, green is synth part 2, orange is drum part 1 and 2, and then yellow is drum part 3 and 4. And so you can chain all of those different patterns separately. So if you're familiar with Ableton Live and the way the clips work in session or in session view in Ableton Live, kind of a similar format here, where you can think of each of those blinking lights as sort of a different clip.
Totally. You can chain them that way. There's another way you can do this too, in the sense of, so like if that's our intro here, right, that we were playing, we can come here, double save that. That's our intro session, and then we'll actually hit save and then tap underneath it. So we have a copy of that. We'll go back to patterns and we'll set it right here. So that way, double save it. So now if we come back to our sessions, this should be our intro. And then this should be our main part. And so that way you can set up each of these to be almost like cue points in Ableton or in Serato, and that's how you can easily switch between your beats really quickly. Everything's kind of quantizing. If you hit shift, you can quickly shift it, and it'll just go straight to where you're at in the sequence on that particular pattern. So that's an easy, quick way that you can have them set up in sessions. And then you just color code them in sessions. When you save them, you get a little option here on the knob. You can rotate that, get a bunch of different colors. And then I usually color code them by song. So if this is going to be that song, I would have them both be the same color, that kind of thing. So that way I know this is the same thing, kind of thing. Cool. That was actually a really good question. I really like that one.
Yeah, right on, right on. Let's see what else we have in the chat here. Yeah. Okay. A lot of requests for live sampling. Right. Again, I can't really talk about anything like that, but we're always cooking something up in the kitchen. So,
right.
But really appreciate the feedback, everyone. We really do pay attention to our customers and their wants and their needs. So if there's a feature that you think would work great with the circuit, let us know.
Definitely. And I think this is one of those products that really kind of set the pace for us with that particular conversation, in the sense of this has had about 7 or 8 updates to it since it's originally been released. So when it was originally released, you couldn't necessarily load samples onto it. There were, you couldn't do like certain micro steps, things like that. There's certain things that were added over time, basically. And so when I had first gotten it, we were just trying to figure out how we could get into it deeper. We got a bunch of feedback from you all. Whether they be like early adapters, that kind of thing, that we're getting it early, checking it out, getting into it. And all of that feedback just went into all of these firmware updates. So that's why we really, have been talking up the Facebook group there and the different groups for these things, because we actually do go through there and those do feed into updates. And this is that product that you get from that. So after all those, feedback updates that we've done, we've just stuffed so much into this particular product, which I've been so impressed with the company as a whole for doing that.
Yeah, Mr. Monkeys says, didn't one of the updates enhance the way you chain the patterns? Yes. So if you go into the pattern view and you hold shift, you can chain the patterns in a non-linear way. So originally you would, when you chain the patterns, it would play pattern 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Now with the new firmware update, if you hold shift, hit a pad, you can play pattern 1, pattern 8, pattern 4, pattern 3, in any order that you want.
Right. And that was that thing that we were talking about. It works very similar to how Launchpad Pro was working earlier with scenes, that we were kind of talking about. We wish we had that initially on circuit. So that kind of gives you the workaround for that on circuit here.
Can I change each knob function? So yes.
Totally.
For the synths, the knobs act as macros. So you can change what the knobs do in Novation components, which is where the synth editor lives. So you can absolutely program those knobs to do whatever you want them to do. The circuit does not have a vocoder. However, it does share the same sort of synth architecture as the Mini Nova. but it does not have the vocoder on the circuit.
Right. But the Mini Nova is a great product for that type of thing. Mini Nova or Ultra Nova both have a great vocoder on them. So definitely check those out. You get the vocal tune with Mini Nova, so definitely check that one out. Nice.
Right on, right on.
Cool. Yeah, these have all been really great questions.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody in the chat. It's been really helpful. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oscillators, another good question. How many oscillators on the circuit? So there's 2 6-voice parts on the circuit, and then each synth has 2 oscillators.
Right. So essentially, you could kind of stack them if you were sending MIDI to it. If you're just using it just as a synthesizer, I mean, you could just stack them and do 12 voices, basically. And that's
very welcome, DJ Day.
The great thing about this guy too is a lot of people forget that, you know, it's the Nova synth engine, and like really when you dig in on the components and start to dig just in the synth engine, if you treat it just as a synth for a little while, you really start to benefit from all those features. Let's get to another.
Yeah.
Cool. We do some more. I'm sorry, what was it?
How was your weekend?
Oh, it was good, man. It's been hot. Our power went down a little bit earlier, but it's been all good. I got some of the synths shut down, so we've just been rocking it out. Yeah, let's do some more jamming, I guess, since we're just rocking out anyway. We'll do some more kind of hip hop stuff, I guess. Let's do 4 for our hi-hats. Like that.
Jeremy is asking, are the pads the same as the Launchkey? They're similar to the Launchkey Mark IIs, but the new Launchkey Mark IIIs have new different pads.
Right. They are slightly smaller as well too of pads compared to like the launch pads and that kind of thing to kind of keep it compact. But they are velocity sensitive. You know, they still have a great feel to them, but they're just a slightly smaller, and just this guy's been around just a little bit longer than the Launchkeys. Let's see.
Right on.
I always do that. I'm always so like lazy with my snare finger. Okay, cool. All right. See, that's the beautiful thing about sequencers. Sequencers is if you're not that great at doing drums, sequencers got your back. All right, cool. We'll chain those two together. We'll get, you know, maybe a little micro step action on some of these hi-hats. Okay, cool. And then let's do. I actually use that for the little promo. Oh yeah, that's right. I need 2 of these patterns, so we'll clear that out real quick, and we'll chain those 2 together. Let's chain 4 together in case I need more out of it. It's all good. So. Yeah, I think it was just 2. Cool, awesome. And then we'll go back and redo our hi-hats real quick. Nice. Yeah, that's a vibe. Get really weird with it. vibes right there. Anything on drum 2? No, we don't have anything on drum 2. We still have space.
All right. Do we have the swing up at all?
Yeah, let's
Very
hit
hot
the swing.
one swing.
Yeah, I got it all the way up on 80. We turn it all the way the other way. Let's turn it 20. That's a vibe. Yeah, so you can get super lo-fi with it, get low, like really chill vibes. If you put this with the big crusher, it'd be like on point. You can just do lo-fi all day.
Fright Club asks, what effects are there? There's delay and reverb.
Correct.
There's a variety of different algorithms for the delay and reverb.
Totally. And then the synths have individual effects that you can get access to in the component software as well. So I think there's like some chorus and stuff inside the synths. Things like that. Nice. Let me save that. That was a good jam.
Yeah, that was awesome. Do you need a couple minutes to set up the next?
Yeah, let's take 5 real quick so we can swap some guys over here and get the summit, or I'm sorry, the peak and our Launchpad Pro up, and then we will be back.
Cool. Yeah, I'll hang out for a sec.
All right, I'm gonna pop off.
So yeah, we are going to do the peak and the Launchpad Pro for our next segment. And let's see. I'll hang out with everybody in the chat. How's everybody doing? Lovely Sunday night here in Chicago. Where's everybody from? I'm doing great, Zach. Thank you for asking. New York City, right on. Cali, Baltimore, Spain. It's 4 a.m. for Real Dax H. Wow. Well, thanks for staying up so late with us. Portland, Texas. Russia, London. All right. People from all over. Melbourne. Cool. Who in the chat has a circuit? Wow, people from all over. All over. Well, if you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us. My name is Evan. I'm a product specialist for Novation, based out of Chicago. We are waiting for Cody, who is our product specialist in LA, to set up the Peak and the Launchpad Pro, and then he will be doing a nice little jam for us. So in the meantime, we're just hanging out, waiting for him to set up. John Booz has a circuit and a circuit monostation. Right on. Deadly combo right there. Jeremy has a Launchkey Mark III 49. How do you like it, Jeremy? That's our brand new MIDI controller that just came out. I hope you're using the arpeggiator on that with the mutation and the deviation. Really cool MIDI controller there. Could I recommend? Could you recommend us some albums? Well, if you're talking to me, yes, absolutely. 1999 by Prince or Rumors by Fleetwood Mac. Probably two of my favorite albums of all time. The new Deftone album is great if you like Deftones. Keith Buckle has a Launchpad Pro, a Launchkey Mini Mark III, and a circuit monostation arriving tomorrow. Wow, Christmas in October. Have fun. That sounds awesome. And Cody's back. All right. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We have Cody back in the chat, and he's going to be showing off the Peak and the Launchpad Pro. Let me unmute him. Oh, he's got to unmute himself. I think you got to unmute yourself, Cody. It won't let me unmute you.
Thank you. Awesome. All right, cool. Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So we're back up here, 5 minutes on the dot. So, you know, you asked, we deliver. And yeah, so we're full circle now. We started off the day with the Peak, and here we are back with our trusted friend, the Peak, the 8-voice polysynth. We also have the Launchpad Pro here. So just a quick overview of the two, in case you weren't here earlier for Peak, or you know, you're just coming on. I know we got a lot of you guys overseas and stuff like that that are just coming on, guys and girls. So yeah, so the Peak here is an 8-voice polysynth. The thing that really makes it unique is the processing unit, the FPGA, which is a field programmable gate array, is able to run at a really high sample rate, essentially 2.4 was 24 megahertz or something like that. Basically, a super high sample rate that's going to give you a really high definition waveform, whether it's the analog waveforms or the wavetables on board. And we have a ton of wavetables on board for you now. I think there's somewhere around 40 something. Oh, it looks like we lost Evan. Might have been we might have lost him to the internet there. But yeah, so we have a lot of wavetables available for you. You can also with the new editor inside of components, hop in. Oh, hey, Casey's back. Hey, yeah, Casey.
Right. Evan just had to run real quick. Could be back in a minute.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no stress. Cool. Yeah. So like I was saying, we have that great new wavetable editor in our component software that we've been talking about all day. So, you know, definitely check out the component software if you get one of these guys, because you can go in there and you can load up your own wavetables. We've got some great ones you can download from there as well, too. So yeah, it's a really, really powerful synthesizer here. It's not just digital, it's a digital analog hybrid. So you're going to get all the flexibility and the high definition sound from digital, but you're also going to be able to really push this analog filter section, give it some of that analog overdrive, and, you know, give it some of that nice beefiness that people want on their bass tones and things like that. So it's a really versatile synth. You can really do a variety of things with it. Earlier we were, you know, getting into things from, you know, really smooth pads all the way out to crazy bass tones. So a lot of different stuff going on there. And then also we've got the Launchpad Pro here. So earlier we were using the Launchkey 37 Mark III, which is brand new, which is a ton of fun. But if you're more of a pads kind of person, Launchpad Pro is an awesome option for you. So basically, we're just running standalone mode right here. So I'm just plugged in USB into a little wall adapter or I have a little USB plug on my power outlet here, which is pretty handy. And then I've got it plugged in MIDI, which is going into our peak right here on the back, just from the MIDI adapter to the 5-DIN there on the MIDI. So cool. With this, we have a couple different modes on the Launchpad Pro here that we're going to utilize. So we've got this great note mode here, which shows you where you're at on the keyboard. Basically, it's just a chromatic keyboard. So all of these lit up keys here that are like blue and pink would be your white keys on the keyboard. And all of the dark non-lit keys here would essentially be your black keys on the keyboard. So it makes it really easy to go up with one hand on multiple octaves. You can kind of see where you're at as you're playing around there. It's kind of different than what most people are used to looking at when they look at a keyboard, but it kind of gives you a lot of creative freedom to do a lot of cool things with this keyboard. So also with the note mode, if we hit shift note, we have a scales mode here. So we can go ahead and put note mode in a certain scale, very similar to what we were using on circuit. Oh, there's Evan. Rolling deep now, man. We got the whole crew.
No, I'm sliding out. Enjoy.
All right, later. He said, I got something to do. All right, cool. Yeah, so like I was saying, we have our different scale modes here. On the middle here, you're going to get that octave that shows you what's in the scale. You get 16 different options for scales here. You can also pick the root note. So we're just going to go minor. And then we have the MIDI channel here on the bottom. So if you want to have it on a different MIDI channel, say 5, 4, 1, you can do that all right here from this shift note mode. And then we're going to go ahead and turn the scale mode on. This orange strip up here is basically what it does is it takes your note mode here and it adjusts how many pads are between your root notes. So if we go back into that and then hit this, you can see the root notes kind of shift over, or I can have it sit there and you can see it's kind of more how it works inside of the circuit. So this probably looks similar to how the circuit would look to you with all of the root notes here on the left and right. Makes it super easy to see what you're working with here with the scale mode. I kind of like to have it a little bit of variation. So I can kind of use one hand and go around the different octaves here. And I have these root notes. I know where they're at in the purple. Makes it really easy for me to grab those. Moving right along, we got our chord mode here. So the chord mode is pretty slick. So we have all these notes over here on the right side. And then we have triads right here. So we have some preset chords. And then on the right side here, we have our user bank. So you can add chords in here if you'd like. These are just some I've programmed previously. All you have to do is hold down one of these empty slots. They're both white colors for the pad whenever it's lit and unlit. So it's kind of hard to see looking directly down. But you can see these are kind of not as lit as brightly. So if I hold that down. So you can just program those real quickly. If you hit the little button here in the corner, it locks this user mode. So you can play a chord, noodle over the top of it with the notes on the left-hand side. Gives you a lot of freedom, especially when you're playing live. You can kind of save these chords ready to go and just have that moment where you can just like rock out and really jam and really get into it for a bit. And all of that's right here, pre-programmed, saved to the unit locally. So that's really handy. We also have the custom modes here. So you can have a variety of different custom modes. This is just a couple of different octave key beds. So you get 4 octaves basically here. I have a little setup that I use with Ableton for my drum rack. So I have some selectors and things like that. So you can set it up for different DAWs, but you can also set it up for your synthesizers as well too. So you get things like these faders. So if you wanted to have these faders going to certain CC messages, you could do that, and they are velocity sensitive. So depending on how hard you hit them is how quickly they're going to move to where they want to be, which is really great for things like your filter frequency, resonance, things like that. You could be changing those on the fly. They're kind of mutating slowly, and then gives you some really cool different draws that you can do with the filters. So that's always fun for that kind of thing. And then we get the sequencer in here. So we were messing with the sequencer earlier.
Real quick, Cody. Real quick.
Yeah.
Somebody asked in the chat. Can you show real quick or explain how you have the Launchpad Pro hooked into the Peak right now?
Yeah, totally. So I'm just going to pull this out a little bit. So we just have this little adapter here, and it just plugs in to the MIDI cable, and it's super tight in there. But yeah, so you just have this little adapter. It goes to the MIDI cable. You just plug it in right there, and then the MIDI cable plugs into the back of the peak, and just to the MIDI in. And I have it just set up for MIDI channel 1. So super simple setup. Like just plug this guy into the wall, plug it into your peak with the MIDI cable, and you get the adapters in the box with the Launchpad Pro. I think we give you 3 of those, if I'm correct. Is that right, Evan?
Yeah, you get
Nice.
there's 2 MIDI outputs on the Launchpad Pro and a MIDI input.
Right.
So you get 3 of the 5-pin MIDI adapters in the box. And there are a couple questions asking about, and we're about to get there. There are a couple questions asking about how does Circuit compare to Launchpad Pro with the sequencer. And I think Cody is about to show us how the sequencer on the Launchpad Pro works.
Definitely. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, perfect questioning. Totally. Yeah, so super easy. So we've got the sequencer up here now. I have these 2 octave key beds, but what I'm going to do is hit Shift Sequencer so that I can get my scale mode, so I can make something pretty. So basically in this Shift Sequencer page here, this is just selecting scales. So it gives you that scale mode like we had in note mode previously inside of the sequencer. But you can also do a drum mode too if you want to do a drum mode for things like MPCs and things like that. Or the octaves if you want. But we're just going to rock this middle scale mode for us. That gives us the nice scale. And then, yeah, we'll just do the minor and the F minor. I think that's what we've been on all day. So we'll rock that. Cool. So I'm just going to set down some chords. And then basically all I'm doing here is, so the top half is my sequencer, the bottom half is going to be my keyboard, kind of flipped from Circuit basically. And then you get some extra space on here as well too, whereas it's 16-step patterns on Circuit, you're getting 32-step patterns here on Launchpad Pro. So to lay them down, I basically just, press these keys, press the pad that I want them to be on, the step essentially. To hold for gate, basically just hold down the pad, and it'll let you know how long it's holding out. So you can kind of just move the steps you want it to hold. If you want 32, 16, you can do that. And then that just sets how long it's going to hold out. So now if I hit play, and then we got some other patterns chained together because we were playing with this earlier, so we can set up some other things on the patterns there. We'll go back to the sequencer. And then we'll do that one there. Then we'll do a lower chord there. So now we have them both chained together here in our patterns mode. And that's 2 individual patterns, and then we can hit play. It'll play through them. And then it gets to the second pattern, and then loops right back around for us. Cool. So we can chain those together. The cool thing about Launchpad Pro, though, is we have these scenes as well, too. So right now I'm on the first scene, which will just be playing this top row, basically. But I can have the second scene play different things. So in this instance, I have it playing these 4 patterns. I can have it play individual patterns from each track individually. So I could have it play 2 of those there, 2 here, 1 there, 1 there. And then I can chain those together. So it's going to play the first scene first, and then after that scene's played through completely, then it'll play the next scene. So it's going to play through our little loop here, and then it's going to switch over to this next section here, and then it'll loop back to our little loop that we've got started. So it's super easy to use, really intuitive, very similar to how we were just working on Circuit. It's just giving you more things on the circuit or on the sequencer itself. So let's go back to that first scene. We don't need to be looping 2 scenes together anymore. That's fine. And then we'll get into some of the settings inside of the patterns. So we've got this pattern here, but what we can do with it here is we can have it play forward. We can have it play backwards if we want. So we can set both of those up to play backwards, and then it'll just hit. Yeah, so it's just going to play it backwards for us. There's also a ping pong mode, so it'll play forward 1 time and then backwards the second time. And then you also get a random here at the end, so it'll just play randomly through the sequence depending on what's there. Let me get something here that's a little bit more notes going on than just a chord. Okay, so we'll go back there. So let me just plug in some notes here. And then we'll play with mutate and probability. So I just plugged in a bunch of random notes basically here. So that gives us, shows you random a little bit better too. So you can see random playing out a little bit better. It gives you more options there. And then, so we also have velocity options here. So depending on which particular note you're setting down, you can adjust velocity for those notes. We also have probability. So how likely is it to play that particular note? So we can turn probability down on that note. Let's turn it down on this note really low, so it's probably not going to play that. We'll leave it up there, turn this down, turn this down. So basically these two columns here, I've turned the probability down on these notes here. So it's basically whether or not it's going to play those notes as we go through. So if I go back to our regular pattern setting and have it play forward, it'll be easier to see it. So it skipped this one. Skipped it again. It'll play it probably third or fourth time around. And so basically it's just how many times do I want this to play? How often do I want it to play? Basically, is it going to play every time it comes through, or is there a likelihood that it's not going to play sometimes and while will others? It gives you some more variation on your melody or your sequence there. And we also have mutation. So with mutation here, what we can do is have these notes go off of their root note, and this is basically how much of this how much it's going to mutate off of that root note basically. So we'll go to that second hit, we'll turn it up a lot, and then we'll turn this one up too. So basically it's just going to take it and it's going to mutate that note either up or down an octave, or a couple octaves depending on how much you have it set there on the mutation fader. And this is just going to give you some more variation. So those are just a couple different ways that you can create more variation with the sequencer here. And then we also have micro steps as well too. So like we were doing earlier with the circuit and doing our hi-hats and doing those little micro steps there, you can do the same thing right here and have those little micro steps hit. Let's see, this one will stand out for sure. We can. There. Cool. So you can have those little micro steps in between to give you a little bit more of variation there. It's really great for drums and stuff, or if you're doing triplets, things like that. So it's giving you a lot more inside of the sequencer that you can vary from one particular pattern, and be able to change different things that are going on with the synthesizer as it goes through the pattern. I hope that explains the differences there. I think that in my opinion, the Launchpad Pro sequencer is a little bit more in depth with what you can do and manipulate with it. Whereas a circuit sequencer, it's great for getting those ideas out and getting it going and running, basically.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The sequencer on the Launchpad Pro, just the fact that it has 32 pads is really handy because it pretty much doubles the amount of space that you have from the circuit. Did you show off any of the? Did you show off mutation yet?
Yeah, we got a little bit of mutation going on there with this guy here, so we can get some more going on. Do some more.
And so this is a feature that our new Launchkey Mark IIIs have. They have a mutation knob on the arpeggiator on the new Launchkeys as well. And so essentially, what mutation is doing is changing the note value, and depending on how much mutation you put on the note, it will change the note an octave, a seventh, a ninth, maybe 2 octaves. It's kind of like controlled chaos. And because Cody has this track on the sequencer in scale mode, that note will always be in scale. So it's always going to sound great.
Totally. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Any good questions coming through the chat there?
We got a lot of Cody rocks, which of course Cody does rock.
Evan rocks. Casey as well too.
There was a question earlier. Yes, the Summit does have an audio input. The Circuit has a CV mod input, but it doesn't have a dedicated audio input like the Summit does. Right.
Yeah. The Peak you can do CV mod in, but no audio in on the Peak. Right. Correct. It was something we were talking about earlier. We were playing with Bassation 2. We're like a little bit of reverb on that. You know, you could run it through the Summit, a little bit of reverb from the Summit. And there you go. You know.
There are no knobs on the Launchpad Pro, Jeremy. It is all pads, but it does have velocity sensitive faders. So depending on how hard or how soft you hit the pad, will determine how quickly that value goes up and down.
Yeah, totally. So I think I have some of those faders here on custom mode. So if I lightly press, it's like slowly creeping up. If I slam it, it's going to get there quick. Same thing, light press, a little harder press, a little harder press. Yeah, so that velocity sensitivity is very intuitive, and that's great, like I was saying earlier, for filter effects, for filter frequency controls for your different synthesizers. And you can have these custom modes set for different CC messages. So when you get in the component software, you can create these different control surfaces with whatever kind of widgets you want in them. And I've gotten kind of crazy with it lately, making mini faders and things like that. But you can do a lot with it, how it is currently. And we're definitely working on trying to get more widgets and different control surface features for you for these custom modes, because they're just so useful when you're using it standalone, basically. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's get some patches going here.
Yeah, Mike, can this guy be used to run multiple synths at once? Yes.
Totally.
There's 4 tracks that you can sequence on the Launchpad Pro. So you can hook up to 4 different drum machines, synthesizers, and sequence them differently.
Totally. Just getting some cool pads and stuff while this is looping here. Go back to our sequencer so you can see what's playing. Oh, it's on random too. That's so funny. We'll go back to our pattern settings. We'll have it play through regularly. And that's the beautiful thing. You have some, it sounds great, but we didn't know it was on random, but it still sounded awesome. So that's the beauty of these pattern settings and these little features on this sequencer that really kind of creative little accidents, happy accidents, so to say. It's a great patch. Cool. Yeah, trying to think of stuff we might not have covered with this guy. Let's see, shift features with the swing, quantize, record quantize. You can save projects on the Launchpad Pro as well too. So you can save up to different 64 different projects here. So if I hit shift to save, at the bottom row here, I can pick what color I want, save again, boom, color code your different melodies and things here. I don't even know what that is, so we'll go back to this one here. Yeah, so you can have a ton of stuff saved on here. Nice. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier with guys and girls that use the Eurorack setups, this is just great, because if you don't really want to have a computer in your setup, you could rock something like this and have everything, all of your MIDI stored locally, have your song ideas stored on the Launchpad Pro, and then you don't necessarily have to pull up a computer every time you want to work. You can work from Launchpad Pro, just plug it in, good to go. Once you got the idea pretty much down, then you can move into like recording things, adding them to your DAW and that kind of thing. Let's see what else we got in here. Yeah, it's pretty. These are all just really pretty. The delay, the chorus, the reverb, distortions, the effect section here on the peak is digital. So as I kind of play with the time knob here, you get those weird artifacts and things. Which is really just a lot of fun to play with.
Hey Cody.
Yep.
Hey Cody.
Yep.
Do you think we could demo the polyphonic aftertouch on the Peak?
Yeah.
Gary Hunt
Totally.
is asking.
Yeah, let me go to no mode here. Do you know a good patch that shows
Probably a
that off?
pad. Probably something
Yeah,
with
right.
pads.
Right. Let's see what we got.
You could always set something up real quick in the mod matrix.
Right. Let's get aftertouch. Send it to what LFO1? Let's filter roots. You don't need depth. So you can kind of hear it there. I kind of hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it
Yeah,
on.
I definitely hear it.
And then you give it a nice dig.
The aftertouch threshold is customizable on the Launchpad Pro. I believe there's 3 different settings: heavy, medium, and light.
Right. Totally. Yeah, and you just hold setup and it takes you right there. That's the other thing that's really easy too. The velocity is adjustable. LEDs, if they are too bright, you can bring them down, make them less bright. That was one thing that we added on the circuit as well, because we're all on airplanes with the circuit, keeping everybody up with our bright lights. So now if you're in a dark space and you don't want to keep people awake, you can have lower LED lights. And actually looks really good on the camera there with the lower light setting.
Yeah. And yes, just to reiterate, the Launchpad Pro is polyphonic aftertouch capable. And you can set it to be polyphonic, or you can set it to be channel if you want that too. So that's all customizable.
Totally. Yeah, it's super easy to use. And this is all the stuff that you can do with it standalone. So, I mean, you could just take these features into any DAW and be able to utilize them in any DAW. If you're an Ableton user, there is a ton of other sauce for you in Ableton. So there's tons of other great things that it does inside of the box. But I just love how much it does outside of the box now. That was a big thing coming up with launch pads, that you always wanted them to be able to do more with MIDI outs and that kind of thing. So I'm glad that we have that on the Pro now.
Definitely. It's a super underutilized feature, I feel like, the polyphonic aftertouch, and using it with a polysynth like the Peak or the Summit, super powerful. You can get some really cool sounds out of that, especially if you dive deep into the mod matrix and kind of customize what the aftertouch does to your patch.
Right.
A lot of sound design possibilities there.
Definitely. And I love this kind of one-page mod matrix concept where you're just kind of flipping the page and everything's kind of right there in front of you when you go to mod. Because there's 16 slots on here, right? Yeah, 16 slots. And they're just all super easy to use. It's all just right there. I feel like on some older synths, I would get into menu diving and get a little lost. And I think that's the beauty of these guys, is that of these synthesizers, is that they it's hard to get lost on these things.
Yeah, you can definitely start to twist knobs and just get lost in it. Definitely a workhorse synthesizer. You can tame it, make it sound really creamy, really dark, really cool like that. Or you can go the Cody route and make some dubstep, some like heavy bass. It's all up to your imagination.
Right. Yeah, we can get in some bass patches. I'll turn it down a little bit. It's going to be hot now. We're on those smooth pads. What else we got in here? Oh, we had this one earlier that was super funky. It was on the oof. That's just absolutely delicious.
Yeah, that filter was designed by Chris Huggett, who's pretty much designed most of Novation synthesizers. He's a legend. He designed the original Wasp, the Oscar, original Bass Station, and so this is his filter design on the Peak. And so you can kind of hear that grittiness shine through there.
Especially get the resonance or the overdrive. super gritty. You can really just get super gritty with it. And yeah, Chris Hodges just really just given us a great flow and direction with these synthesizers. I feel like that is just really it's just so useful with how intuitive they are. Let's see what it's really. Oof. That's too much. Okay. Yeah, so it's super fatty bass tones. Ooh, we have an ARP. Can we ARP that? Cool.
Hey Cody, can you turn the peak up just a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, we hit those low frequencies sometimes there. How's that?
That's good.
Cool. We're gonna play around with the ARP a little bit. So with the ARP section here on the peak, this is the one menu you will spend a little bit of time in. It's just basically the ARP menu here. You get the ARP gate knob here, and the key and the key latch, and the on for the ARP right here. But for things like the rhythm, that'll be here in the menu, or like octaves. And then you also get some other things like swing inside of here, and then sync rate.
Hey Cody, maybe up just a little bit more.
Okay, cool. Let's just give you a little distortion.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, wait, we're rocking this guy right here on the sequencer, right? So shift tempo. There we go. That gives us our tempo setting. Cool. Nice. So what else we got going on here? So we'll do some play.
Great question from Jeremy. You run the Launchpad Pro by itself and doesn't need Ableton or some software? Well, what Cody's doing right now is he's running it standalone. So the sequencer on the Launchpad Pro is standalone. So Cody isn't using Ableton Live right now. It's just going straight from the Launchpad Pro into the peak, and he's sequencing it that way. So that's a great question. One more thing, guys. Sorry, Cody. I got to remind you, if you look at the top right corner there, you have a chance to win a peak and a Launchkey Mini. If you visit that website there, we are giving away a peak and a Launchkey Mini. So please be sure to enter that contest as well.
You could take one of these guys home. Oh, totally. Yeah, and we were just utilizing the ARP as well too. So I mean, sequencer, ARP, and just a rhythm, and we got a cool rhythm going on here. Yeah, a little sidechain on that would be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, so that's, I mean, that's what I love about these ARPs too, is you got these different rhythm settings on them, and it's like we're not even sequencing, we're technically just ARPing, but it's, you get a cool rhythm to it, and then it's almost like a sequencer at that point in time.
Yeah. Terry Hunt says pattern 24 on the peak is instant house. I'll have to check that out. I love house music, so pattern 24, cheat code, guys. Thanks, Terry.
Okay, it's good to know. Instant house, love it.
Jeremy Lupton, let's see, what was your question? Oh yeah. Can you run the Launchpad Pro by itself? Does the same go for Circuit? Yes, it does. So both the Launchpad Pro and the Circuit can be run standalone. So the Circuit actually makes sound because the Circuit has a built-in synth engine, whereas the Launchpad Pro does not. The Launchpad Pro is strictly a controller, and you need to hook the Launchpad up to something in order to have sound come out. But you can also use the Circuit sequencer to sequence things that aren't the Circuit. So you could hook the Circuit up to the peak here and sequence the peak from the Circuit. Great question.
Totally. Yeah, great question. And that's what's been providing our drum sounds as well too, is the Circuit over there. So we've been kind of running a DAW-less jam all day. So the Circuit's great for that too, just having samples ready to go at, if you're just cooking up an idea with your peak or something, it's great to have on hand for those little jams like we were just doing a second ago. Let's see what we got. Some classic sounding stuff, maybe. Let's see what's under sound effects. Ooh, sound effects. Let's. It's like if you're doing horror films. We were talking about that earlier. There's a lot of great horror sound effects inside of here. For the month of October.
Totally. And with those new the NASA wavetables that we've released, you definitely make some really cool sounds on the peak.
Oh yeah, you can get some really weird stuff out of it. And that's, I mean, we keep saying it's really versatile, but like it is really versatile. You just can get so many different sounds out of it. I mean, you can go from doing just a really clean, beautiful, like organy, electric piano can sound, and to this weird whatever this is right now, some kind of. You know what I mean? Like,
that's crazy.
I'm not entirely sure. It sounds amazing.
And over the course of this year, we've been releasing different artist packs for Peak and Summit. So we've released over 1,000 different patches for Peak. And they're all free. So if you download Novation Components, which is our free library and editor software, there's a bunch of free patches that you can put inside of your Peak. And they're created by a bunch of different artists. Definitely probably some names on there you'd recognize. And I would highly recommend you download those free patches.
Definitely. That's what we've been using today here on the Peak. That's what we got right now. So if you want this crazy, weird sounds, they're out there. I just downloaded them off Components. It literally took maybe like 5 minutes to load everybody up with brand new patches for today. And everybody was, really happy. Took 2 seconds, one laptop, boom, 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 boom. And then, they're all ready to go.
Yeah, one more time, guys. Top right corner, if you haven't entered that contest yet, please be sure to do that. We are giving away a Launchkey Mini.
Definitely. The Launchkey Mini is...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's just to say, the Launchkey Mini is a great little mobile keyboard, too. It's really handy. MIDI output on it as well, too. So it's awesome for being on the go. Sorry.
And I think we got about 23 minutes left in the stream. So if there's anything that you would like Cody or myself to go over, let us know. Cody's had, give it up for Cody. He's been doing this all day, making sounds and beats, and he's killing it.
It happened. I'm just glad that we were able to get it up and running. One power down middle day is not bad. We'll take it. We had some technical difficulties this morning. Thank you guys. If anybody's been hanging out since this morning, sincerely thank you for hanging out through everything, because it's been a really great fun time today. And I know we've kind of had some hiccups here and there, but I mean, like Casey was talking about earlier, this is kind of our our first go of doing this kind of tabletop event, what would typically be a tabletop event digitally online. So this has kind of been a learning experience for all of us, but it's been really great having all of you guys chatting and commenting and kind of helping us with some great questions.
Yeah.
Man, these sound effects are out there. I'm glad that we picked sound effects here at the end because like it's October. So. Yo, that's just
that's why we keep reiterating how versatile the Peak is, because making a sound like that out of a mono synth, like you're probably not going to get that. But if you do want to make a fat monophonic bass, you can absolutely do that, because the filter in the Peak actually is analog. So the Peak is a digital analog hybrid, you could say. The oscillators are digital. You can throw them out of tune if you like, or you can keep them clean. But the filter is analog, so you get the best of both worlds there.
Totally. Yeah, so we just put it in mono mode real quick. I'm just gonna build a little something real quick. Do some of these tables.
Another great question. One Drop Monkey asks, does Launchpad Pro play nice with Logic? So we're working on that. But if you are familiar with our Launchpad X, which is our mid-tier Launchpad, the Launchpad X works great with Logic in the clip launch mode there.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And if you're on the YouTube page, which I'm sure most of you should all be on the YouTube page, we have videos for that as well on our YouTube. So you can check out how it works with Logic on our YouTube channel as well. So definitely check that out. There's some great videos on that.
Just to reiterate, that's the Launchpad X. So there's 3 different Launchpads, and we focused mainly on Launchpad Pro today. But there is a Launchpad Mini, which is our smallest one. The Launchpad X, which is our mid-tier Launchpad. And the Launchpad Pro, which is what we have here. So the Launchpad Pro is the only Launchpad that has this really cool sequencer on it. The other Launchpads will require you to hook it up to a computer in order to utilize its MIDI functions.
Definitely. This is going to have all of that fun, the sequencer stuff, all of the great actual like editing functions inside of Ableton and that kind of thing as well too. So yeah, you get quite a bit with the Pro. But you still get the custom modes on Launchpad X, Logic capabilities, those types of things. So the X is definitely still a great product. I think just geared at a different way of working, essentially.
Totally. Michael Hogan. I have an older B1600 CD 16 track. I'm not familiar with what that is, to be honest. I'm sorry. So I'm not sure. But if it accepts MIDI, then yeah, I don't see why not. The Launchpad just sends out MIDI information.
Totally. Yeah. As long as it's got that 5-pin MIDI input, you'll be fine. You get adapters with it, so you can adapt to it.
Do Novation devices work with FL Studio? Kind of like what I was saying earlier. They're just sending out MIDI information. So the chord mode, the sequencer, the scale mode lives inside of the Launchpad Pro. So that's not, reliant on any sort of software. That lives in the Launchpad, in the hardware itself. So you can absolutely use it with FL Studio and utilize the chord mode, things like that.
Totally. The custom modes also for things like the Launchpads and Launchkeys with FL Studio are also really handy because you can do MIDI assignments inside of FL Studio. So it's super easy to kind of get a lot of that functionality that you want out of it through the custom modes. So those will work great with FL. I know FL's done some great updates with 20 and that kind of thing.
Right on. We got about 15 minutes left. If there's anything you'd like Cody to show off with the Peak or the Launchpad Pro, let us know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's super easy to just get that blown out bass sound that I absolutely love. Let's see what else we got. Let me initialize. All right, let's go to. I always like a good organ on here.
Stephen Muddy says, Cody mentioned mini faders earlier for custom layouts. What did he mean by mini faders?
I'm sorry, one more time. You were breaking up just a little bit on me, Evan.
Sorry, mini faders. Did you have a custom mode with the faders on it?
Yeah, yeah. So that's a little trick I do. So I've been very deep diving in on the launch pads for use with DJing. But essentially, you can create a mini fader on the custom modes. It's kind of like not the easiest thing to do, and it doesn't work perfectly yet, but it's kind of my little hack. So basically what you do is on a certain range. So if this is going to be our fader here, if you only want half of it, basically these pads, you would just add a CC note to each pad. All of them would be the same CC message, and basically the on and off values would be a certain range from 0 to 127. So 0, 0 on the first one, maybe 0 and then 20, 20 and 40, 40 and 80 or whatever, variations. Basically, you're just giving sections of that velocity message from 0 to 127 to an individual pad, making it a stage basically. So when you hit that pad, it's going to go up to 20 or 30 or whatever you have the setting at for that particular CC. Basically, it's just saying, it's just creating different like slots for that fader to be at. It's not as smooth as these faders are, because these faders have little micro steps in between them that you can hit those different numbers in between them. So they're more of a curve to them than a linear fader like the micro faders are. I'm going to try to see if I can work out some content to explain that a little bit better that I can get up on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that's deep stuff. You can definitely go deep with custom modes here.
Definitely.
We're getting a lot of requests for Cody to just jam out and have fun with the secret during the peak.
Cool. Yeah, let's just get some. Let's see if that's. Oh yeah, we're not sending out from over here anymore. That's right. I'll just set up chords over here. I think I had some chords going earlier, patterns and those patterns. Yeah, so we can just kind of jam for a little bit on some sounds. Yeah. So you can get really pretty sounds out of it. So let's mess up the sound and make it sound completely different than it does right now. Like that for the organ. Actually, let's go get like that. There's a low end. Let's see what else we got. Classic. Okay. Nice space organ. I love that sound. Some brass. sounds very stringy. Even though it's a brass, it sounds stringy. Nice. Oh, nice, LA. It's pretty LA, I guess. Let's just jam a little bit. Go with these two guys. We'll do some leads. See what that is. Super fat lead.
Love that one.
Yeah, it's funky. Switch up our root now. Let's go to D. Cool. Oh, spooky lead for October.
Yeah, perfect.
Right, super spooky. Okay. I think something we forgot to mention earlier. Effects. So in the effects menu here, you can actually change the routing of the effects. I think that's something that we missed earlier. So you get the wet level, the dry level, and then the routing. So right now everything's running parallel, but I can run the delay into the reverb and then into the chorus. Or if I want, I can go delay into chorus and then reverb. I can do reverb, delay into chorus. I like to do chorus, delay, then reverb, or chorus, reverb, delay. I would do delay, reverb like that. Cool. So, and then we'll get some reverb out of it. And then let's try the dry level down. And let's see what we get out of it. Cool. So you kind of hear it come on a little after. And then we'll do a little kind of time thing. Turn the feedback all the way up. If you guys want some horror, like Spooktober vibes, I'll turn that feedback back up. Something, let me get that harsh. Oh, there it is. Let's see what else we got. Some weird sounds in here.
Yeah, very very spooky, very appropriate for
Right. I wanted
October.
spooky sounds. So. You get the alien sounds. Let's do that. And then we'll get some built up. So that's how you get those weird alien tones out of it. If you want really like weird sounds, just play with the delay and get that time really. And it's just like, I don't even know what this sound is coming from. It's like a Vox wave table. It's like one oscillator going into like the delay and a little bit of chords. Yeah, so you can get some really weird sounds out of it. Let me go on here. Let's get some more. Let's do poly. Let's see what's in poly. I feel like that's a really like.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we got about 5 minutes left here. Let's give it up for Cody first and foremost, who's been working the booth all day. Shout out to Casey. He was hosting earlier. Thank you to everyone in the chat and everybody watching. Really appreciate your guys' time. Thank you for spending it with us. Hopefully you learned something new here. Hopefully definitely. You got a better idea of what our products do and what they can do for you. Yeah, we got a couple minutes left, so if there's any last minute questions, we'll do our best to answer. Otherwise, hope you have a great October.
Definitely.
And thank you again for spending today with us.
Definitely. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and being here, especially those guys and girls and people that have been here most of the day, all day, some of the day. Thank you for hanging out and commenting. We really appreciate all the questions. We love to answer questions. So let's see. Yeah, that's a vibe.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's a vibe for sure. Yeah, that'll be the next. Where we at? This one, and then go back. No, that wasn't it. It was right here.
Yeah, I'm digging this, Cody.
Right,
What
this is
am
your
I?
vibe for sure. Right? Yeah, no, this is definitely your vibe for sure. Let's see, we get a little. Yeah. It's just for you, Evan, right now.
Yeah,
this is just for
thanks. Appreciate it.
And the beautiful thing about this is I'm just noodling on the circuit right now. Is that you just check what scale you're in and what your root note is here on the Launchpad Pro. You just go to circuit, put it in the same exact scale on root note, and then you can just noodle around and come up with some cool ideas. I mean, we just make it too easy on you, honestly.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think it's 7 o'clock right there, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
Thank you, everybody,
once
so
again,
much.
thank you, everybody. Give it up for Cody. He's the man.
Give it up for Evan. Evan's the man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you hopefully very soon. All right. Take care, everyone.
Stay safe, everybody.